Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Espero que estén teniendo un absoluto hermoso día. Discúlpenme, tenía que ajustar mis audífonos. Me llamo Alejandro Salomón y bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo. Estamos literalmente viendo a Bitcoin explotar en este momento en $99,500. Se va a poner buena la cosa. Antes de empezar con el casino, como ustedes saben, rapidísimo les quiero contar algo de lo que nos dimos cuenta, lo que hemos visto salir. He platicado con muchos de ustedes, o con todos ustedes básicamente por acá, y les he dicho 1000 veces, no se trata de intentar leer el futuro, es más fácil predecir lo que va a pasar cuando pones atención al hoy y no estás prediciendo lo que va a pasar, estás viendo en realidad lo que está pasando en tiempo real, simplemente antes de que sea anunciado o sea oficial, si lo quieres ver así. Es la forma en la que yo lo veo, que hay mucha gente que está intentando adivinar qué pasa y no. Es más fácil simplemente ver lo que está ocurriendo, lo que ocurrió y juntarlo todo para poder tener un buen análisis crítico de cualquier cosa, de si vas a invertir, de cualquier situación, etcétera. Ahí les va, rapidísimo. ¿Qué nos dimos cuenta y qué es lo oficial? Todo el mundo ha escuchado, y voy a ir a varias cosas con esto. Uno, lo de Joe Biden con su hijo perdonándolo, esa es una. Y la segunda tiene que ver con lo que hicimos con Europa, con todo lo de los chips. Y también la tercera, que es lo que le estamos haciendo a Europa ahorita mismo con todos los manufactureros de coches. Prepárense para la armadora, está... Ok, ahí les va rapidísimo. Vimos que Joe Biden perdonó a su hijo. Lo sabemos, todo el mundo lo vio y todo el mundo está diciendo, güey, si yo tuviera un hijo hubiera hecho lo mismo, y empiezan a poner muchísimas cosas y se platica de esto y que si es corrupto o no es corrupto. Vamos a decir qué fue exactamente lo que pasó. Lo que pasó exactamente fue, ahora que ya lo podemos ver, sabemos, uno, Hunter Biden estaba involucrado en esta empresa que es una empresa de energía en Ucrania. Esta empresa de energía en Ucrania, él estaba sentado en la mesa directiva y también tiene un porcentaje. De ese porcentaje también le da, y han salido muchísimas notas por la computadora que Hunter dejó a reparar en algún lado, que liqueó absolutamente todo de videos de él fumando crack y todas estas cosas. Ok, pues este tío que trabajaba en ello, adivinen qué, lo que fue todo este desmadre en Ucrania y la guerra de todo, fue para poder, porque esto fue lo que lograron, a través de esa empresa, eliminar a Gazprom, que es la empresa rusa que proveía energía a toda Europa. Entonces, eliminan a Gazprom, ellos se colocan ahí, eso quiere decir que Estados Unidos vendiéndole gas y petróleo a toda Europa para poder mantener sus casas calientitas y a gusto. Esto fue porque Joe Biden quería ganar una cantidad de dinero bestial. Él fue el intermediario, el broker de este gran deal. Y ahora esto es claro, lo sabemos con todos los documentos que han salido. ¿Por qué es relevante esto? Es relevante simplemente por el perdón que le dio a su hijo. No es un perdón a su hijo. Él mismo se está perdonando el crimen, porque si eliminas la posibilidad de que tu hijo lo agarren por ese crimen, nunca vas a ser relacionado con el crimen. Básicamente, lo que hizo es algo que hemos visto 1000 veces en el pasado. Lo único, solamente que le ponen demasiada sal a este taco, y yo creo que tiene que ser un poco claro lo que está pasando. Entonces, con eso, gran movida de Joe Biden, bien hecho como gran político en Estados Unidos, la corrupción a todo lo que da, pero genio, todo el mundo platicando que es su hijo y que no sé qué. Joe Biden, bien por ti, tío, quedándote todo ese varo. Nadie sabe, toda tu familia bien, a todo madre, solamente destruiste Europa. Pero bueno, esa fue la primera cosa que le hiciste a Europa solamente para ganar una parte de tu comisión deliciosa. Segunda cosa que le hicimos a Europa, porque todo el mundo se ha preguntado, ¿no? ¿Cómo es que estamos destruyendo Europa? O Europa se está autodestruyendo. Mucha gente no comprende esto. El interés de las empresas americanas es lo que guía las acciones del gobierno americano internacionalmente hacer cosas, como por ejemplo lo de Joe Biden. Fueron compañías americanas diciendo deberíamos de nosotros venderle gasolina y petróleo y también gas a Europa en vez de Rusia, y hasta convencieron a todo el mundo de que Rusia dijo sí, exactamente, voy a volar yo mismo mi propia pipa que le da gas a todo el mundo. O sea, gran nivel de lavada de cabeza. La siguiente cosa que le hicieron a Europa fue: tenemos claramente una industria que está explotando alrededor del mundo. Esa industria, hay dos grandes bloques que están intentando conquistarla. Se llama inteligencia artificial. ¿Qué bloques? China, el bloque americano. Creo que esto lo hemos visto todos. ¿Por qué es importante esto? Porque Europa no ha podido crecer por cuántos años, está estancado, Francia está en crisis, básicamente todo, bueno, ¿qué les digo de España? También saben que Alemania está yéndose al culo con lo de los coches, y ahora vamos a eso. Entonces, ¿por qué lo digo? porque cuando justamente empezó la pandemia, creamos ese acto de los chips, ¿no? Y también para reducir la inflación, donde se metió todo junto. Y básicamente lo que hicimos fue sobornar tremendamente a todas las plantas y fábricas de todo el mundo a venir a Estados Unidos a abrir su planta. ¿Cómo lo hicimos? Dándoles miles de millones de dólares en incentivos federales para que ellos pudieran venir. Toma Nvidia 6,000 millones de dólares, toma 12,000 millones de dólares, toma 15,000 millones de dólares. ¿Y qué fue lo que pasó? ¿Se acuerdan que Europa se despertó a cierto punto? Fue de, güey, Estados Unidos nos quitó a todas las empresas de inteligencia artificial, las que crean chips. Así es, efectivamente es lo que hicimos. Y ahora lo mejor de todo es que si creen que ya acabamos, si acabamos solamente destruyendo su fuente de energía, destruyendo otra nueva industria que está a punto de explotar, que es inteligencia artificial a otro nivel, también, mis estimados, tenemos que preguntarnos, ¿qué le está pasando a Volkswagen y a todas estas armadoras en Europa que simplemente parece que van a declarar bancarrota? Y lo que está pasando es básicamente una vez más lo mismo. En Estados Unidos estamos dando incentivos gigantescos a empresas como Rivian, GM, Ford, no a Tesla, alrededor de los 6,000, 7,000 millones de dólares a cada una para que creen y también puedan empujar más la plataforma de eléctricos. Sabemos que estamos empujando a la plataforma de eléctricos y sabemos que las empresas grandes tienen que deshacerse de todo su otro inventario para moverse en eléctrico porque simplemente no les va a dar el margen. Ahora, esto tiene una parte que está mal en la ejecución. La parte que está mal en la ejecución es intentar darle dinero a empresas como Ford, a GM, a las tradicionales que no tienen idea de cómo producir a la velocidad y a la escala que Tesla lo hace, por ejemplo, o BYD hace, las chinas. Eso es lo que separa a China de Estados Unidos, es que ellos por 30 años se dedicaron a mejorar producción, eficiencias, volverse mucho más chidos en hacer más dinero más rápido, creando productos mucho más rápido, creando hospitales mucho más rápido, edificios mucho más rápido que todo el mundo. Eso quiere decir, mientras menos tiempo tengas que esperar a que tu dinero regrese, es mucho más eficiente y hay más dinero. Eso es algo que también Elon usa en sus modelos y también lo hemos visto con Tesla, cómo está expandiendo producción, cómo mientras más crece, más barato se vuelve, su margen se vuelve más saludable y nuestros armadores simplemente no pueden porque nuestros jefes de armadores, estoy seguro que ustedes saben, son gente que simplemente está ahí para poder llevar bien la empresa, que todo salga bien, y la burocracia dentro de las empresas es lo que no se mueve porque ninguno de ellos viene a cambiar algo. Entonces puedes ver que las fábricas de Ford, de todos estos güeyes, están en México y en Canadá, acaban el ensamblaje en Estados Unidos. Y lo interesante de todo esto es que ese modelo va a cambiar. Van a traer todo aquí a Estados Unidos, como robamos todas esas industrias de otros lados, lo vamos a producir acá. Van a funcionar para Ford, para todos ellos, no tengo idea, pero sabemos que para Tesla esto va a ser buenísimo, igual que para Rivian, porque ellos sí saben cómo producir este tipo de vehículos al estilo chino, no tanto como Tesla, obviamente Rivian, tampoco los pongamos en un pedestal que no existe, pero efectivamente Europa les estamos a punto de robar también a sus armadores de coches. Entonces Europa pronto se va a convertir en Xochimilco, saquen las trajineras, empiecen a traer a todo el mundo, es un museo divino para ir de vacaciones. Te puedes ir a comer un jamón ibérico delicioso, te puedes ir a Francia a tragar un croissant que te cagas, ¿no? Eso es Europa ya. Gracias a nosotros, a Estados Unidos. ¿Por qué? Porque nosotros sabemos cómo robarle todo a todo el mundo y todo el mundo dice, ¿crees que Estados Unidos es de verdad el que influencia todo esto? Efectivamente. Y aquí estamos llevándonos todas las industrias de todos junto con los chinos, también los chinos. ¿Y por qué lo digo? Porque no tenía tanto sentido para mí cómo es que Europa se dejó destruir todas sus fábricas de coches para meter a los chinos. Porque fue lo que pasó. Aquí también ganó China grande, grande, grande vendiendo esos coches ahí. Por eso Volkswagen y todos ellos no pueden competir. Entonces, ahora lo que van a hacer es van a poner aranceles, que es lo que Estados Unidos va a hacer de, güey, te están cogiendo. Vamos a poner aranceles en Europa para que no puedan importar esos coches tan baratos y destruir tu industria. Una vez que hagan eso, lo que Estados Unidos va a hacer es, oigan, tenemos más dinero aquí para todos ustedes, quien quiera venirse. Y de ahí les vamos a quitar todo. Tenemos nuestro tratado con aranceles puesto para que no puedan meter más coches chinos. Estados Unidos sea el proveedor, una vez más, de energía, etcétera. Así que, cracks, tenemos que decirlo. Sin más ni más, nos vamos a esto con Alex, que anda por acá. Farhan está viajando, entonces lo vamos a agarrar por aquí, por allá. Pero vamos a hacer esto con Alex. Les tengo que decir, este es temporada divina. Vimos a Bitcoin ayer ir de 103,000 hasta $92,000. Un excelente, excelente día lleno de volatilidad, muy divertido. Y está saliendo toda la gente ya muy emocionada. Cuando veo que ponen mis tweets de hace 3 años, es que sé que hay fervor en el mercado hasta arriba y salieron todos tal cual. Muy divertido. Y recuerden, la mejor parte de esto y la más divertida de todas es tradear. Son operaciones rápidas donde te puedes llevar todo ese alfa delicioso en todos estos movimientos y volatilidad, así que aprovecharlos para arriba y para abajo. Y estás hablando de velas, cuando alguien dice, vamos a hacer un long, no creas que estás esperando a que llegues a 3,000 millones de dólares por Bitcoin. Cuando alguien está haciendo un short, no esperas que llegue a cero. Entonces, esto es lo que nos estamos enfocando aquí en el casino del tío Salo, con todos ustedes, Elite Trading Academy. Vámonos, como de que no, voy a traer a Alex por acá y ahora me voy a imaginar que el primer comentario en el sitio de Elite Trading Academy es Brian Martínez pidiendo que veamos Bitcoin. Voy a confirmar en este momento. Discúlpenme, me estoy metiendo apenas al sitio, no les voy a mentir. Aquí estamos, tenemos el chat por acá. Vamos a ver quién es el primer valiente en todo esto. Claro que sí, es Brian Martínez con Bitcoin. Alex.
Yo, what up?
Guten morning. How are you?
Doing good, enjoying 100K Bitcoin. Or was.
Dude, what? By the way, that was insane, no? Like how he went just like straight up to 103, almost 104, and then he just like turned around in the most Bitcoin way to do things and just go to fucking $92,000. That was incredible.
I was shocked. Yeah, I mean, we literally saw a $13,000 move down in, under 2 hours. I think it was the largest pullback since 2021. Like, we haven't had a pullback like that. Like, that's a real pullback, in my opinion. Like, we've had to like slowly down, grind down, 1-2% here and there that quickly get bought up. But yeah, that definitely woke some bulls up. I'll say that. And that definitely gets my bear meters back around, because the bears are out there. People are selling, but I mean, Bitcoin still held strong, and we'll go over that today. But yeah, I was kind of surprised. I was like, wow.
Yeah. And sentiment wise, I got to say, everyone is way, 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 way too bullish. Like when they start, this is something I was saying before the show started. When I see people on Twitter putting my tweets from 3 years ago, reminding me that I stole my Bitcoin in 2021, whatever it was, I know that we're at a certain place right here in their emotions. And literally, when the price was going to 103, that's what started to happen. And I was like, all right, I'm going to mentally note this. And then I started setting up, I recorded a podcast that's coming out today for another channel I have. And as soon as I turned on the computer, I went in and I just saw Bitcoin. Bloop, 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 bloop. Dude, yeah. I went on alts and I bought spot. And that was legitimately the easiest thing ever. Like buying after trading like this, buying spot is so chill.
It's like, yeah, pre-kindergarten trading, like nothing, takes no effort. No liquidation, nothing. You just buy and hold.
Yeah, fools. Let's go. Let's do this Bitcoin. I'm excited to see what you got to say.
All right. So yesterday, as we all know, just like we were talking about, if you don't know, I mean, let's just backtrack here. So I went on Discord town hall right before, right around when we were breaking out, essentially. And I was talking about this scenario where this is definitely not the area where you want to be scaling degenerate longs. And there's a few reasons for that. And so first, though, we'll look at Bitcoin. And yes, that was pretty gross. And this is actually what we call a Darth Maul candle. Very much so like in Star Wars, where, his lightsaber has one dildo up, one dildo down. We get that in crypto. And so this is like a Darth Maul candle where it just smokes shorts. And then at the end of it, it smokes longs, closing near where it opened. And so that's kind of what we got. But you guys can see here, we really didn't do too much. And so why I say that is because we still held the daily 9. The little concerning part about this dump was just simply the daily is, fake breakout, essentially, because we closed back under 100,000. And we were talking about this, that 98,200 is going to be important. I mean, if on lower timeframes, at least, once we break through that, I mean, this is what sparked our breakout. This is what I was talking about in the scenario. And we were aware that Bitcoin last stream was bullish. And it was really simple. I mean, I was just talking about a simple 12-hour long trigger. And it's not the highest hit rate, but it's, I think, better than a coin flip on statistics, like might be 55%, maybe a little higher. But it could be a trading system could just be as simple as anytime the 12-hour reclaims the EMA 9, I'm just going to open a long. and you hold that, you hold it. And anytime we lose it, I'm just going to close that long. It can literally be that simple. And so that's what we had, right in the 2 days ago, essentially, when that 12-hour reclaimed the 9. Remember, that's important because we were kind of rejecting it for, at least 3 candles here. So getting back above that inherently should have made you at least more prone to looking for upside targets. And so that's kind of what we got yesterday. It was very nice. And you are 100% right, Alejandro. No one I see, at least, is looking for shorts, not even talking about shorts anymore, which is interesting to see. And that's just like something I mentally note because, like I said, I definitely don't want to be longing here. But why? Why shouldn't we be longing here, in my opinion? And if we go just real quick to tether dominance, because I think it pertains to kind of what happened yesterday. And this is something and why I think it's important to kind of be in the Discord and kind of be in close contact with the community. Because, I was alerting like hour by hour essentially on this. And I was talking about that 3.79%. If anyone's been here watching our analysis, that would be no surprise to you. I mean, we've simply talked about this 3.9% being a pretty major level for Bitcoin dominance. We see here on this major dump down, and this was pretty aggressive, like from the wick high rejection all the way down. This was a 55% move down, just straight up. We see here we actually started a bottom right around this 3.79% on tether dominance, never losing it on a daily. Then we go and okay, well, let's see what else. So then when we broke out of here, we retested it and then slingshot back up to that 5.26%, held it as support, went back up, held it as support. And then once we, on the third tap, held it as support, this is where we broke out again. So it's 2 scenarios where we've seen major moves from this 3.79%. First in March, now also in April 2022. We also know, though, this 3.79% also acts, as like a good rejection point. Generally, when Tether's, holding above, it at least catches a bid. But when we are below it and we even reject it, this is what exacerbates the move down. Remember, Tether dominance has an inverse correlation to Bitcoin and cryptos as a whole. And so if this is bearish, which is what you'd want if you'd want to see Bitcoin bust on through that 100K and go even higher, bears want to actually see this bounce. And so that's why, for me, on just one note, why I'm not really too bricked up to long Bitcoin here, but specifically Bitcoin. And this is why I think we should be shifting the narrative from Bitcoin to ETH and alt, in my opinion. We can go more deeper in that, especially when we view ETH, but I just think there's going to be a shift here. And that's kind of what Bitcoin dominance has told us. I mean, since we lost this last higher low here, back right around, what was it? It was, November 23rd, essentially, when we dumped through it. I was talking about this on Town Hall and Discord, talking about if we lose this last higher low, it makes a lot of sense. You guys really don't have to overcomplicate trend, right? We understand trend with an uptrend is higher lows and higher highs. And that's exactly what we got. It was like the clearest uptrend we could have seen. But then also, how do we know a trend is shifting? And that's just simply when we break the last higher low, shifting it into a downtrend. And that's kind of what we had here with we fell through it. We fell through this last higher low and even falling through this wick low. We got a little dump. I mean, a little pump essentially, and then that's kind of where we got the lower low. And so, for me, this is kind of signaling that there's definitely a shift in Bitcoin dominance, which essentially means that I guess the money is flowing still into Bitcoin, obviously with us pumping, but it's still, in my opinion, going to be a little more trickier. And I don't think we're going to be as concrete in holding these rallies as like we used to. And yesterday was an interesting sign to me because I'm mentally noting that, we are getting volatility now, deeper volatility to the downside. Just telling me people are offloading their Bitcoin around 100K. And I definitely don't want to be the one trying to scale degenerate longs, especially when Tether dominance is that massive support. And so why does this pertain to Bitcoin? Well, it kind of just tells a bigger picture. So, yesterday's dump was aggressive and that was insane. We haven't seen that big of a pullback on like a daily basis on, especially a number wise, like $13,000 down in a pretty long time. I mean, even when we had that major move from 49,000, it took many days. And I mean, 13,000. So that took literally like 10 to 9 days. And to dump as much as what we dumped, number wise, like money wise, 13,000 down in about an hour or two.
Can I also say two things? One, because yours and Farhan's analysis has been spot on, just like you're front running this, and I don't know if you're looking at it like right now as what you guys did, because you guys did call this shit's gonna go to probably 103, 104, 107, and then find right there its local top, then probably going to go down for a while I'll start to play, and then it might continue later on. So that's kind of like what it's playing right now. That's one thing I want to say. And two, every time I see super intense wicks towards the upside or the downside, like let's say the peso, before it really started making that insane run towards the upside, it created an insane one-day wick that was literally the most insane thing I've ever seen on a chart. And then it went down and everybody was like, oh, false alarm. And it feels like exactly that day in December. I believe it was like December 4th, 6th, or 9th, somewhere around there in 2021, where we were just having dinner and Bitcoin went from like 60 whatever thousand to like 42, like real quick, and then went up again. So it kind of like tells you this is the start of a dumb Peru. I'm not saying completely and going to zero. I'm just saying this could be that.
Yeah, no, and 100%. And often when you get these high volatility, let's just say major wicks down and up, what is that doing? Okay, well, remind yourself, like all these people essentially that were long all the way from 90,000, essentially, we're in juicy profits. Bitcoin was up like $13,000 from your entry. You were very, very bricked up. What does this do though? Bitcoin's dirty because as you guys can see, and this is just like why stop losses are your friend, but they can also, that's why making sure that they're set right is important, because you are right. Like oftentimes when you get these liquidity grabs, that's what they're called, liquidity grabs, because this essentially goes all the way down, takes all these lows. Because right, if you were longing here, we would see the reaction. Even longing anywhere around this EMA 100 was an opportunity, and it paid well. You can see we totally fell through that, and even almost hit Farn's level at $89,000, which he did talk about last year, which is highly interesting to me. So we just like got that pullback straight to business, aggressive and done. To me, this takes all the liquidity out. It traps shorts. Imagine shorting around 80 to 90K, thinking the top's in. And then imagine getting stopped out, break even from your juicy longs, and then it just reverts $7,000 up, and you're just kind of there like, shit, what the hell? What does that do emotionally to people? Well, it causes them to trade bad. Because imagine if I was up like 10 grand on this long, and then this happened, I go to lunch and I'm just stopped out, and I have to eat the fees. But I know Bitcoin's going up because everyone's saying it's going up, and we just hit 100K. What am I probably going to end up doing? Probably going to end up again, like really longing it here. That's why we have to be very cautious up here, because very much so, like what I was talking about on the Discord, which I'll show here. How did we know Bitcoin is going to kind of go bearish? It's very, very, very simple to me. When we just ever make these lower time frame, lower high sequences, oftentimes, and doesn't have to mean all the time, Bitcoin likes to get a little pullback, especially when we lose that H1 EMA 9. And that's kind of what we had here. But where people get blindsided is this same scenario can play out on the 4-hour and then even the daily. And so what do I mean by that? Well, we're watching very closely today. Why? Well, I'm just going to take the wick high here. I'm just going to draw a meme line. I can even do it from here. I can extend it. I'm watching any reaction in that 102, like 102,000 to like 103 level. Why? Well, because if we're going to dump, and let's say we are going to go bearish, because we don't know. The only reason why I'm not fully calling a top, which I'll quickly just mention, is just simply the 2-week. If we go here, not the month.
Oh yeah, the 2-week still going, baby.
Exactly. Like this is what me and Farn were talking about yesterday. It's really hard to call a top when this shit's looking as healthy as it is. It's still busting through, and I don't see why it wouldn't at least go to the 70%. It's the only major reason why I'm not fully wanting to call a top here. But still, I do think that right now warrants caution. And right now what we're getting is, a nice move up on Bitcoin. I think the jobs report or something today, payroll came out.
Yeah, it just came out, but he was like super riding between everything. So he went along with expectations. So nothing changed on how much they're going to drop rates, nothing changed in like inflation, the inflation view, etc. So it all like stays the same.
So yeah, markets are happy with that. No surprises, nothing to adjust, just kind of stays the same. And so it makes sense that we're breaking out. This makes a lot of sense. And I'll view the HPDR soon, but even when you're just viewing the meme lines here, what do we have? Well, we have, let's take it from the 2 hour. We have the 2 hour reclaiming the 9. We're now bouncing from there. It's going to be really important to see where this closes. We then ideally want to back test up that 21 to then go up. I'm then watching us actually to fill out some of this, just this dump. And we'll know essentially if we're going to break out. If we end up breaking back, it's really simple. Back above this last major wick high after we rejected down $13,000. So that means that any rallies up to this point, I'm going to be cautious, because what I don't want to do is think that, oh, look, this was a massive liquidity grab. We're about to go to 150,000. And then you have all these longs degenerately longing the breakout right now, degenerately, because that's what emotions do to you. And then we just end up forming some kind of like 4 hour lower high here, and then rolling over. The issue with
in a
that
way
is
that would be the, I'm sorry,
Uh-huh.
in a way that would be like the playbook of the 74,000 high, and then just like teasing everyone with like, we're there. It's a matter of anything. And it took like 6 months.
Yeah, exactly. And we even mentioned that on gold. Like gold took a long time to break out. And so it's funny to see this. I mean, that's why it's going to be really important. And we also, though, know, and this is just something we've been talking about, this 3.79, like we did hold above it. We closed above it. And yes, the candle really was nothing, in my opinion, but it still held above the 3.79. And so now when we throw the HPDR on, it kind of shows a different, like vibe here. So you see here, we did reject the median here, and we are going back down to the 50%. What I like about this on the daily is it's literally right around the 3.79%. Good confluence to me on why this is an important zone, because if you guys look closely, this is the end of the blue zone. And so we know once we lose the blue zone, we generally get pretty big moves down if it's to the downside and then to the upside. Wow. Let's see here. So remember, just focus on this blue zone here. Boom and boom. You can see price fell out of it, and then that led to a major dump. The blue zone, ready? Let's see here, right here. We broke out of the blue zone, and that led to a major pump. So you can see here, and this is just what I've learned from Faron. That blue zone generally likes to keep us in a range, and once we lose that, it's either, that's when volatility really starts moving. One thing to point out, though, is even though that 3.79% is held, volatility is looking pretty good on the daily. Let's check the 2-day real quick. And I do believe the HPDR was giving us support around here as well. Yeah. And so we can see that 3.75% is still coming in, right around that 3.79. Volatility here, really not getting much, not really a setup. I mean, if it wants to click, there we go. It is just starting to move. I mean, we're under the moving average, so I don't have really much to say. You could draw like a meme line here, and you'd want to see it kind of expand, but I don't really hold too much weight on drawing meme lines on BBWP because have never done that personally. But what can we gather from this? Okay, well, we understand that 3.79 is a major level. And so we're going to want to hold that. We can wick below it, and that's perfectly okay. But generally, we're going to want to hold that. The issue is here, the 3-day, and this is closing in a day and 9 hours. It's going to be really telling to kind of see, because remember, we want like the daily and the 2-day to hold 3.79, so that way the 3-day can hold it. That way, possibly the weekly can hold it. And then ideally, then that bleeds into the monthly. Also, the weekly here is at the 90%, which is we kind of front ran it a little bit. This is at 3.67%. And so what you see here is on all major time frames, we're seeing the daily, the 2-day, even like the 3-day, which is slightly looking bearish. I will give it to bears here. Losing the 50%, the blue zone, like I talked about. But even here, I mean, next target's at 3.5%, which generally, I mean, that's not the most deepest of pullbacks. Well, actually, wow, never mind. I'll eat my words. 8%. Look like that big. Never mind. Wow. Yeah, blue zone. I guess it just plays into what I said. And so that's why it's going to be really important for bulls to step in here on tether dominance. If not, they do run the risk of us rejecting that 4% psychological point and then falling through, and then you'll get that full breakdown, in my opinion, once you do lose on a daily that 3.79%. But until then, I'm going to be looking at this area as like a battle. It's like a battleground for bulls and bears. Who's going to win here? Is bears going to pump this up? And if they do, remember, that doesn't mean we've topped and this is about to go parabolic. Because now I'm viewing the weekly here. We've been in a steady downtrend on the weekly. And so any pump ups, especially to that 9 or even the 21 here, probably is going to, at least we have to look at it as being a lower high first. But still, I mean, when you make lower lows, you do want to get lower highs, and it just overall keeps to the downtrend. And that's why for us, it's really important to be patient here and not kind of scale degenerate Bitcoin longs. It's just, I don't think the move right now. And I'll show Bitcoin on the HBDR too, because very much so, like even the weekly 90%, we have the 5-day, we're at like the 85%, we're 3-day, looks potentially rejected, but it could easily get bought up. And the 2-day and the daily are holding support. It's just like a less probability zone of this, in my opinion, breaking down, unless we do close dailies back under that 3.79%. Now, let me see here. What's interesting about this too is we see the monthly not looking the worst. And it's just like, again, just starting to curve up. We'll have to see if this does get past the moving average. But it's not looking the worst. And you can even see here, if I take this off now, put that to the side, where are we on the monthly? I mean, we're at the 80% on the monthly. And you can see just losing this would give us a major drop down, at least to that EMA 100 at 3.27%. But I'm not going to disregard this zone. And I'm seeing a lot of people on crypto Twitter not talk about this zone. And it's very simple to me. I actually think this is such an important zone. I'll make this solid. It's just simple to me. I mean, we just want this to hold. We can have pullbacks down, but if this holds, then like these usually are what sparks the major moves up, especially on the monthly. And so, again, it just plays into why I think we should be cautious here. We should just be more on like defensive trading, I guess. Just like just not really playing into crypto Twitter's lure of we're about to bust $50,000 up and blah, blah, blah. Because, I mean, everything else is telling me, well, that definitely could happen for sure. And I'll show you why. But, with Tether dominance now at our spot that we've been talking about since, I mean, when was it? September, August?
Mm-hmm.
That's like the likelihood of going here if we lose that 4.7%. Now we're here. And so we don't want to get blindsided on that. So as long as we understand that 3.79 is going to be extremely important. And even here, I mean, we're just at the extremes down. The 2-month, though, is, again, interesting because we see volatility is above the moving average. And remember, this 2-month has the lowest volatility read we've ever seen. Now, did it give a setup? No. And generally with these higher time frames, it's very hard to go to extreme volatilities. Like getting the Hamas setup on the 2-week and 5-day, those are rare. I know, like, because we've been talking about it all for a while, that they seem like they pop up all the time, but generally those are pretty rare. And that's why it took a whole year for Bitcoin, almost really, to produce another setup that it had in October. And so, again, this is great. We're in a downtrend, but like we are at the spot now where, we've made that lower low. You should be at least watching for some kind of lower high. And that doesn't need to come where I want it to, but I mean, as traders, we don't have a lot of tools other than past data points. And this is in my opinion, is a big one. And so let's go back to Bitcoin now, because we understand, okay, well, Tether dominance is at that 3.79%. Well, how's Bitcoin looking? I think it's important. So let's go here. We see here first, let's go to the daily. Okay, cool. So we see here the daily. We perfectly rejected that 50% here. That right now is currently at 103,300. This isn't really a bearish sign to me. Actually, these ranges, are moving nicely up. And now we see that 80% at $110,000. I'm keeping mental note of that 110,000. We see here that the median, we did hold the median. So even on this dump and it was aggressive, we still closed bullish, in my opinion. And that's easy to identify even without the median, as long as, in my opinion, that EMA 9 holds on the daily. We see here the daily is giving us a volatility setup, and we're just now slightly breaking above the moving average. And so what we want to see now is that 15% actually busting through. But something I noted on the Discord is what we don't want to see is this volatility start expanding while this dump happened, because we start losing the 9 and then really losing that 95,500. Yeah, I do think we easily can come back down to 93.6. And if we lose that and break this wick low here, I mean, we really have to then start looking at lower. I mean, in my opinion, right around that 79,000, which will line up with that daily EMA 100, which if anyone's been watching me will know that's a major spot then. We haven't tested it. If I throw the rainbow chart off so we can see it real quick, I haven't tested that daily EMA 100 in a long time. I mean, since October of 2024. It's going to be a major point. Remember when we were shorting this in this range, and anytime we'd lose that daily EMA 100, we'd fall through. We see here on this rejection, fell through. And even on these pumps, you know, this caught the bottom here, 2024, January of 2024. You know, and that actually from that bottom pumped us up thousands of dollars up, over $10,000. And so why is that important? Well, you know, that's going to be it's going to be an interesting point if we do end up going down there, because I bet you a lot will be bearish. I mean, 104, 108,000 all the way down to 77,000. I mean, let's just say hypothetically we top at 110,000. From there, yeah, it'd be a 30% flush out. Nothing that's not out of the ordinary for Bitcoin. But okay, so we see the HVDR, the 50%. We have to be mindful of that. So we know then if any dailies close back above this wick high, it's probably going to mean we're going to break out again. And so that's just something I'll mentally, you know, note for myself. We see here that the 2-day median, actually we lost that yesterday. We didn't reclaim it. We closed below it, and so now we see it's at 98,700. You can kind of see if I take this off, prices, you know, not really breaking far away from that. It's just kind of flirting with it now, and that's something to note. So we close back above that 2-day median, which is right around 98,700. Then yeah, the next target would be that 107, 108 level, which again I'm going to show you, and that's why I said to mentally note that 110,000, because you know, at least where I saw yesterday, we're getting a lot of like confluence around that 105 to 109,000. So, you know, it's like a range in my head. It's because it's going to be hard to find the exact number where we potentially could reject. And so for me, it's like a range. So I'm keeping it like 106,000 to 110. We see here, even going to the 3-day now, we hit the 50%, and we're just kind of in no man's land right here. Bounced off the median in the 9. Let's see here. Yeah, we're just kind of in no man's land. And so that's why it's difficult to kind of long here. And also here, I mean, we almost hit the 90%. We see the 95% close to that 111,000, but the 90% at 105,500. So we see here that 5-day is at 105,000 essentially. The weekly is close to that 107,000. And then remember the 2-week, which is what we were talking about with the whole setup, is kind of guiding our bias up. Well, we see that 80% of the 2-week is right around that 109,900. So remember, we keep seeing that number. It's like 110 to like 105,000, telling me that that's going to be a pretty hard area for bulls to kind of break above. Curious to see how the monthly is lastly. And you know, the monthly is looking okay. Why do you think though, even if we got a pullback to, like I mentioned, that daily EMA 100, which is what, close to 70, what is it now, 77,200, approaching that 79,000. Well, we go and look, we see, just like what Farn was mentioning on this monthly, we actually busted through that median, the monthly median. And so even if we had a major pullback all the way down, I mean, we'd simply just be retesting the monthly median, if not even wicking to the monthly 9. And that, to me, the monthly median is, you know, at least somewhat good confluence of telling me that daily EMA 100 could definitely keep moving up. Maybe it does go up eventually to like that 80 to 79,000, giving me the ultimate confluence that zone could be a nice area if we get a deeper pullback. But for now, it's kind of in no man's land, and we still want to be cautious because I don't think Bitcoin has topped, but I'm definitely being more cautious here. I don't want people to start degenerately longing, thinking we're going to go to 120, possibly 180,000, and we just simply break down at $108,000. I do think Bitcoin can, you know, go up, especially if we see here the daily closes back above that wick high. Then yeah, we'll most likely go up, and we'll see where this 80% moves. But you know, until then, we just have to be cautious that where, you know, tether dominance is. The fact that we did lose the 2-day median. We also fell back below into this range that we've been caught in. It's tight, but I mean, 95,500 support. We have 98,200 resistance, and so we are still in it technically until we get some decision here. It's gonna meaning like we get like specifically like a 2-day, because that means that it's 2 daily closers either above or below this range. That to me would solidify, you know, a bigger move. And so that's kind of what I see on Bitcoin. It's not as clear. I don't think that now is the time now to be scaling degenerate Bitcoin longs. I don't think Bitcoin's bearish. I think that was a liquidity grab, what we saw yesterday. And even we see here on that, we did lose if we go, because we talked about the 12-hour long trigger. So if we go to that down, you know, that kind of invalidated it from I'm gonna get reclaimed here. Yeah. So that invalidated it, but we see here that the 12-hour reclaimed it, held it, bouncing from it again. And so if you're bullish, you're just simply going to want the lower time frames here to kind of hold back above, especially, that, call it 98,500. Yeah, simply put. If the lower time frames can hold back above there, because you can even see where this H1 now is back testing the 34. If this holds, then this should give us at least a move back up to the, around the highs, around 102,500 to 103. And then this is where we all should be just gauging, in my opinion, the lower time frame, seeing the reaction around here, and then really seeing if we can break that last, major, I guess, wick high rejection, or at least just rejection here. Curious to see how the lower time frame HBR looks, and even let's just take it on a 4-hour and just see. Okay, 50%. Oh, look at that!
Wow.
So that 4-hour median is just perfect right there. I do think we can easily blast through, this 50%, but you wouldn't want it to close above there. And so what we could easily see here is possibly on this next 4-hour close, we see this EMA 9 and the 80% get reclaimed along with the meme line. That to me would give me a long trigger if this 4-hour, very low time frame long trigger, if the 4-hour EMA 9 got reclaimed. Would I take that here? No, because what I just said and the fact that it's very loose. It is easier because if we get any pump up here, major squeezes, I'm just going to look at that 4-hour median, which is lining up nicely with this channel. And if it is going to give us the easy short, which generally, I mean, remember we shorted, I think, Bitcoin at 99,500. Yeah, right here. And no one was wanting to short here. And this was like the easiest short we could have ever caught. That's kind of what you get, easy shorts. I mean, it's like the medians here, you draw a meme line, you form a lower high on the 4-hour, you have your stop at this wick high or even this wick high. Very, very tight. We get that rejection. No one wants to short. Everyone's longing. Everyone who got stopped here is degenerately longing the breakout in quotation marks. And then it kind of rolls over. That to me would make a lot of sense. And at least is giving me more of a high probability trade for today's the short. And I'll happily be wrong. And remember, you wouldn't want to short this with all just like balls deep, all in. But as long as you have your stop either at this wick high, which I'd prefer, or this one, then you at least are then only risking essentially. I mean,
it's like 1%,
0.8%. Worst case, you're risking 1.4. It's nothing. And so that's kind of what I think on Bitcoin. I just was curious to see what the lower timeframes are looking. Since we have that 12-hour long setup, let's see here. We see that 80% too, right around there at 103,300. So, this is a meme line, and it wasn't even drawn right. So maybe right there, boom. I mean, more confidence, especially on that 12-hour, that we're approaching that 80%. Only a 20% continuation from there. And so, again, that wouldn't even break this last wick high. It would fill out a lot of this, in my opinion, inefficiency, and probably bait a lot of shorts. And now longs, I mean. But, again, just be mindful of here. We are at the 50%. So that's why, the next 4-hour close, this 12-hour is going to be interesting. And I do think within a day or two, we easily can go back up and retest over the 100K level. But then, you should just be focused, I guess, on the wick highs. And so that's Bitcoin. We're just kind of formulating lower time frame ideas. I definitely think right now, as long as we close back above 98,000, what is this? 98,200, 98,100. We have more of a chance of going up. And then at that point, I do think this could give a short trigger, at least more than a long trigger. If we go here, let's see how CME looks. CME actually looks like it's putting in a bearish retest here, which is very interesting for me because why I'm saying that is we reclaimed it. We SFP'd it. We've rallied up to it. We're rejecting it. Not rejecting, but we are catching some resistance here while the 50% is right there. And so, bears are going to be looking, I guess, for some kind of rejection, which does make sense considering we are again at the 12-hour 50% as well. You can just see it's very flip-flop with all the time frames because if you view the daily, it's like, okay, yeah, I mean, this could definitely go up. But do you see that 103,000 level again? 103,300. That's 2 time frames. That's the daily and then also the 12-hour. Yeah, right here. That 80% as well. So that's actually something I'll just mentally note for the short possibly. But, as long as we are right around that 98.1, 98.2, we'll even just call it 98.8 to 98.3. We're going to catch some kind of resistance here. And bulls are going to want to step up because the way CME looks right now, this could start rejecting. The hopium is that, you know, the 12-hour 9 got reclaimed. So this is like technically a long trigger now. And we just bounced off that 12-hour median plus the 21 here. And so again, what bulls are really going to want to do is grind this low out, break this high, and that'll give us that breakout to that 109,000 to, you know, even possibly that 106,000. Again, even on CME, that number keeps coming up right around that 110 to 105,000. That's why I think it's just wise to gauge it in a range. And I'm not going to say definite, yeah, we're going to reject 105 because, you know, this is Bitcoin and it's dirty and it's very volatile right now. So, you know, breaking this wick high, yeah, maybe we do just go up to 106 and reject, but it would also be very Bitcoin to just put in another nice green candle up and then reject at 110 to 109,000 before giving us a deeper pullback, assuming we break this wick high. So CME is not looking the worst. I mean, it should similarly look, I mean, kind of like Bitcoin. Something to note is, you know, this candle here is of somewhat concern. Pretty nasty wick high rejection, leading to almost like an evening star here. And so how do we know that this is true? Well, if this is truly going to be some kind of at least local top candle, you wouldn't want to see this wick high get broken. That means we could literally come anywhere around here. But as long as we don't break that wick high, we simply, I mean, if this is truly going to be some kind of reversal candle, that's how you would play it.
The way I just validate these with the system that I've been using for a while is if you have a close below any of the wick at the bottom of that candle in the next four in the next four candles, and you get just one close below that and then another one, that's confirmation that was a top candle, and not like cycle top, but like local top
at least, right? Because you know, we don't like picking our bottoms. We get shit in our fingers, and we don't like talking about tops. But locally, I could say, because that gives me a buffer at least. And look at this. I mean, straight up rally, rejected all the way. This is a multi-$1,000 move down. Fell under simply this range here that we have, meme range. And it makes sense, actually, your idea. Because if we take this wick low, we're right around that 50%. We also see that daily 9 is actually right around that zone. So how I gauge it, at least, is if we close dailies under the 9, yeah, it just solidifies that this is probably a top, locally at least, and we need to look for, you know, some shorts with a stop at this high. That's just safety to me at smart invalidation, because if you break this high, you're gonna break out. You're gonna trap a lot of. You're gonna squeeze out shorts, and that's exactly what happens. People who try to take the easy short, like me, have their stop simply here, and that's why when you get those like wicks up, you get those exasperated moves higher. And then, you know, generally those are when you get the pullback, because it takes all the shorts out, it makes the longs horny. But, you know, that's just for another combo. Bitcoin's dirty. So, I mean, just something to be mindful of, that this is an area where we want to be cautious here. Like, we are at that 100K level. Tether dominance is at major support. And that is just the point I just want to keep rimming in our heads, because it is important to know. We were very bullish and it worked out. We just hit almost $104,000 yesterday. But now is just not the time, in my opinion, to just get max bullish here. I just think, like, when I start seeing everyone bullish, I start having random guys who I haven't talked to in years hit me up yesterday talking about how they want to learn how to trade and they want to get into it. You know, I'm just like, yeah, we're at least close to a top then. Like, trading is cool again. That's a top, in my opinion, because anyone who's been trading full time knows, any normal person, you're essentially unemployed. But now we're in an environment where, like, trading's kind of cool. Knowing Bitcoin is cool. Yeah, that's just top vibes to me.
All around, baby. All
yeah.
around. And then what about, hang on, what about the Haktua rug pull? That's another, like, top sign, top signal.
That is, yeah. Imagine getting rug pulled by the Haktua girl and losing actually money.
I gotta say, it's like people have lost their mind before. So creators, if you will, because I hate the word influencer, that only applies to very few people, but creators used to build a relationship with their audience after years of them watching them, and then they finally trust you and they'll buy your shirt. Not like, and right now it's like, oh, this girl, she made a joke about spitting on a dick 3 months ago, and now she's got 500,000 followers. I'm gonna put $1 million into this. Like, what happened to logic?
Brother Christ, what are you thinking is gonna happen? Like, and at this point, if I was her, And don't clip me on this, but I would have just done OnlyFans. I mean, way less. Like, you already got the bad stigma of being a scammer. You might as well just be a 305, but make a lot of money. Legit.
I agree with you.
Kind
I
of
agree
crazy.
100%.
Probably would have
Why
made more
not go
money.
in?
That's what I'm saying. Like, just do basic swimsuit photos. But anyways, get back here. Well, let's look at Bitcoin dominance, because I know I briefly talked about it, but I'm still on the camp that it's topped. And that says, like, again, this just plays into what I was talking about earlier before I started talking about all of this, was money is inherently going to flow out of Bitcoin. I just believe that as long as Bitcoin dominance is topped. Because remember, this is, like, for me, the visual representation of people just degenerately going into Bitcoin, and it's just going up. The dominance is going up. Money's flooding into that. And I still am going to be on the camp that this is topped and that we are now in a downtrend. And so, in doing so, just like I'm saying with, tether dominance, how when, when we make a lower low, you'd want to make a lower high. It's the same thing with Bitcoin dominance. This is why I do believe, like, we still can get a pump up here around that 57.5%, possibly that 58.5%. Why is this really important for us? Well, I do believe that alts are going to be the next higher beta play, but I just believe the timing is going to be harder. And so when we know Bitcoin dominance looks topped, we also know it can do a mean reversion bounce and put in a lower high. I do think that around that 57, 58 level is actually wise to be looking for that. We see we're at the 2-day SMA 200. This is the line in the sand. You would expect some bounce here along with being at the 90% zone. So looking for a bounce here is actually on point. What we see is that 80% is lining up nicely with the 9, the 2-day 9, the EMA 100, and the 80%, along with right in the middle of our meme range here. If I just make this, different color, like white, you can see that better. And so this is why it's like probably a good area to watch this zone. Just like I said here, we're on this daily. Once we closed, watch the rally up to that 59.7 to maybe 60%. That would be the bearish retest, and it was. So now what we'd expect is some kind of lower high to be formed right in this zone. Why is this important if this does this? Forms a lower high and then comes down. Well, because I truly believe that if we are playing that 2017 cycle, that we're going to get this scenario then. And it hasn't happened yet, but I do believe that we will get it. We see on this dump, we almost retested it, came down, almost hit it. That's okay. We did it here. So it is support to me. We don't need it proven it's support. But what I would like to see is this actually getting hit one more time. This is my trigger to long alts like Ethereum and certain alts, not every alt. And we're just going to play this, what happened in 2017. Nice breakout. Everyone's horny. Alts are doing good. We get a very deep pullback. We come down. We base at that 366 level that I keep talking about. Hold it as support. And that's where we went absolutely parabolic on ETH BTC. And it would just make a lot of sense to see that happen here in this scenario. This is what I'm personally waiting for alts. And I do believe that this could happen, this scenario with the Bitcoin dominance getting that lower high. It makes sense, right? You get the pullback on ETH BTC. It puts in another, bullish retest of support, solidifying it just like in 2017. You get that rally up on Bitcoin dominance. You get ETH and alts and XRP and Cardano going down. But then us at Elite Trading Academy are going to be like, well, wait a minute. I mean, everything's kind of lining up. This is kind of rejecting. This is actually still holding support. And then this could be where I believe we get the bigger move up. So that's something I'm still on the camp with. And why? Because I know we're talking about Bitcoin. Is this relevant? Well, because I just believe money is just flowing out of Bitcoin and going into alts. And I mean, ever since that Bitcoin dominance topped, like literally, I remember the night once it did top right here. I mean, look at Ethereum. And it just broke 4,000.
Yeah.
And this, I believe, with that ETH BTC scenario, this could easily play out. And this is something we were talking about on the Discord yesterday. If you really start looking at ETH on like let me see here, on a higher time frame, I mean, look at how clean this trigger could be. Everyone's longing ETH right now, and everyone's horny. I'm patiently waiting because I truly believe we're going to get this scenario. When we get this scenario, I highly believe that ETH's going to retest this multi-year channel that we've been in. Let me take the rainbow chart off. Let me go here. Okay, cool. We're in this like multi-year channel. This was formed back in 2021, I believe. Yeah, came down, grinding above it, going, hit the channel, came down. I remember at this point we were talking about ETH really could get sticky if we start losing the zone. We held it. We were now breaking out. Like, this is a pretty big breakout. You have to ask yourself, is ETH like dead because it hasn't broken its all-time high, or is it majorly lagging? I believe it's majorly lagging. And so when I throw the HBDR on, especially on the weekly, I mean, what do you see? We easily could close this weekly at this above the channel to 50%, and then simply get that Bitcoin dominance bounce, ETH BTC pullback, leading to an ETH USD channel retest. What does this slightly look like if we just take this off again? Take like a snapshot of this real quick. What does this look like? Okay, cool. It looks like NVIDIA actually before it made a new all-time high. We go here and we see on a very minute,
identical,
not
yes,
it does look like NVIDIA. And what happened with NVIDIA? We broke out, we retested. We only got that one opportunity. It was like, if you look at it on a 2-day, that one opportunity, and then we made a new all-time high. Boom. It's literally looking like the same scenario. And that's why I'm more shifting my focus on that. I think that ETH and alts are going to do well. And remember, I showed you what happened in 2017 with, Bitcoin dominance, ETH BTC, and what did that actually relay with, like, the spot price, right? So we had that retest, boom. If you longed here, what would have happened on ETH USD? Well, if we go here and see, right around here we had a nice pullback, and then this is when ETH went parabolic. It was right around the zone. Went up over 1,000%. Do I think that's going to happen? No. But when I see, the weekly chart on the HBDR giving us insane targets, like, let's just look at that real quick, and then I'll get off my altcoin rant.
Oh no, because you're going right into XRP, baby.
Oh, beautiful. What do we see here? I mean, that 80% at 5.3K. I know if we even gauge, what is it, the 2-week, was it? Oh, look at this.
Holy shit.
It was absurd. $7,000 for an ETH. So that's why I had to go live on the Town Hall Discord yesterday and really, like, kind of just give my ideas out for alts. Because remember, if we are going to get some quote unquote alt season, we're going to play back the 2017 playbook. Bitcoin dominance is going to come down. ETH BTC is going to bust up. Then we have to be on the camp that ETH is lagging. This is now just doing a year range break right now. And usually with multi-year range breaks, you get insane moves up. We see also volatility supporting the idea, bouncing nicely off the moving average, giving us a setup here, and now expanding. So, I mean, that's on the 2-week as well. The HBDR might not be capping here. And, like, we are getting George numbers. And what I really just like about this weekly is it just, like, is so, like, clean. It'd make a lot of sense. Just like in 2 days, we'll close. Doesn't matter where we close. But I really think if we get any pullback down to here, this could be a major opportunity that I'm not going to be sleeping for, and possibly give that to the academy, because this to the book is what you'd want. You'd want a range breakout. This is kind of where people go wrong, because they see it, they're horny, they're happy, they're excited, and then what do we always usually do? We always just end up like back testing it, maybe consolidating, and then the real move happens. All those longs get out, the shorts get trapped, and then that's what fuels us. Again, it's very similar to NVIDIA. And so that's kind of what I see across the board with Bitcoin. In summary, I think that right now we should be cautious. Bitcoin potentially could be locally topped here, and we should know, within a day or two, in my opinion. We'll have to see the reaction around that 103,000, because as I showed you, we have multiple time frames showing us that 103, like it's 103 to 300, could be major resistance on Bitcoin. This simply is just for representation, but it would just be visually what you'd want. You simply just don't want this wick high to get taken out. In doing so, I think Bitcoin dominance can bounce, and that doesn't, it could bounce with a Bitcoin pump, but really what we haven't seen is a Bitcoin dump while Bitcoin dominance ends up going up, while ETH and alts really get decimated. I'm unsure what will happen in that scenario, but I'm still going to be on the camp that we're going to get some kind of lower high retest right around that 57.6 level in Bitcoin dominance. That will eventually turn into some retest here on ETH BTC, which ideally will play into my scenario of us relonging the channel backtest of this actually insane breakout. In doing so, we're going to be watching very closely, Tether dominance, because even though Tether dominance is still in that downtrend posturing and it's still bearish and it's still under the daily 9, we still just want to be mindful of where we're at in the chart. And currently we are at support on the daily. We go to the 2-day here. we see we have the 50% close to that 3.79. It's at 3.75. And then even the 5-day here, we want to go down more. We're at the 90% on the 5-day. And then just simply put, if we go and do the weekly, yeah, we're at the, again, 90% on the weekly. And so what this should tell you is you at least want some consolidation, and you shouldn't really be looking for that deep of a move down on tether dominance. What should tell you that, I mean, best case scenario, we're just going to range here. Like we maybe just range. This would literally be the best case scenario for alts, for everything. If we end up coming down, then we'll, in my opinion, gauge simply that monthly median. Something Farin mentioned when we were testing it, we broke above it. So now when he rallies down, we're looking at the monthly median while also looking at that 95% and the daily EMA 100. Good area of confluence there for possibly a bigger bounce. We won't know until we get a range break. And so for me, you'll know a breakdown's occurring, especially if we close dailies back under, call it 90,500. If we start closing back under there, you know, that'll be, in my opinion, the signs of a breakdown. You'll then be watching the reaction of the daily 34. I guess this would be your sign. Losing the daily 34 would be your sign. We're going to get that move to that daily EMA 100. And then we're going to have to just see the reaction around there. We have to be mindful because the daily is giving us almost a volatility setup. And if this ends up rejecting where I think it does, this could exacerbate the move down. And I mean, us going back and testing 80 to 70, even 77,000, as I showed you on the monthly, really wouldn't be that big of a deal. But I mean, to bulls, that would still be a 26% flush out. And with what we saw yesterday, that probably happens extremely aggressively fast. So that's all I have with just like Bitcoin, Tether dominance, and Bitcoin dominance. I think it's all just like a bigger picture. It's us. We have to decipher it. But I think if I break it down like I did and we just see it for what it is, it's like that does make sense. A pump up, Bitcoin dominance forms a lower high, ETH BTC comes down, retest. That's where we went along. And then ETH, same with Cardano, which surprises me, like looks insane. Yeah, I mean,
Cardano, are you looking at it from a chair on the corner of your room? When you look at Cardano, do you have to do that too?
You know, I hope not. And people were dogging on me on the Discord yesterday. I was like, Cardano's actually looking insane. But
it's a reputation. Yes, that's all it is. That was awesome, dude. And also, it goes with everything that we've been saying for a while. Well, that you guys have been saying for a while, and specifically with the USDT, we've been waiting on that. Finding a zone where it can bounce up a little bit and then continue. So everything is exactly where you guys said it was moving towards. And it's really good. It's awesome to see.
Yeah, it's true. Because we could have been bearish talking about 30K is coming, 30K. But I feel like we annoyingly said 80, 90. Like this really could be a big breakout. We even named it the Hamas setup. Like it's just the timing that's hard. But you know, all like identifying this stuff's easy. It's just the timing factor that's hard in trading.
Yeah. Well, now you got XRP next, and I'll get to this one real quick. Thank you, sir. Vale. Muchas cosas que notar en Bitcoin. Quiero empezar simplemente con bases para toda la gente que nos esté acompañando, tal vez nunca o esté interesado en hacer trading, que ahorita está potentemente la cosa. Una cosa que quiero notar para todos ustedes es, ahora que alt season empieza a darnos estos vibes, estamos viendo a ETH arriba de $4,000, lo que vamos a hacer es, vamos a enfocarnos en el playbook del 2017, que es justo lo que estaba diciendo Alex, para todos esos movimientos. Así que si están tradeando, si están en todo esto, quédense en el Discord. Yo creo que les va a salir bastante bien con todo lo que saben estos tíos y lo que han visto y cómo han memorizado todas las acciones de todo lo que ha pasado a través de todos estos años. Y sí, quédense en el Discord, es absolutamente gratis. Y para los que no tienen tiempo, pues ahí están las alertas también. Pero vamos a empezar a enfocarnos también, no estoy diciendo más, pero enfocar más atención en las alts, ahora que estamos viendo este alt season. Solamente quería hacerlo como nota. Vale, estamos viendo Bitcoin y Bitcoin en velas trimestrales. Sabemos que esto es alcista, muy alcista. Tienes estos mínimos que están incrementando, mínimos más altos, más altos, más altos. Y tienes altos, altos más altos, altos más altos. Y el nuevo alto más alto de esta vela trimestral que cierra en 25 días y 9 horas. Nunca habíamos tenido un cierre trimestral arriba de los $71,000. Esto está muy por encima, está en 99,466. Y esto también, claramente ponemos nuestros promedios, el promedio del 9, el promedio del 21, y también tienes justamente el breakout justo aquí y la expansión de volatilidad. Cuando vemos esto es un indicador que se llama BBWP para toda la gente que se lo pregunte. Cuando vienes de la volatilidad más baja de toda la tabla y tienes un breakout, la volatilidad es la línea de colores, el promedio es la blanca, extremos son 100%, eso quiere decir que la volatilidad está cansadísima, y aquí abajo es que está literalmente fresca, lista para hacer diabluras. Entonces, normalmente a nosotros, nuestros setups favoritos de volatilidad es cuando baja de 15%, tienes periodos de nula volatilidad antes y explotas al alza, pero esto es válido en una tabla trimestral. Esto quiere decir que hay expansión de la volatilidad. ¿Y a dónde ha ido el precio en esa expansión? Para arriba, lo que nos dice que tiene muchísimo camino para correr antes de cansarse. La primera cansada que se podría dar está en los 87, mínimo siguiendo las tablas. Obviamente todo puede pasar. Y la siguiente es el 100%. Entonces tiene bastante camino para correr, lo que nos dice que Bitcoin va a tener bastante camino para correr en el futuro. Y cuando ves una tabla de este tamaño, estás hablando de un año, año y medio, para que lo podamos ver en el precio. Si te estás preguntando, entonces, ¿cuándo va a pasar esto? Eso. Lo más difícil, no es difícil leer tablas, no es difícil entender movimientos, lo difícil es entender cuándo. Eso es lo difícil de todo. Vale, vamos entonces a la mensual y nos vamos a meter ahorita en detalles. En la mensual no tenemos un setup de volatilidad claro para nada, pero seguimos viendo un poco de lo mismo. Estamos por encima de todos nuestros promedios. Tuvimos acá debilidad en el precio, que fue el ciclo del 2020, bueno, las fechas del 2022. Una vez que retomamos nuestro promedio de la 9 y el 21 por acá, pueden ver la expansión. Cada vez que llegamos al 9 fue una oportunidad de long. Si te hubieras metido en long en cada una de estas, obviamente te bajan así de agresivo para que no te puedas quedar metido y te da una oportunidad que dura 50 segundos, como la de ayer, básicamente. Es a propósito, es para que no puedas unirte al movimiento. Recuerda que el mercado no está interesado en que tú le ganes. No, no, no. Su trabajo es deshacerse de tu dinero para ellos quedárselo. Entonces, estamos viendo nuestro primer cierre mensual, lo tuvimos acá, que nuestro primer cierre mensual por encima del 71,000, lo tuvimos justamente en este cierre mensual cerró hace un par de días en 96,400. Esto es muy bueno, cuando tienes cierres mensuales tan altos, te dice que vas a probablemente ver continuación y esto va a continuar, sobre todo tan encima de lo demás. Lo único que vale la pena señalar es todos estos cierres, por más chidos que se vean y puedes en cualquier momento encontrarte con uno de estos escenarios, y esta vela fue de 64,000 hasta 47,000, ¿ok? Solamente para que lo tengan en mente, cualquier cosa puede pasar acá. Pero muy por encima de todos los promedios, tenemos podemos ver dónde está el promedio del 100 hasta acá abajo, el 55, 21 y 9, bastante agresivo. Nosotros consideramos cualquier bien que estamos analizando en tendencia alcista y nunca quieres pelearte con la tendencia, quieres ir con ella porque es más fácil hacer todo. Eso quiere decir que estoy en una tendencia alcista, lo que voy a hacer es cada que vea el 9, el promedio del 9 y que el precio lo toque, voy a comprar. Y voy a comprar, y voy a comprar, y voy a comprar, y voy a comprar. Si aquí hubiera solamente comprado spot, estarías, pero en la grande. Yo creo que todo el mundo tiene que aprender un poco de trading con apalancamiento, porque una vez que haces eso, comprar spot se siente como si es literalmente nada. No sientes nada, te vuelves inmune a absolutamente todo. No importa qué tanto suba o baje, es impresionante. Pero muy bien, en la mensual no tenemos un setup de volatilidad. Vamos rápido a la de 2 semanas con Bitcoin. Podemos ver al Bitcoin también con fuerza, un cruce plateado que se dio acá. Un cruce plateado para todos ustedes que es cuando el promedio del 9, el 21, que es el amarillo, se va por encima del 55, que es el promedio naranja. Una vez que tienes eso, cada oportunidad se presenta en el retesteo de la 9, que es la azul, y lo pueden ver acá. Tocó acá, bueno, le hizo un front run acá, acá, y todas esas entradas te hubieran llevado a Valhalla, que es el cielo para ciertos. Ahora, aquí abajo tenemos nuestro setup de jamás que habían visto acá, un setup en volatilidad. Este setup fue el que nos llevó de $28,000 en noviembre hasta, ¿qué fueron? Los 70,000, básicamente. Y de ahí tuvimos este periodo una vez más de la volatilidad haciendo un reseteo, teniendo más periodos de volatilidad nula y ahora explotando a la alza. Y justamente estamos viendo dónde estamos parados. Ahora, la volatilidad a la alza todavía no se da la vuelta en este setup que tenemos, todavía continúa hacia arriba y puede llegar hasta el 100%, lo que nos diría que podría tener continuación este movimiento de Bitcoin a la alza. Vamos en temporalidades más cortas, vamos a la semanal. Podemos ver que en la semanal, ya cuando te acercas más en temporalidad a la diaria, a la de 4 horas, etcétera, es lo más cerca al presente, si lo quieres ver así. No tanto a ver cuándo pega esto. Todavía una tabla de 2 semanas, cuando ves velas de 2 semanas, tardan 6 meses en jugar. O sea, tarda bastante tiempo. En la semanal ya estás hablando de un par de meses, 3 meses tal vez. Y acá podemos ver que se está volteando un poco la volatilidad de Bitcoin y se está lateralizando después de haber tenido este gran setup. Aquí vamos a estar pendientes a ver si se da la vuelta para abajo o si no para este setup. Y con eso dicho y hecho, vamos a la parte choncha de este análisis, que es la diaria. En la diaria van a darse cuenta, venimos de volatilidad extrema, tuvimos un reseteo de la misma. Ahora lo que están viendo es literalmente al promedio, a la volatilidad, que es la línea de colores, cruzar por encima del promedio. Esto no juega hasta que pase esta línea en el 15%. Una vez que la volatilidad rompa aquí, es válido este setup. Y si el movimiento, si las velas que estás viendo que está formando Bitcoin son rojas, eso quiere decir que eso va a tener muchísima fuerza para que esa vela roja se vuelva más roja y más profunda. Pero si es verde, eso va a dar continuación a todo lo que estamos viendo en otros timeframes con esos setups de volatilidad a largo plazo y quiere decir que va a ser positivo para el precio. Dicho y hecho, estamos viendo la diaria de Bitcoin. Lo único que quiero hacer es rápidamente eliminar nuestros promedios y llevarlos justamente a la acción. Esto es lo que vimos ayer. Esta vela absolutamente ridícula que le dicen Darth Vader, ¿no? Que es el sable, el sable ese que usan en la película de las galaxias. ¿Cómo se llama? Star Wars, perdón. Que llegó a tocar los 103,657 hasta la parte de abajo en $92,000. Fue una locura este día, el día de ayer, la volatilidad se hizo presente y eso nos gusta mucho. Y aparte la vela cerrando en medio, el cuerpo, cuando una vela cierra en medio, puedes ver el cuerpo de la vela, si es roja, abrió en la parte alta y cerró en la parte baja. Si es verde, abrió en la parte baja y cerró en la parte alta. En las partes gordas de la vela, para todos ustedes que tal vez están apenas aprendiendo, no sé si sí o si no. Esto es bueno, se ve alcista por ahora porque tienes este alto y luego este alto. Y también tienes este mínimo y este fue un mínimo más alto. No importa que haya sido rápido o no y además el cierre mucho más alto de todo lo demás. Eso nos diría que habrá continuación en este movimiento. Ahora, nunca hemos tenido un cierre en la diaria por encima de los 98,999. Así que definitivamente queremos buscar un cierre en esa zona el día de hoy, que es justamente abajo de donde estamos, así que eso se vería muy bien para tener continuación y preferencia alcista. En este momento no tienes un setup de un long fácil de ver. Lo que para nosotros es más sencillo de ver es cuando nos acercamos en temporalidades de 4 horas, puedes ver esto. Puedes ver más o menos el juegue que hubo de ayer a hoy. Y este juegue está bien, bien, bien acá. Y puedes ver que más o menos empieza a darte vibras de tendencia más bajista en la de 4 horas, pero todavía no te da claridad. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más a la de 1 hora. Y en la de 1 hora nos pone una fotografía interesante. ¿Por qué? Porque acá, perdón, porque acá lo que tenemos es un techín. Ahora sí que sencillo de ver acá. ¿Qué nos quiere decir esto? Esto nos quiere decir que probablemente vayamos a ver un rechazo en la siguiente oportunidad que venga el precio de Bitcoin acá, porque vas a tener que crear un alto y podrías crear un alto más bajo. Y ese alto más bajo, obviamente no pasando esto, ese alto más bajo probablemente abra la puerta a que Bitcoin vaya a retestear esta zona, la zona más abajo del bajo que había creado ayer. Ahora, ¿cómo sabemos si ese va a ser el caso o si no va a ser el caso? Espérenme. Ta, 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 ta. Simplemente tu validación está justamente donde estábamos platicando, en esta zona, justamente en esta zona. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que vamos a ver y queremos hacer? Si estamos tradeando a corto plazo y vamos a aprender nuestros indicadores rápido, simplemente para poder seguir siendo alcista en Bitcoin, quieres cerrar arriba del 98,857. Ahora, cuando los pongo en la diaria, algo está extraño en mi tabla. Un segundo, o era igual esta. CME, ok. Viendo CME, usando CME, que de nuevo es el Chicago Mercantile Exchange, estos son futuros, este sigue siendo un objetivo para nosotros. Y en CME, ¿qué es lo que puedes ver? En la diaria, ve cómo cerró esta vela. ¿Esta qué es? Una vela de tope. Cuando tienes una vela que te indica un tope, ¿qué significa eso? Es una vela delgada, solamente el cuerpo, que es la parte gorda, es 25% o menos del tamaño de la vela entera, que lo hace, y está cerrando en la parte baja de la vela, que lo hizo. ¿Cómo validas esto? Sencillo. A la baja, si eres bajista, básicamente tienes que tener un cierre abajo de 98,510. No uno, tienes que tener dos cierres o tres abajo. Esto depende de cuántos sean tus confirmaciones. Si quieres invalidar esto porque eres alcista, tienes que cerrar arriba de 105,380. Una vez que hagas eso, esta vela absolutamente desaparece y no la tomas en cuenta. Pero por ahora estamos en alerta porque tienes varias velas para que continúe esto. Lo importante es que eso tiene confluencia también con el promedio de la 9, que está en 97,656, que es más o menos por acá y va a subir con el cierre de hoy si cerramos como estamos en 6 horas y 21 minutos. Esto también nos abre la puerta a esto. Si estás tradeando en CME, exacto, puedes ver justamente este pico porque es más extremo. CME te da una mejor fotografía. Y ahora puedes tener una resistencia. Ahora puedes tener un lugar donde apoyarte en este movimiento. ¿A qué me refiero con eso? A que ahorita lo que buscamos es en estas temporalidades poder lograr un retesteo por acá y si llegas ahí y esto baja, esto nos indicaría que probablemente estamos en un periodo de consolidación antes de decir que es bajista, un periodo de consolidación como el que vimos básicamente en toda esta zona, que fue literalmente desde marzo del 2024 hasta octubre del 2024, creando altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos, pero sin romper la estructura alcista del mismo movimiento. La línea en la arena estaba en los 53,785. Nunca tuviste un cierre abajo de eso. Nunca. Una vez que llegaste aquí arriba. Y eso te ha llevado a esta zona que es donde estás en este momento. Lo único que quiero ver es esto. Si en CME tengo un setup de volatilidad en la diaria, no, se está revirtiendo y está bajo el 12%. En la semanal, estás ya cansado. Ok, esto también me da más confluencia que probablemente estemos cerca de un tope en Bitcoin. Ok, para simplificar las cosas para todos ustedes, rápido, que me gusta siempre dejar todo esto claro. No, esta es la dominancia de Bitcoin. Aquí estamos. Ok. ¿Qué entonces estamos esperando en este movimiento? Básicamente, lo que nosotros estamos esperando es, ¿eres alcista? Rompe esta línea en los 103,647. La ruptura de este canal, de este punto, en los 103,672, indicaría y nos daría una alta probabilidad de ir a visitar los 105 a 110. Ese sería nuestro siguiente objetivo antes de ponernos locos y pensar que vamos a ir a 300 millones de dólares. A la baja, definitivamente quiere cerrar por encima de 98, básicamente 99 mil dólares. Si no consigues cerrar arriba de eso, tu siguiente punto de atención van a ser los 97,133. Pierdes eso, muy probablemente vengas a visitar los 94,394 y de ahí a ver si como gordo en tobogán, te vas a ir hasta la parte de abajo que es la que tenemos en CME marcada. Así que el trade de Bitcoin no está tan loco. Hemos estado platicando con ustedes de la dominancia de Bitcoin y que topó. Esto fue lo que nos dio la primera señal de que era alt season. La dominancia de Bitcoin tiene que ir subiendo junto con el precio de Bitcoin en todo ciclo de Bitcoin. Una vez que se revierte y tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, esto te indica que Bitcoin, la dominancia de Bitcoin está bajando y empieza a ser tiempo de alt season. Pueden ver, habíamos puesto esta línea en el último casino y aquí estamos. Hemos llegado, esto es diario, entonces bien marcado. Parece ser que esto está haciendo un bearish retest y esto va a dar continuación a la baja. Esto haya sido un escape falso, ¿no? Básicamente, y esto vaya a dar continuación a la baja. Si esto llega a pasar, lo que vamos a ver es justamente lo que estamos diciendo. Y en la dominancia de Tether tenemos que tener bastante atención. ¿Por qué? Porque hemos estado cayendo y hemos puesto de objetivo básicamente esta zona en los 3.79%. El día de ayer tocamos el 3.79% y la vela acá se parece muchísimo a la de Bitcoin, ¿no? Que vieron el día de ayer, la indecisión y aparte alto rango, entre 4.11 y 4.70%. Ok, ¿por qué decimos que hay que tener precaución ahorita? Porque lo que estamos viendo es que esto tiene que consolidar acá. Tiene que consolidar antes de dar continuación. Pero lo que nosotros hemos estado diciendo desde hace un rato es que esto probablemente va a hacer esto, ir a buscar un nuevo alto más bajo que el de acá para poder validar la tendencia y dar continuación después más a la baja. Lo que explicaría en nuestras tablas con más alta temporalidad por qué se ve todo tan alcista y hay como un periodo donde no, que es en la más corta. Es lo que nosotros creemos estamos viendo en este momento. Así que Bitcoin se empieza a ver bastante bien, las alts se empiezan a ver aún mejor. Estamos bastante cerca de validar todo lo que estamos viendo y alt season. Yo creo que usar CME te va a ayudar muchísimo para poder identificar justamente en la de 4 horas, 1 hora, dónde están esos topes y ver, porque nosotros creemos que hay más oportunidad de jugarle fácil al cero para acá en el de 1 hora, donde el precio vaya a buscar esta línea, acá abrir un short, poner tu invalidación aquí arriba en los 105,235 y vámonos a ver cómo nos va. Eso sería más fácil que hacer un long ahorita en esto, porque la oportunidad de long es mucho más pequeña, porque puede que llegue de acá, si te rechaza acá, pues solamente fueron $3,000, ¿no? Y de ahí podría dar continuación a la baja. Pero si abres el corto tiene más probabilidad de ir mucho más abajo por los objetivos que tenemos y dónde están nuestros promedios. Es lo que estamos viendo por acá. Sin más ni más, se ve bastante bien todo cripto, se ve interesante. CME en $100,000, nada mal. Render, bastante bien. Strike, que por cierto, gracias por traer eso a nuestra atención. Estoy metido, definitivamente. Bastante buena. Dale. Pues, vámonos. XRP, señor.
Let me get that. Thought I already shared it. Yeah, I mean, crypto Twitter is extremely funny right now. Everyone's just, I don't know. Have you seen like
fucking mind?
Yeah, they're like accusing that. Have you ever seen that account Gainsey?
No.
He apparently looks like the New York shooter, the guy who killed the United Healthcare CEO. And so like some journalist is accusing him of being the shooter. He's like some crypto guy.
Oh my God, that's terrible. By the way, if anyone's looking into who that guy is, he might be the hired assassin for Boeing, or maybe they hired him from the same company, because that wasn't just a little accident.
No, I definitely think he was a trained professional.
Oh yeah, no, dude, that company killed him. And then they're making, like, do you know why it's so obvious? Because in the bullets, it says like something that would incriminate people that would go against him. And he had a trial where they were basically going to depose him, and he had to tell the truth about how their AI model worked to reject all of the claims. So basically, he was going to take the industry down with him. So they killed him. And now they're trying to flip the narrative into, look, it was someone, a hero that had 3 bullets with written freedom and don't reject my fucking claim. Yeah. And then they're focusing hard on all of the bad comments against him so that people can see, it was not us. It's the people that hated him. So, yeah. And I don't think people hated him that much because the stock basically did nothing after he's murdered.
I mean, United Healthcare stock is one of the most insane stocks I've ever seen. Just literally goes
crazy.
Up. But here's XRPP. You know, it's, you know, it did a nice pump. Like Farn called this well, and I even was telling him, like, this is basically his bitch, XRP. And he even,
it's one of the greatest calls. Absolutely. I've never seen.
That's what I'm saying. And he even gave the short, and that shit printed. And so what are we dealing with now? Well, let's just backtrack this. Let's just go first to the 3-day. We have here extreme volatility reads, multiple sessions. And so you would be foolish to not think this would eventually come down. We've now actually broken below the moving average, which is just always a sign for me that we either consolidate or get a pullback. I mean, generally when that happens from extreme volatility. So now what we see here is, you know, we basically are going to, this is something I was talking about on the Discord yesterday. I do believe that $1.96 to maybe even $2 psychological number is going to be an area of interest. And that's just simply using this wick high rejection. It's just simply a gauge to like back test that. We go and gauge. Let me see here. Let me throw this on. What I like about this is, you know, we rejected almost at 99%. Makes a lot of sense that we're finding some rejection. I do believe that over time, we're going to find our way closer to firstly that 3-day 9, which, you know, over time, this will start moving up, matching closer to that $1.96 price. But also, if we go and view the daily, we can see here that 50% is coming right around that $1.96. I do like the idea of, you know, XRP coming down, getting a pullback. Even on this, like when we started to shed the volatility, on the pump up we had, we just printed another extreme high. And so now what you generally want is, I do think if we test that 50%, the top of the blue zone, that'd be a good spot to at least look for possibly a bounce here. Because we know it's corresponding nicely to that wick high rejection. The 50%, we know usually ties into big moves down or up if it holds or gets lost. And so what we generally would want to assume is that it's going to hold. Coming all the way back down to that $1.96 to me would probably be what volatility needs to actually come down, because that would mean that, you know, XRPP has gone down 32 to maybe even all the way to 35%. A pretty nice pullback, if I do say so myself. One thing to note here, though, is we are slightly front running that 9. And so remember, it's really not hard to gauge if something is bearish or not, as long as it's, especially on the higher time frames, holding the 9. And so this is like the one place where you just want to watch closely. That's right around $2.15. And losing that, I then believe we can easily go back down and test that $1.96. So that can kind of be your metric. But until that holds, we don't want to be as shorting into this 9, because we know that that's what caught us. You know, that was the last major support zone before XRP ended up going up massively, you know, giving us 4, 5, 6 green candles in a row. We go here, let's see the 2-day. See the HPDR on this too. Okay. So we see here that 90%, you know, it's kind of like rejecting the 95, generally would go to the bottom of this range. It's at $2.07. Then you just have to ask yourself, well, if XRP is this volatile to the upside, it definitely can be to the downside. And I don't see why we wouldn't test that 2-day 9, which simply would be if we go and throw the 55 on, throw these off, that'd simply be a silver cross retest. And so that kind of can help gauge at least a bias, right? We don't want to be longing here in the middle. I don't think we should be shorting at this point, especially if you didn't take Farn's extremity high short. And I think it'd be wise to just in confluence to that wick high here, use this high with the 2-day silver cross retest to kind of match where a bounce zone could be. Because if we start putting the pieces together, you're like, okay, well, we have a 2-day EMA 9, so silver cross retest. We have that $1.96 support. We also have here, if we throw the HPDR on again, we see that 50% coming right around that 2-day EMA 9, right at $1.90. On top of that, if we throw the 3-day on now, you see that the 90% is slightly lower. And so what you'd want is this to move up next close and really gauge where this closes. Because if we end up losing, let's say on a 3-day, $2.30. That'll be my indication because we've lost the 95% that we're probably going to come back down. You just generally want, or at least for me, to kind of give me more confidence is this zone to move up, this 9 to move up, because as you can see here, losing this 95% would take us to $1.70. But still in the camp that the 2-day, silver cross retest would hold right around 190. See how the weekly is. And remember, this chart isn't very clear to me. We're just using the extremity highs mixed in with the historical delta ranges on the HBDR. We see here, we want to watch closer where this 2 weeks going to close. What you don't want if you're bullish is this to turn red. You don't want this green body to turn red, and this turns into a massive 2-week shooting star, especially at where we're at, right? Hitting that 95% on the weekly, the 90% on the 2-week, forming a 2-week shooting star is not a good sign. And so then in that case, you would just generally, without even the HBR, want this not $1.96 to hold. Because if it doesn't, we've just popped back into this range. And that's a pretty big range. I mean, even just testing the 2-week 9 here, that's at $1.23. A major move down. Still going to be on the camp, though, that this wick high that basically we formed on in the, April of 2021, which marked the top before coming all the way back down to 30 cents. We hit almost $2, came all the way down to 30 cents. This should be a major area you just should be gauging as support. And this should kind of guide your bias. As long as we hold it, then that'll work. Falling below it, slightly concerning. And then it definitely could mean we go back down to that $1.70 level. If not, all the way back down. We'll have to see where this closes in 9 days. So, I mean, that is something to, be mindful. Because if we do end up coming back down and within 9 days, this would end up flipping this 2-week red. So what you'd want as a bull is just a quick spring here. And maybe we form some doji. Let's see here. I'm curious to see what was the last major top wick. So it was here. You can just see you never really. These wick highs are always an issue, and they often mark tops because it's just the highest point in the price before we rejected, making it a lot harder for the next current sessions to reach that, leading to a rollover. And so here, that's why I'm saying it's just going to be really important to gauge this. Essentially, what we don't want is this to turn into a shooting star and evening star, and that will be done if this does turn red. That just wouldn't be the best of sign. It's really not looking like a good sign now. I mean, even it just holding the greens okay, but this is a pretty harsh wick high rejection. And so that's why I'm not saying long this here. I'm not also saying short it. I'm just saying have patience. Wait for an easy setup to come. And we're all about easy setups here. Let's see here. That was the 1 day. I hate when I do that. 1 hour.
That happens to me on the phone.
It's fucking annoying. Let me see here. 1 hour looks like it's in a steady downtrend. You can even see here just visually we're kind of forming this channel. So I mean, we should see some volatility here soon. Let me just take it from the actual wick. Remember, I like drawing these from the wick highs. So I'll take it from this last wick high. And now you can just see we're in a channel. We have technically the bias on the hourly is down. And so as long as we are under this wick high right around $2.40, I'm going to be looking at this last major rejection high here is essentially going to hold, and we simply come back up, maybe test that 55 close to that diagonal, and then actually come down. Again, just like on the upside, wicking back above $2.40 probably means we break out. Wicking below, in my opinion, $2.24 probably means we break down. I don't like gauging the SMA 200, especially on a low time frame. But, it's here. So it's right at, $2.16. And we just know that did hold us last time we broke down. And so that is an interesting point. But this just ties into, at least when I see this, let's just gauge it on the 2 hour now. Less choppy. At least when I see this, I'm like, okay, well, if we do end up getting a breakdown, this could lead to the zone I'm talking about that we start testing. And then at that point, I am going to be looking just really basic, just a flip of resistance into support. Do you think that $1.90 to $1.96 will be an opportunity? What would be nice too is even if that 200 estimate, that 2 hour estimate 200 moves up. Again, I don't personally like using those on the lower time frames, but it does work. It has worked. When we see it on the hourly too, we can't ignore that this did catch the bottom before going up. pretty big. So we do want to see the reaction here on the hourly. And then if we lose this, we want to gauge the 2 hour. Let's see how the 4 hour looks though here. Let's see how volatility looks on the 4 hour. Nice reset on volatility. We see here the 9 still is holding us down. The 21's perfectly right where the top of this channel is. So it's telling me, yeah, that $2.35 should be strong resistance. We have the 9 flipping the 21, just giving us more of that bearish bias. Clean channel though. This is a clean channel. And so technically speaking, I mean, within the next 4 hour close, or I'll say this, within the next 4 hour candle, if this is going to be true, we should see a move. Curious to see here how the Bollinger Bands are looking too. They're not really getting much on that 4 hour. What about the hourly? Nice. So they're pinching here. And what's always nice about this, and I've shown this a lot, is when the top of the band lines up with the top of the channel and the bottom of the band lines up with the bottom of the channel. That just makes it an easy like confirmation, I guess, because if you know we're busting on through and you're like, okay, well, yeah, Alex talked about this was in a channel. This is breaking out. And if we lose this and reject, you know, okay, well, the hourly Bollinger Bands are either expanding up or down, and we're also losing this channel here. The question just will be, if we break down, you know, does this area hold here? And that's, at least in my opinion, there's more of a chance of us testing this past resistance and actually flipping it into support. Because when you have these big, like, busting action moves, you don't really retest anything. And that's why I'm always saying, like, it's always wiser to wait for the retest. Yes, it may not happen, and that's perfectly okay. But I'd much rather long, like, here than scaling longs here, hoping that we're just going to get another breakout after XRP has literally moved over 400% in a month. And so for me, it's wiser to gauge it on a 2-day. I always like using like a 5-day or above on alts. And so for this, let's just gauge the 2-day because it's easy confluence. Let's gauge the 2-day silver cross. We understand the HBDR is showing us that support range right around it. Yeah, maybe it goes a little lower, but similar. I mean, it's right around like the $1.90. And also we see that median too. I forgot to mention is moving up pretty nicely now. What would be funny if this 2-day, if this daily median moves up, the 2-day EMA 9 moves closer to that 196, just giving us the ultimate confluence of why this should be a bigger bounce. And keep in mind, like I showed, that is a pretty impressive dump, 32%. So then generally you would want to start seeing at least this hold, consolidate, shed some of that daily, 2-day, 3-day volatility, giving us possibly another move up. Where could XRPP go? Let's say if it does hold, right? Let's say if my scenario plays out and it holds, and we're bullish. Well, let me see here, because something I should have done, which I forgot to mention here, was we always want to gauge XRP on the dollar chart. I always forget about this, but Farin mentioned it well. You know, Tether hasn't been around as long as XRP. And so what we want to do is gauge it on a exchange like Binance. And we want to gauge it on this because this will at least give us more data. You know, whereas if you view the Tether pairing, you're only going to get really a chart from like, I think 2021. And this has the full history. And so this will actually make our HBDR more accurate. And so let's just see real quick. I still have the meme line at around $1.98 to $2. So that makes sense. You can put that a little more down to right there. Makes sense to me. And so let's just see, because I shouldn't have done the Tether pairing. That was my bad. And if we have more data, I want to be more accurate. So let me just quickly see this. And so again, the daily here, this is looking a lot cleaner actually, because that 50% is more in line, in my opinion, on the daily, where on the daily Tether pairing, it was right around that $1.80 something cents. This is actually right around that $1.90 zone. It's going to be important. Let's see where that 2-day is now. Oh, look at that. That 2-day 9 is perfectly at the 80%. You see how much cleaner this is when you have more data? And you can just see a rally up to the 90% would make sense. Reject that right around $2.42, maybe $2.45. As long as we're not breaking these wick highs, it should be okay to come down. To me, this is giving me a bias. Rallies up to 90%. Maybe it already did that. Then we'd want to see a rejection here. I mean, we only have a 10% chance of going up from here, and the next level would be $3.20. So whenever I see a big gap like this, it's like, yeah, the chances of us going from $2.40 to $3.20 with volatility at extremes, we're at the 90% already, seems a lot less likely to me. And so what seems more likely is us actually coming down, hitting that 80%. Because remember, even on the 2 days, it wasn't as clean. This is a lot more cleaner on the dollar price pairing. We see that 80% is right at the meme line, perfectly confluenced with the 2-day EMA 9, which we know is that silver cross retest. It's an interesting point. Let's see how the 3-day looks, because the 3-day was looking, interesting to me on the tether pairing. So we see here that 90% is at $2.11. I mean, so I don't have an opinion on this 3-day. Really, I guess would want to see this hold, and if it doesn't, just plays into possibly a deeper pullback. We see the 9 is right around that 170. I don't know if we'll get a deeper pullback there, but I wouldn't discount it, especially with an all. Easily could wick to that. But again, just like I said before, it's very hard, in my opinion, even for me, to gauge XRP. And I just have to stick with what I know. And that's simply just what was, massive resistance will be flipped into massive support. And when we're getting a silver cross retest, I'm going to just gauge that because I at least know where I'm wrong. We see the 5 days at the 95%. So again, it ties into what we see. I think it was on the daily, where maybe we go up a little bit more here, but just kind of where we're at on the daily and the 5-day, seems like $2.42 should be the rejection point. We see volatility here is now crossing, because it's blending in with the red, but I believe, I'm not sure, but I think it's crossing under the moving average now, which again, just at least signals to me we'll get consolidation or a pullback. And then let's see here. Let's gauge how that 5 is, just because I want to get just maybe a bias here. Okay, so we do see that EMA 5 on the 5-day is again just coming in nicely around the zone. Curious to see how that 3-day too, because 3-day 9 was a little farther. Okay, matching right on that 90%. So that EMA 5 on the 3-day solidifies at least that $2.11 to maybe $2.06 should hold. And losing that 3-day 9, then yeah, it's hard to gauge that, because then if we lose that, we do run the risk of going to $1.60. But I don't know. It's kind of hard for me. Let's see. We see here the 90% at that $1.70 as well. Okay. So, to be safe, I would say just like watch it pull back here. You'll know I'm wrong if we start breaking this high. You really want to gauge the daily, in my opinion, and we'll keep watching where this 21 moves up, because at least if you don't own the HBDR, for now the 21 and the median are kind of moving together. The most ideal scenario would be this all moves close to that $1.90. We get the ultimate confluence with the 5-day, the 2-day, the daily, on why this $1.90 should be a bigger bounce. And then ideally what we'd see here is this weekly not close red, because we don't want this to turn into a massive shooting star, evening star, because then that generally means that a top is in, or at least the big rally up is, kind of ending. And so that's something to be mindful of. But as long as we're flipping that $1.90 level, I'm just going to be looking at this as the next bullish scenario. Yes, maybe we wick down, quickly get bought up, but I just want to see that $1.90 hold. As long as that holds, though, I do think then that will shed the volatility, and then this will give us a bigger move up. Where could we possibly go up? Well, I'm just going to gauge it on the 5-day. I think it's safer. And I do think if we end up closing any 5-day back, call it a back above 290, I do think we're going to get a nice move up to $3.30. Reclaiming that then means we're probably going to move all the way up to $4, if not $4.50. I know Farn was talking about a $6 level. Where was he getting that? Let me see. Because we see the monthly 90% even at $4 here. Reclaiming that would be insane. Jeez, I don't think that'll happen. So that's probably very strong. Because again, right, when you get those massive gaps, like gap ups, it's like a 5% chance of going up. Like, what is that? Jesus,
it would be worth $80 trillion if that's the case.
Exactly, that's crazy. So, not seeing that before. Okay, excuse me. Okay, so we're getting closer there. I could see that now. That makes more sense. Okay, so he's looking more on like the higher time frames. Let me just see real quick at the quarterly looks as well. Interesting. Oh, wow. Interesting. So, yeah, we even are at the quarterly resistance. Very much so like what I just showed you on the daily, right around that 242, and even the 5-day at 242. We're even getting that quarterly right around there as well. Like 250, 248. Again, just not the area you kind of want to be longing, in my opinion. The 2-month though is kind of what Farn sees, and this actually looks clean. This will be really important to see if we hold this, because now when we take it on a higher time frame and we zoom out, you can just see, extending this line, we never have closed a 2 months above this wick high at $2. Nice psychological number. Beautiful wick high rejection. It's an SR flip. And I showed you guys this before on Bitcoin. Like these levels are important because if I get a cleaner chart here, what was the reaction once the 2-month closed above the wick high rejection? Let's just even take the HPDR off. I mean, let's see here. Okay, well, once we close that 2-month, and I tweeted about this, we massive green dildo. And so, I mean, I don't see why XRP, if it holds, I mean, above that $2, why it wouldn't give us the same setup. And then when you see, okay, well, if the 2-month actually closes like this, then actually this kind of setup would be somewhat like looked at as an opportunity. And for me, it'd be really important to see where this 50% moves up because we are very bullish. XRP is looking amazing. Volatility is very healthy too. We're at the point where last time we expanded, it was slightly higher. We did have that rollover. But remember, when you have a 2-month and volatility is the lowest it's ever been in the history of this chart, meaning any rally from this point and this point, like volatility is the lowest it's ever been here when XRP was at 35 to 50 cents. So I don't think we're going to get like a major top. XRP loves to pump up and then nuke, pump up and then nuke. Volatility is telling me that this is actually like very, very strong. And we really want to gauge this 50% range because it'd be funny if this ends up moving like closer to that $2. We won't know until it closes. And this is at 25 days. But I mean, this just, I guess, on the higher time frames kind of shows what I see, which is, yeah, just you want $2 to $1.90 to hold. You definitely want that to hold. If it doesn't hold, then you really just run the risk of falling back into this range. And then possibly we do retest $1.30 before going up parabolically again. Maybe that's the flush out we need before we go up massively. But until then, I'm not longing this. I think the short Foreign gave was chef's kiss. He is the father of XRP. And for me now,
it's because he's from France.
That makes sense. Yeah, no, he would agree. And so for now, you're just gauging the $2 zone. That's it. And for me to find an actual setup, just gauge the two-day EMA 9. We come all the way down, fall a little bit below this, go all the way to like 188.9, 190, perfectly okay to me. You just essentially want to see this $2 hold. As long as it holds, any wicks below are fine. Just actually looked at as kind of like an opportunity. And so, yeah, that's all I have on XRP. Again, not the cleanest to me. It's this analysis is kind of everywhere. But in summary, the monthly and quarterly and two month is at resistance. Both looking great with volatility expanding, giving me kind of that bias that 2025 really could be a good time. And again, it just ties into possibly my altcoin thesis on why I do believe alts will move. What you don't want to be doing here, though, is longing after we just went up like 500% a month. And so instead, just gauge what you know. And so whenever we break out, we always like to retest. We always like to flip. These are called SR flips. Even here, when we broke out, we even came down. We didn't hold the $2, and then we rejected it, and that was like the bear market. And so for me, let's just keep it simple. Let's watch the $1.90, see the reaction, see what happens, and ideally, this scenario holds. We can fall a little below it. We just don't need closings, especially on like a 2-day. And if the 2-day continues to hold the 9, which it's been doing since we were at 50 cents, then remember, we haven't really tested it in a while. So we have to really gauge this as the next area of support while shutting off some of that volatility, possibly giving us the next move, possibly to that $3.50, $3.30 into next year. That's all I have on XRPP.
That's plenty. That's plenty for people to absolutely put all of their money on it because it's the future of France, so they're ready.
Perfect. That's all I want.
Excellent. Next, Chipotle.
Oh, what a weird one, but perfect.
Chipotle made me a lot of money in the past. I was in it before they did the last split, or was it a split?
I think so.
It was a while, like I'm talking about like 5 years ago. With along with the Tesla fever, when Tesla started to blow up, same thing with Chipotle. So I understand why people want to see Chipotle. It's explosive, like the diarrhea that it gives you.
Exactly. Yeah, it's strong. It's a strong chart too.
Yeah. Perfecto. Okay, I'm going to start with XRP. Vale, vamos a empezar con XRP, damas y caballeros. ¿Cómo de que no? Vamos a empezar con temporalidad alta. Ahora, una cosa que recomendamos es que vayan a usar XRP USD, no USDT, porque esto te va a dar mucho más datos. Y estamos usando nosotros Farhan y yo usamos el de Bitstamp. Alex está usando el de Binance, pero básicamente lo mismo. Recuerda, siempre quieres tener la mayor cantidad de velas porque son datos, ¿no? Que estén listas para cualquier cosa. Y con eso dicho y hecho, vamos rápido a una tabla mensual en XRP. Es importante ver esto de lejos. ¿Por qué? Porque te pinta siempre la fotografía de la manera más sencilla. Uno, has visto que hemos tenido solamente un cierre arriba de esta línea meme que está en el 1.95. Ese cierre lo tuvo en el 2017. Después dio un huicazo hasta los 3.3 y de ahí cayó. Pero nunca más de una vez hemos cerrado una mensual encima de 1.98. Nunca, 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 nunca. La que tenemos ahorita todavía no cierra y está abierta esta vez la mensual. La de antes cerró justamente en esa línea. Y habías venido a retestear justamente antes, en el 2021, esto y fuiste rechazado. Con eso dicho y hecho, XRP ha estado subiendo en esta línea meme diagonal que están viendo a la alza. Y lo que es importante es, porque tienes tanto chopeo en esta zona, o sea, todo el precio sea casi intercambiado de manos en esta zona, todos los holders de Cardano, de XRP, están en mega positivo, a menos de que hayas comprado aquí arriba. Esto, pues, bueno, ya cada quien. Pero de ahí en fuera, todo el mundo debería estar casi en mega positivo. Solamente importante notar eso. Ahora, ¿qué queremos ver? Podemos ver que la volatilidad nos había dado un setup justamente en altas temporalidades acá y pueden ver lo rápido que se fue al 80%. A XRP le gusta estar en el 100%. Entonces, todavía tienes camino para correr. Tu primera zona de checar para ver si no se voltea va a ser el 82.55%. Y de ahí yo creo que tienes aire limpio hasta el 100%, lo que te dice que va a haber continuación con este movimiento. Queremos analizar XRP, los queremos hacer en la diaria. En mi opinión, en la diaria y la de 2 días, pueden ver que venimos de doble extremo. Estamos creando un doble extremo en esto, lo que nos dice que probablemente vaya... que está cansado básicamente XRP de continuar rompiendo todos estos récords, ¿no? Para todo el mundo. Normalmente, cuando tenemos el precio yéndose básicamente tan alto, ¿qué es lo que buscamos? Una posibilidad de entrada. Esto no se ve para nada bajista, porque estás creando nuevos altos, nuevos altos, nuevos altos, nuevos altos. Es una bandera alcista, bandera probablemente alcista en la temporalidad diaria. Lo que Alex está viendo y también tiene confluencia con el HPDR es la de 2 días. Y aparte también tiene confluencia con nuestra línea meme. Si pones la tabla de 2 días y ves dónde está el promedio de la 9, que está justamente en el 1.914, es ahí donde nosotros creemos va a ser la zona de máxima oportunidad. Si el precio de XRP hace esto, empieza a hacer esto, y de acá lo que nosotros creemos es que va a dar continuación simplemente viendo lo que está pasando en temporalidades altas. La mejor manera de poder hacer el gauging de todo esto es pon la de 1 hora, y en la de 1 hora puedes ver exactamente lo que está pasando. Estamos justamente peleando con el promedio del 55, pero ¿qué más? Estamos creando de este alto, alto más bajo, alto más bajo, alto más bajo, alto más bajo, alto más bajo. Pero al mismo tiempo estás haciendo un bajo, bajo más alto, bajo más alto. ¿Qué es la jugada de XRP? Es lo que le encanta hacer. Para no decirte si te vas a ir al nepe o no, le encanta jugar esto. Para nosotros que XRP llegue a 1.95 sería, como dijimos, una zona de oportunidad brutal. Esto cayendo por acá no nos haría temblar. Lo que sí es, si empieza a tener cierres abajo de cierres, no velazos, porque esperamos velazos así de no pasa nada, pero el cierre de la vela tiene que estar acá. Y la razón por qué es porque esto es cripto. Y los wikazos es la manera de poder absorber toda la liquidez de toda la gente que se metió en long apalancadísima y poder sacarlos del juego. Entonces, ahorita, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo si somos alcistas? La primera zona que quieres superar son los 2.4. 2.4. De ahí quieres barrer este en 2.5. De ahí quieres ir a barrer estos en el 2.69. Pero lo que tiene más alta probabilidad es simplemente XRP rangueando por acá, cayendo, diciéndole a todo el mundo, nos vamos, y de acá dar ese movimiento explosivo. Ahora, no diríamos que ahorita valdría la pena hacer un long y meterte de una, porque como sabemos, a cripto le gusta jugar la violación pura. Entonces, si la oportunidad se presenta, la vamos a medir con la de 2 días, con el promedio del 21, del 9, y eso lo vamos a hacer así, con esto. lo que quieres hacer es básicamente que esto, el promedio de la 9 aguante, que esta línea me aguante en cierres, y esto va a dar más confluencia, que este va a ser un rango de precio antes de dar continuación al madrazo que va para arriba en total. En la diaria tienes esto, ¿qué es lo que quería ver en la semanal? En la semanal estás en extremos, esto es importante ver porque cierra en 2 horas en 2 días y 8 horas, porque tienes extremo de volatilidad, el promedio está subiendo rápido, la volatilidad está al 100% y estás creando una bola topera. Lo que simplemente no quieres es que esta vela topera se vuelva roja. Eso no se vería nada bien por ahora y nos daría más idea de que tal vez esta corrección vaya a durar más tiempo antes de poder seguir, pero estamos más en el campo de la de 2 días, simplemente aguantar por acá, dar ese movimiento y explotar a la alza. Eso es lo que estamos viendo en XRP, damas y caballeros. Bastante potente el movimiento y como dijeron, Farhan se aventó este trade como nadie, desde los 40 centavos hasta acá. Es un degenerado. Así que felicidades a todos ustedes los que participaron en él. Nos vamos rápidamente con Chipotle. Chipotle Way.
Nice.
Señor.
Let's
CMG.
see, Chipotle. CMG, apparently. Let's see, because I haven't looked at this in a while. Let's go first the higher time frames. So we see here, we lost the 9, the monthly 9, which is a sign of concern, of course. We dumped the 21 and perfectly held that. Reclaimed the 9, now we're pumping up. The big question, bulls and bears are going to just be wondering up here is, do we break this wick high? Because if we do, then great, we break out. If not, bears would want to see some rollover here. We have more of a bullish bias, though, simply just because of the way the monthly 9 is held. And Chipotle likes to bottom right around, the 21, and then right before it reclaims the 9 and then moves up nicely. We see here, not very clean, but still grinded out some kind of bottom here right near the 21. Oh, and let me throw the 34 on too. That'll probably help. See there? So it likes using the monthly moving averages for sure. And it makes sense. We're dealing with a boomer stock. So what we want to see now is essentially we want to see this wick high get broken. It's very, very simple. Let me just draw that. Just, the high that we formed on June 3rd, it's at 69.26. Nice number. So once we break that, that to me would confirm a breakout. And then where would we actually go? Well, if we do that, breaking this wick high gives us the next target at $74. And that's actually going to be pretty strong. We know it's strong because that's just where that monthly median is. I mean, Chipotle definitely chops around the median, but above it, it likes to go up. And below it, it likes to go down, just simply put. And so seeing where that monthly median is right at $74, that should be our next, at least if you're bullish on this, that should be the next major area of resistance, because we know once we do reclaim that monthly median, we should see a move to $88, which, would be pretty nice for Chipotle, right around close to the 100, but I do think then we'd see some kind of pullback. So that's the monthly here. If we end up losing the monthly 9, again, that could be the sign that we're actually going to get a bigger breakdown. And then I'm gauging essentially $43, if not $46 is like the range that probably should bounce. And that makes sense. I mean, if we take the rainbow chart off, when we see the range we're in, it's a big range. I mean, $65 is resistance and $43 is support. And so in doing so, I mean, being in this range, we could just reject here, come down, consolidate, come all the way down, test, and then get a move up. Or we just break out from here. The way the monthly looks, I mean, it definitely looks like it wants to break out. We have volatility contracting, so that is interesting to see. And the HBDR, we see we're bouncing perfectly off the 50%, actually. And so as long as we're holding above the monthly 9 and the 50%, a breakout to me seems more likely. We just really can't disregard that it is at resistance here. And we'll show that here on other time frames. Now going to the 2-week. We see here that $72 is getting brought up again. We saw that on the monthly median, but also the 2-week 80%. We see that that's at 71.69. Perfect cent number here. So that's kind of guide our bias that, yeah, once we break this wick high, I would think we're going to test a new all-time high. But I mean, with the median at 74 and the 2-week 80% at 71, hey, you really have to start looking at like the 70s being like a rejection zone. Let's see here. Yeah, the the weekly here is interesting because you can see this is like tying into what I was saying. Like this is where bears are going to want to reject us. You'll know though, especially today, if we close like a weekly back above, call it $67, or even just on this opening right here, we just like even if we drew a meme line based on this wick high rejection, the last major one, extended it to here, you can start kind of seeing it clearly. We'll put it a little more up. You're like, okay, that makes sense. So we start actually like reclaiming that wick high, mixed in with the 50%. And yeah, it just gives us confluence about 71 to maybe $76 being next. But again, as we keep going down to the time frames, we start seeing what 70s keep coming up. And so when I start seeing that over and over and over, 71, 72, 73, it tells me that yes, it seems likely that it wants to go and make a new all-time high, but then around the 70s is an area of interest to see at least maybe a retest back around $64. Something to note on the weekly too is we are getting a volatility setup. If I draw this base, just where it is 15%, we know once we go under with BBWP under 15%, we do get a setup. We do see here volatility is pretty low. Last time we had this low volatility was actually in October 2023, right around the Hamas setup. But something to note is this was a little lower. So then theoretically, this would be stronger. I guess the last time we had any similar kind of volatility read around here was actually before October 2023, which was right around here, December of 2022. And so what we see here, let's see that. Let me draw it directly there. We start to break out. And so we see from that weekly volatility setup, and I'm using this one over the ones that are extremes because of where this reading is. It's very similar to this one, right around that 3%. We see here from that expansion up, that led us to actually, yeah, that was a 50% move. Let me actually draw that better because I took that. Yeah, right here, 51% move from that wick high here. That's pretty massive, and that just kind of shows you the environment we're in with Chipotle, because we're literally getting the same exact volatility setup here, same reading, same everything, and we're actually expanding while we're breaking out. This is why I'm saying, especially with how the monthly looked, we should be on the camp that, bulls are in control here. Bears are going to try to take control around here, and they're just simply going to have the thesis that this wick high is going to be the top. And that should just tell you that once we break this wick high, it probably is going to slingshot us to 72 to maybe even all the way up to $76. But then at that point on the higher time frame, because remember, we've only been gauging the monthly, the weekly, and the 2-week. Even viewing the 2-week here, you're hitting the 80%. If we do hit that $76, which has been kind of brought up, that's the 90%. There's only a 10% chance on the 2-week, and even here a 20% chance. No, basically, yeah, a 10% chance here on the weekly. Once it does hit 76. So I'd be taking that as like the breakout would take us to 76. And then from there, you should be gauging a retest. So like up here, we break out, and maybe we come back down and then consolidate and then break out again. Make a lot of sense to do something like that.
Check out the 2-day volatility, because I think that shows you that the move is almost.
That's a good point. Because, yeah, it's not like we're at extreme lows on the 2-day. Like, we had a setup, it's expanding, and it's firing off. Can easily go to the extremes at 99%, but, just kind of like what you're saying, even just going to that, like, $76 to $78, I think 76 will be the spot we find a major rejection. That's a 99% range. And so you are right. This would play out the 2-day volatility read. This would actually, nicely put the weekly, too, expanding up. But then at that point, once we hit that 76, that is a what percentage move from, let's just take it from 65, 17. Wow, that's actually more than I thought. So it's a 17% move. The setup I showed you here took us 51% up. Do I think that'll happen? No, not in one go, but I do think, having a 16% move up, rejects the 90%, hits the $76 level, comes all the way down, retests to $64 to $65 before possibly going up would actually be very, very healthy and make a lot of sense to me. And in doing so, that's why Alejandro wanted to see the 2-day, because that could mean volatility reaches that, extreme level. We hit the $76, which is the 99.5% zone right around this area. And so generally you would be expecting some kind of reaction around here. Bullish, you just want it to hold. Something here where we broke out, we went all the way up, tested almost $70, came down, was unable to hold this, and then that's just where the chop and downside move started to come. So that's what I see with Chipotle. We reviewed the 2-week, weekly, monthly, 2-day. Let's now just go up the 5-day. 5-day looks good. You know, we reclaimed the support line. That's exactly what bulls want. We just have that 50%, you know, currently that we're pressing now. So it is a little hard to gauge, but that's why it's just easier to take it from the wick high. Because, I mean, if we do start breaking this wick high, you'll know, okay, well, the monthly's reclaimed the 9, the median, the 2-week is looking amazing. The weekly is bouncing from the 50%. And then also the 5-day would then be losing the blue zone. And we'd have the next target around that 90%, if not to the 80 at like minimum. But I do think we'd go to the 90%. And where is that around? $75. So we just keep seeing 75, 76, losing the blue zone, shoots up to the green, would make sense to me. And then getting a pullback and ideally holding that. We even have a 5-day volatility set up here as well. Let's see. Let me just see actually. So this is 2023 again, October. It's funny because we had that weekly, fired off, consolidated, came down, reset. 5-day gives a setup. We busted on through, came all the way up from the first major rejection on this 5-day setup. We'll just take it from here to there. That was about 19%. And so why am I showing this? Well, because Chipotle is looking like it wants to put in a big move, and it's looking quite bullish, and it is bullish. I mean, reclaiming that monthly 9 while holding the weekly 9 puts Chipotle in a bull market still. And so we would just generally be watching very carefully the reaction around this weekly high. Curious to see how the overall trend is looking. And that's why I like kind of the trend wave catalyst, because we see here, we formed the higher low, the higher high, higher low, higher high, boom, 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 came all the way down. We're now shifting the structure here. That is something to note, and that's why it's going to be
literally leaned on that higher, go down to the bottom. Yeah, you see on the left that, like that, he's using that the higher, above that, like the little higher above that to
right here.
Yeah, to support itself, like a little below, like that little V right underneath it, a little below. That high on the left. I'm sorry.
This one.
There you go. That one. That seems to be the line on the sand.
Yeah, and I agree with you actually on that. So you're talking about
it like this.
Here. Yeah, and that makes sense. And so, okay, the weekly, I'm watching this low. Let's see the 2-week actually. Let's see the higher low. Yeah, so the higher low really looks like it was formed here, in my opinion. The weekly looks like it did break the trend, though. I will just say, but the 2-week still looks okay. Breaking the trend because, we did, have these shallow higher lows, and that's why it's kind of hard to identify this. But I mean, these are technically lows. We didn't break it, formed another high. So I do think the weekly shifted, and that's why it's going to be really important for bulls to break this wick high, because it just puts us back into an uptrend. And then you'd form that higher low around here. That'd make a lot of sense. Break the higher high, but we're back in a weekly uptrend. And then we just form a higher low right kind of where we're at now, assuming we get the breakout. But we gauge it on a higher time frame. I mean, we broke out. We came down. This is looking like the higher low. I mean, even if we drew a trend line based on this low like this, makes sense. Coming up, you'd want us to come down, break out, and then we now just want a higher high, essentially. See how the monthly is, too. Again, monthly. See, the higher time frames you go, it's like, well, yeah, the trend is still up. I mean, very, very clearly. And that's why, it's okay to have daily, weekly, 5-day trend shifts. But as long as the monthly still is present, which it does, and it's still holding the 9, I mean, there's still a greater chance of us just keeping with the overall uptrend, which, Chipotle has been in a while with the higher high. So you would have expected a higher low. And is this where that higher low is now? So, on multiple time frames, we're getting, especially the higher time frames, like a weekly, 2-week, the 5-day, and even the monthly here, we're getting like almost a volatility set up on the monthly. Chipotle is looking amazing. It's looking like these last 2 scenarios were when we did have these 2 volatility setups in 2 different times. We're now having it all around the same area here. And so that's telling me that we could actually see a bigger breakout on Chipotle. I'm still going to be on the camp, though, that the $70 is going to be resistance. And we just know that because the median would make sense. But then also the weekly, the 2-week, the daily, the 5-day. you know, we're at extremes. It's like there's not much more you could ask for once Chipotle does go up 17%, other than a pullback. And so a pullback to me would make sense. And if I'm going to just draw something, it looked probably like this. We come down, break out, push up, hit the 76, maybe 77, harshly come back down, hold that, retest it, and then break out. That would make sense. Maybe not this aggressive manner, but visually it makes sense. It keeps with the overall uptrend. And, you know, Chipotle then just slowly grinds its way up closer to that 90, if not $100 level over time, of course. I don't know if I looked at the quarterly now. I'm curious. Let's see. Again, yeah, Chipotle, though, is looking strong. I mean, there's not too many bearish things I can talk about. Even here, we dumped straight to the quarterly median and the 9 and then quickly got bought up. This, from the perfect tap, this literally got bought up 21%. That's insane. Yeah, so that is looking good. And then, oh, look at that. We have the quarterly 50% at 75 bucks. So again, no matter how you view this, 75 to 76 is going to be major resistance. You're going to be watching for, you know, this and then this and then this. This would make sense to me. That puts us in higher high, higher low posturing. It flips the weekly back in an overall uptrend while just keeping the overall monthly uptrend intact. I mean, truly it did. This is why it's, you know, the trend is your friend, because had you had confluence in the system here, and you would have seen, well, we are at the 21 here. We know that we just don't want to break like these lows here, essentially on the monthly. And you could have just longed it with just like, it's kind of far, but on spot, a hard stop loss around 36 bucks, long the 21, because, you know, I mean, once we lose the 9, we should bounce from the 21, especially with how the monthly 9 has been holding us. It would make sense to get a reaction here, corresponding with that, you know, 80% on the monthly as well. And so now we see the expansion. So in my opinion, I do think we're going to be testing that $74 to $75 soon. And that could be happening as soon as today, assuming the daily here actually breaks back above and closes above like $65.50. If it can, then we're losing the blue zone. We get big moves. We're also like reclaiming this massive zone we rejected here. So that's a good sign. But losing the blue zone here gives us generally a target up to that 90, if not 95%. And that, again, just coming right around that $70. So today will be really telling for me on if bulls are going to break us out today. And it definitely seems that way, especially with this 2-day closing. You can just see once that 80%'s reclaimed here, I mean, it's just probably going to slingshot us up. So, you know, still be mindful of this wick high rejection. I talked about a lot of like confluence in the 70s being like a resistance, and that is all dependent on us breaking this high at 69. So just be mindful of that. Overall, though, this is good. This is looking great. This is kind of the area where bears want to reject, and so they're not really doing a good job so far. So that's why, you know, gauge this wick high, watch the $65 support zone, and really watch volatility closely, because we are getting some pretty nice volatility setups on Chipotle, and I don't see why, you know, the monthly just wouldn't want to come up and test the median. And in doing so, that'd be like a 17% move. So, or I guess 14% from here. So really really not for a stock. Yeah, I mean 14, 17%. What's like a 3 to 4% difference. So strong, looking good overall.
It is. I'm guessing their new price hikes are really gonna help them, and that's gonna be bullish for them.
That's maybe coming. You know, the whole like make America healthy again will really help Chipotle and really not help McDonald's. You know, I was thinking about that yesterday. I was like, McDonald's has done pretty well the last 4 years. It's the bigger brain move, trying to find like a major like Nakasaki setup on McDonald's in theory to like maybe think that the new administration is going to ban some foods, be more strict on that. Because RFK's already tweeting like they're going to ban like those PB Crustable sandwiches.
The thing is, they're going to have to change their ingredients. And if they change their ingredients, that changes the way they freeze, package, and maintain everything. Because you cannot use the same shit that allows for a burger patty to live for 30 years after you put it out in the sun.
Exactly.
So getting rid of those chemicals has to change all of their model as to how do they refrigerate, deliver, etc. The reason why In-N-Out doesn't like to go everywhere and expand so fast is because they like to have a certain distance between their warehouses and where they deliver the burgers to the restaurants. And they like that to be a certain timing so that it's fresh. up to a certain point. So that, I mean, that really makes a big difference in cutting costs or incrementing your cost. That's for a business that has margins like this is terrible.
True, I know, and I mean, because I'm like, why is Chipotle looking pretty good? Like, it really does look like it wants to bust up, hit the 75, 76, pull back, retest the 65, and then from there maybe go to the 80s, 90s. I'm thinking, well, maybe, I mean, it's because they've kind of built their foundation under like the kind of healthy, better vibe food, and maybe that's why like the new administration could be favoring them a little more. Maybe they don't get hit as hard as, like, let's say Wendy's, McDonald's, Subway, all the places that have just been profiting on people being fat.
Maybe Uncle Donnie or Donald Pump, however you guys know him as, maybe he's going to start, instead of eating McDonald's, start eating Chipotle.
Maybe. Yeah, it would be interesting to see, but Chipotle's not looking too bad. Let's see if it breaks that wick high. Then the fun will start.
Perfecto. Salamis, por favor.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. The Degens are out playing.
That's what I'm saying.
Vale, vamos a comenzar el análisis de Chipotle. Por cierto, gran empresa, tremendamente. Vean esto, es un gráfico de Chipotle. Empezaron los datos en el 2006. Estaba cotizando en $1. Quien haya comprado Chipotle en $1 en el 2006, ahora tiene 65 veces más porque vale $65 en este momento. ¿Qué es lo que podemos ver? Queremos saber si el precio de lo que estamos viendo está en tendencia alcista o bajista. La mejor manera de hacerlo es sencillo, poner nuestro promedio del 9 y asegurarnos que nuestras velas estén por encima de ello. Esa es la línea azul. ¿Lo estamos? Sí. Esto es una tendencia alcista. Y en realidad Chipotle solamente una vez, en el 2016 hasta el 2018, que fue justamente donde el tío Salo compró. No en esta, estoy seguro que compré esta, pero después de ahí tuvo un zampompazo, había habido un split gigantesco y acá yo le saqué una buena lana a Chipotle, buena jugada, pero después me perdí la gran subida, así que no es como que, uy, güey, le ganaste cabrón, le gané bien, pero no al máximo y sobre todo haberte quedado puta madre. Pero bueno, olvidémonos de mis problemas. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9, lo que nos dice estamos en una tendencia alcista a largo plazo, bastante bien. Y el 9 está por encima del 21, flipándolo justamente en esta zona del 2018, lo que nos dice que hay fuerza. Y el 55 nunca ha sido testeado, que es el naranja que está hasta acá abajo, lo que nos dice que todavía tiene más fuerza el gran Chipotle. Otra cosa que estamos viendo es que justamente acá vamos a acercarnos, donde el promedio, la volatilidad va por encima del promedio. De nuevo, este no es un setup limpio. Queremos un setup limpio. Lo queremos poner en el 15%, que son los que más nos gustan. Y recuerda, esto no es que no sea un setup, nada más no va a tener la fuerza de algo que cae por acá a 0 y después explota la alza. Solamente eso vale la pena notar, pero también vienes en la tabla de Chipotle del periodo de más baja volatilidad que ha habido en la historia. Entonces, cuando rompe esto a la alza, el promedio va a ser este lugar. Voy a poner la B. Vamos a ver dónde estamos parados. Justamente estás viendo esta expansión de volatilidad por acá, pero la volatilidad empieza a irse un poco de lado si lo ves así, lo que hace que el movimiento no sea tan agresivo y tan potente en velocidad. Pero ahí lo tienes. Definitivamente un movimiento acompañado de la volatilidad, lo que nos dice que esto va a llevar más fuerza y lo va a ayudar a llegar más alto. En un mes está regresando la volatilidad al 15%. Aquí probablemente va a crear otro setup y eso quiere decir que va a ser intermitente esta subida. No va a ser solamente un putazo de golpe como cualquier otra. Y podemos ver que en la mensual estamos bastante por encima del 9 también, lo que nos dice bien. A temporadas más cortas estamos definitivamente en un bull run. Y, perdón, mi nariz soplando como si nada. Una cosa importante es ver que en este gráfico mensual nunca hemos tenido un cierre por encima de estas velas. Nunca hemos tenido un cierre encima de los 63.13. Y ahorita justamente estamos encima del 64.89, que era nuestra resistencia antes, y justamente ahorita estamos encima de ello. Esto es muy bueno para todos los que son alcistas en Chipotle, porque con tener un cierre, 2 cierres acá, nos va a dar confirmación de que esta zona se va probablemente a volver soporte y no resistencia. Va a ser un SR flip para todos los que vieron ya el curso de Zero to Trader, de Zero a Trader, lo entenderán, y cualquier otra persona. Pero bueno, acá lo que vamos a esperar es justamente eso, a que tengamos cierres por acá y después dar continuación a la alza. Ahora, esto es muy dramático porque son velas mensuales, etcétera, pero vamos ya por fin acercándonos más. Lo único que quiero ver era lo de la volatilidad, exactamente llegando a esos extremos de cero. En la de 2 semanas quiero ver algo. No, no hay ni absolutamente ningún setup de absolutamente nada. Y en la de 2 semanas simplemente estás creando bajos más altos y vas a buscar este alto más alto arriba del 69.31, obviamente. Pero de nuevo, en la mensual solamente has tenido un cierre, en la de 2 semanas solamente has tenido un cierre acá. Así que si quieres hacerle el front run a la mensual, lo puedes hacer con la de 2 semanas. Esta va a cerrar en 7 días y 5 horas. Y acá, ven, la vela roja, esta cerró acá, por lo que nunca cerró aquí arriba. 2 cierres acá es lo que cabe en un mes. Encima de este número nos va a dar bastante buena idea de que esto va a explotar a la alza. En la semanal podemos ver que tenemos por fin un buen setup. No es un setup de jamás, no venimos con varios niveles de cero volatilidad, pero efectivamente estamos por encima del promedio y encima del 15%. Lo que nos dice que esté apenas expandiendo esto y qué es lo que estamos viendo, un belongo verde. Este belongo verde probablemente vaya a continuar si la volatilidad no se echa para atrás, la hija de, no se echa para atrás, va a continuar para arriba. Así que esto es una temporalidad semanal importante para el precio de Chipotle. Si nos acercamos un poco más rápidamente a la de 2 días, podemos darnos cuenta que la volatilidad en el setup de 2 días ocurrió acá y empezó y comenzó a expandir bastante fuerte por acá. ¿Sí es expandir o expandir? Ok, expandir. Por acá, vamos a ver qué es lo que pasó ahí. Vela verde y vámonos para acá arriba. Desde esa, digamos, la abierta de la vela que siguió, estás hablando de un 8,57%, y esto todavía tiene más camino para correr. A Chipotle no le molesta llegar al 98%, más o menos parece que ese es el tope, y el promedio estará por acá del 92%, apenas la volatilidad está en 40 y en 67%, tiene camino todavía para poder subir más, para que lo tengamos en mente. Y vamos por fin a la diaria. La diaria es la que pinta la mejor y más fácil fotografía de todas. ¿Por qué? Porque si eliminamos el ruido de todos los promedios, podemos simplemente fijarnos en esto. Queremos, y lo que pensamos que va a pasar es, Chipotle va a ranguear en esta zona, romper estos altos, ir a la zona de los $75, donde encontramos muchísima confluencia con el HPDR, que sería básicamente por acá. Y una vez que lleguemos ahí, probablemente consolidar por un rato e ir a buscar nuevos altos, como lo estamos viendo en temporalidades mucho más altas. Así que lo que estás buscando acá en Chipotle para un setup correcto es todo se ve alcista. O sea que aquí no creo que valga la pena hacer un short personalmente, para nada, aunque sería bastante fácil simplemente abrirlo en 68.70, invalidarlo aquí arriba en 69.32. De nuevo, no creo que valga la pena. Y el cero bueno sería simplemente cerrando por encima del 69, del 60, vamos a ponerle 69.32, teniendo un par de cierres, 3 cierres diarios arriba de eso, te metes para el ride hasta los 75, consolidar y de ahí dar continuación al movimiento a la alza. Eso, damas y caballeros, es Chipotle. Vamos a ir, como de que no, con los Solamis, que es all season y todo el mundo la tiene más parada que nadie para esto.
Nice. So, of course, we have to look at Sol BTC first. You know, we've been looking at this for a while, and we've been talking about that 2.6 level being a major point. Let's go to the 5-day. Let's chop. And like I said, it's the chart that can't get it up. You know, it's like it's about to break out and then it falls under, about to break out, falls in. So then, like, you know, it's just very choppy. And this tells me that this is a big zone. And so, it, you know, solidifies the mean line at 2.6 is valid. I identified last stream, we were kind of like forming this channel. And I said, you know, if this is true, we should see volatility soon. And so we've just been playing along the channel. The way it looks now, I mean, especially with the 5-day losing the 9 and rejecting it is, you know, you want this 34 to hold. If not, there's a good chance we're going to come back down to the bottom of this range. Then you really want to be mindful of this wick here, because losing that could mean we start breaking down. Breaking down here would actually be pretty bad. Let's actually throw that EMA 100 on now. That EMA 100 would be the next target at 209, I guess. And that still from price action would be a 13% move. And you would want to see a bounce here. I mean, just the EMA 100 is a strong zone. We take all the moving averages off and just focus on that. You can just see simply, I mean, price under it likes to dump and price above it likes to pump. And so when we are above it, and there's not much data with this other than what we have, I mean, we should be looking at that as the next major area of support. And why is this important? Well, if ETH BTC is looking the way it is, then we have to wonder, okay, is Sol Tether pair going to potentially get a deeper pullback? Is that going to be an opportunity? We see here the 5-day, just like I mentioned, is at the lowest volatility read ever recorded, and we're also at extreme lows. We've never had a 5-day volatility setup with extreme lows ever on Sol BTC. We are now under the moving average, and so this tells me that this still could contract. And what's nice about this for bulls is we're contracting while we're going down. So we're not letting this volatility fire off while we're going down slowly. That is what you want, because what would be bad is the volatility started to break above the moving average, started to press up, and then price was like here breaking the channel. That would be a sign of concern. But what's nice about this is we're still resetting volatility while price is still just playing along this channel. And so it's not necessarily bearish, but it's definitely not looking the most bullish, especially with the 5-day 9 just solidly rejecting us here. And so for me, how do we know Sol BTC is actually going to break out? Well, it's really simple. We know now the weekly 9 is important, and so right now it's grinding alongside this channel here. So if we get any weekly close back above on Sol BTC, that 2.5 number, then that to me would solidify the breakout, a reclaim of the 9, and then we'd simply just bounce from where we needed to, and we'd want this to hold. We wouldn't want it to fall back in like what we saw here, broke out, fell back in, dumped. We want this to reclaim the 9, hold above, retest the channel for actual breakout move. We now see on the weekly too, very much so like how the 5-day is, volatility is still contracting. It's not at extreme lows, but still the weekly volatility is at the lowest it's ever been recorded. So this should tell us all that a major move is brewing for Sol BTC, which is interesting considering what we all know with how ETH BTC looks and how alts and Bitcoin dominance is. The analysis I did this morning, it's like really looking like some of these alts, like ETH, like Sol, their volatility is like resetting here to a degree where we've never seen that before. And to me, this is just like gearing up for alt season. As long as we don't see this 5-day, the weekly, and 2-week start firing while we break down. But as long as we're still holding this channel, the 2-week still bouncing from the EMA 21, an area we've been bottoming from. Now it's nicely right at the bottom of this meme line and this channel here, telling us that this should get us a nice reaction. That's what we got. So now you're gauging this 2-week to see if we close back above the 9. In doing so, that means that this retest held. Not clean, but it did hold. And as long as we don't close back under this 2-week 9, then this would greatly increase the probabilities of probably the next, maybe the next month we see a major move on Sol BTC. Maybe another candle close, and then another, and then on that next one, so in like 4 weeks from now, we do see some movement up or down. Let's see here. Okay, so that's the 2-week. And this is important to gauge because now we view the Sol USD pair. And remember, I just wanted to mention that because the Sol BTC pair is important because this is what's going to gauge or at least tell you if Sol is going to be more bullish than Bitcoin, and also if it's going to be stronger than, like, let's say ETH. And for now, I mean, even on the monthly, we're still just consolidating. We're bouncing where we need to. Yes, it's not very clean, and we just keep pumping, dumping, pumping, dumping, pumping. Like literally, that's what we're doing. It's like max chop if you just view it on the monthly. It's literally just doing this. But we know that always leads to some kind of decision. And for now, as long as we're holding above the, call it the 229 level, I do think we have more of a chance of actually breaking out. But remember, with these breakouts, it's never just going to take us up. You always want to see like a breakout. Now maybe we reject this resistance, retest there, reject. And then from there, we get the actual breakout, retesting here, kind of like what we saw with NVIDIA, And then that'd give us the move back to the highs right around that $3 zone, which, let's see here. I think I already did this, but I don't remember. From that, no, I didn't. So that's a 26% move for my next zone. If we break the channel and also hold that 266 level. Maybe you don't want to long this channel retest. Maybe you just want to wait and see if the 266 gets at least over 3 candle closes to make a trend. So maybe you do something like this, where you break out, and then you simply long this here, the 266 retest, because we've been deviating it, and so as long as this holds as support, this is what you'd want to see, and your stop would just be manual. And if we start falling below this, you just cut the trade. So that's kind of what I see on Sol BTC, getting some pretty nice volatility setups. It's still just in the point of ranging, consolidating, baiting bulls and bears, right? Right when it looks like we're about to break down, it gets bought up. Right when it looks like we're about to break out, it gets sold. So it's just been baiting everyone. But in these times of just consolidation and nothing, this is often when we see the biggest setups start brewing. And this is why people get complacent. They just start getting like, I don't know what it is. Yeah, it's complacency, essentially. Well, these are the most important times for a trader, for the chart. It's similar to like what we saw with Bitcoin, where, we took a lot of trades in this chop, and it was easy to trade it. You just trade the resistance and support. It was very simple. But then in this background, what you get is those Hamas setups. You get the 2-week brewing. I mean, you go into extreme lows. You get all the things that when people start disregarding crypto, no one and their mother wanted to buy crypto here. Everyone wants to buy crypto here. Isn't that interesting? And so with Sol on the BTC pair, yes, it's been ranging. Yes, not really much has been happening. But it kind of is just giving me similar vibes to what we saw in Bitcoin all kind of year long, just ranging. And remember, this range has been happening all year long on Sol BTC. So even if Sol USD has been doing amazing, remember, Sol BTC has been in a range basically all year long. And so when we get a range break up or down, this will be big. And that is what volatility is telling us. Let's see if the Bollinger Bands are corresponding with anything. So they're starting to pinch on the 2-week. How are the monthly bands looking? Nothing. Weekly is really starting to pinch here too. And you can just start seeing, again, when the Bollinger Bands start lining up with these channels, they kind of give me more confidence that this is more accurate. But obviously these can keep pinching, and Sol BTC can keep ranging. I do think this can take, another 2-3 weeks of just doing this, or that. That would be bad if we broke down. But I do think that this will ultimately occur, especially with what we know with Sol BTC. ETH BTC, my apologies. It's looking kind of like it wants to bust out. So on the Bollinger Bands, we're getting a volatility set up. BBWP is telling us that a move is brewing. We want to be aware of that. Curious to see, we have no real silver cross other than the 2-week silver cross that's just been happening. And so what you see here is the 9's the silver cross retest. We lose that, you go to the 21. That should be the next area. We lose that, then you often go back to the 55, and it kind of like makes a silver cross weak. So until then, we have a 2-week silver cross. We're bouncing where we need to, which is the 21. You really want the 9 to get reclaimed again, and that'll really increase the probabilities of a proper breakout. And so now that we know that, now that we know Sol BTC is looking good, it's brewing, it's ranging, yes, but this consolidation could be looked at as bullish as long as we do reclaim that 2-week 9. Then it will give us some more probability or likelihood of us breaking out, which does mean, or it could make sense on why we're starting to see Sol BTC come down, but then also BBWP start contracting again. I mean, even on the weekly, it's more evident. It started to break out slightly, right? It started to move when Sol BTC was moving up, and then it started to dump, and then that's when the volatility started to contract again, falling back under the moving average. So that's a good sign for bulls. I mean, as long as we don't get these volatility reads to the downside, just it'd be max pain for Sol BTC bulls, because coming back down to here would be the first zone, if not all the way back down to 1.7. Lose that, then we're coming all the way down to 1.3. And that would just be pretty bad, because that means that we just took all year to range just to come right back to where we started. Very disappointing. I don't think this will be the case, though, and I'm still more in the camp that this will break out, just simply because of where we're at with the EMA 100, SMA 200. But it'll just be really important to see, because we don't want this monthly 9 to get lost. This monthly 9 getting lost, again, lines up right around that SMA 200. and that EMA 100. Holding it, then yeah, this is just perfect consolidation. So that's what I have on Sol BTC. Don't disregard the 5-day setup, the weekly, the 2-week, and also the monthly's lowest volatility read. It's telling you that we are going to get a big move here. And remember, Sol's really hasn't been around that long. And so if we do get some like 2017 alt season run, what levels could we actually be seeing on Sol BTC? And so let's take a look at that now. We see here, once we break that median, so let's say we break the channel, we go all the way up to resistance, and let's say in a utopian world, we do close a monthly back above that 330 level. Well, what that would mean is we're now healthily above the monthly median, something we've been under for 6 months now. We're on the 6th month. It's a long time. We reclaim that. That would give us the next measured move all the way to 6.4. I mean, that is literally from the median, we'll take it. That is a literal 124% move up. Not rejecting there would then take us all the way up to 2. We're literally shaving a 0 off at that point. It's kind of massive. Unsure if that'll occur, but let's just keep going down. 2-week here, we see nicely, actually, this is nice. The 2-week median's right around that channel. So you just know once we start breaking this channel, reclaiming the EMA 9, getting back above that 2.6, because even if we deleted this channel, you all still should be watching that 2.6 on Sol BTC, because we've just been talking about it for weeks now. Hasn't really been able to get anywhere, but hopefully we will soon. And getting back above that 2.6 level would mean we're above the 2-week median, 2-week 9, we're range breaking this channel. And then this would give us the next move to, in my opinion, the 3, breaking that. Then we get to move to 4.5. From that median, that is a 78% move, still pretty massive. And the weekly, let's see here. Again, just similar to the 2-week where that median's right around the channel and the weekly 9's right around this channel. It's just good confluence. It tells you, yeah, back above 2.6. It is truly bull mode. I mean, on most time frames, once we get back above that 2.6, that'll be a good sign. And most importantly, holds it. Then, like I said, that 3.0 is the next level. And then we see that 50% at 3.29. That will be actually losing the weekly blue zone. Doing that would actually take us all the way up to that 5.29. Interesting. And so I don't really take account to the Satoshis because, I'm not going to remember 0.0029. But right from the 50%, that's still a 33% move. And we know what percentages are, and that's easy. So that's pretty big. And then all the way up would take us again back up to that 100%, 114%. And so I wonder what that would mean for the tether pairing. So let's take a look. So remember, just be mindful of this. Nothing will really bigly happen for the tether pairing as long as Sol BTC is just consolidating, shedding volatility, giving us a setup on multiple time frames. But as long as this is still ranging, you're not going to get that degenerate move up on Sol yet. But keyword yet. We can see here now, if we go to the monthly, monthly's not looking bad. We see here reclaiming the monthly 9, bouncing from it, form like a spring, and then even closing a monthly back above that 200 level. I mean, that's a pretty big level, honestly. We actually have never closed monthlies back above this mean line, which is right around $215. So that's a really good sign to me. And the fact that we're also like back testing it, we fell all the way down, just like I talked about on Sol, actually, that probably a pullback around here is more likely, and we should be gauging that 204 to maybe that $215 level. And where was I getting that? Well, if we go to the weekly, I was saying we don't really want to take this wick low out. And that's why it made this zone a little trickier for me. But as long as this wick low is holding right around 200 psychological number, it tells me that we could come all the way to 205. But I was saying what's more likely is actually us just finding support at that weekly 9. We see we did dump nicely to the 9, front running it, getting a bounce. And then from that point, perfectly have the mean line here. If we go, let's just go from there. We've already bounced. I mean, 11%. That's impressive, honestly. And that just shows the strength of Sol. Sol's looking very, very strong. We see we're above the weekly median, and similar to Sol BTC, where if we lose that blue zone, we get a big move, pretty big move up to 5.2. We see Sol tether pairing. 50% is really close to this wick high. That's interesting because breaking that and closing above a weekly would mean that we're going to get a next target to $434. And that, in my opinion, would need to require Sol BTC to break out. If Sol BTC breaks out, then I do think that the tether pairing will finally give us that $500 to $600 like we've been talking about for a while now. I mean, we got very bullish on Sol at 150s. We talked about the 5-day setup giving us one, just like how Sol BTC has one now. Remember, this chart has many 0 readings. Sol's tether pair had 1 reading and it expanded. That led to an impressive 70% move. And so now we see we've just been catching resistance at that 50%. Reclaiming this 50%, though, would take us all the way up to that $342 level. And so you would just simply know that, though, based on just where we're at on the chart, the fact that we're testing those all-time highs right around 259. So it makes sense to get some pullback around 259. But in breaking that all-time high would mean that Sol is now just making a new macro high. And so with what we know with volatility, because this 5-day, even though it played out, it still very well could keep going. It is slightly concerning we're falling under the moving average, but if this flips up and starts moving, we easily could trek up to that 80 to 90%, similar to what we saw in November of 2023 and December of 2022. Meaning that the 5-day still could have a lot of juice to actually go up to that $340 level. Reclaiming that, then we start going to more George numbers and talking about that 500, 450, and that 560. So I would think that that $400 level probably is going to mark a major area of resistance. To me, that makes sense, because if anyone's been here for a while, what's been like that long-term Sol target? It's like the 500 to 550. How funny would it be if we did actually move up nicely, come up, barely go to 500 almost, and then just come down? That would be funny. And that'd be crypto. It's like all the people horny for that 500 in 2021. I remember clearly when we were up here, everyone was talking about a $550 target. You had Becker talking about $600, $500 Sol this easily. And then we rolled over and Sol kind of died. And so how funny would it be if we did actually break out, had a nice major move up from here? I mean, this would be still an 80%, but then we just kind of roll over right before 500. I don't know. That's just very crypto to me. We see here, though, that monthly median. This is kind of where it becomes insane, because that monthly median, yes, it rejected. We never closed above it. And that's something I was talking about. We really want to gauge and watch, because this flipped up. And so this is now at least telling us that, okay, we easily could go to that 259. Breaking this wick takes us to 300, psychological number. There, we're already in a new higher high. So you should think we're going to get some kind of pullback there. That easily could mean we just come back down to that 260s to 258 and just simply flip this all-time high rejection into support. Something like I just talked about on the last chart on Chipotle. Would make sense to just do that. But then in doing so, this is where we start getting really degenerate. Because if reclaiming the $300 level and it holds, assuming we don't close back below the median, would give us a target of $850. Which, when the 5-day, the 2-week, the weekly, the monthly on Sol BTC is looking like this, as low volatility as it's ever been. I mean, is this really the most absurd thing to think about? Kind of, yeah, it is actually absurd. But it is, statistics are statistics, and that would be the next measured move, assuming we reclaim a monthly back above 300. And so how can we tie this in a bow? We're not going to get a major move on Sol until Sol BTC gives us that confirmation. The confirmation will be, in my opinion, if we start closing, like I've been saying, the 5-day back above 2.6, at least two candle closures. So it reclaims it and then it holds it. 2 to 3 candle closures above would be a really good sign that this is actually starting to break out. We'd have confluence of that because of just simply where the weekly 9 is, the median, and the fact that we're in this multi-month channel. Breaking out above there then takes us out of this this yearly channel that we've been in. We can be in a multi-month here, but then this really has been starting since December of 2023. We've been up, down, in, staying in, getting really tight, though. You can see it's getting pretty tight. And so, we will see a move here soon. And if these volatility setups play off, and we know already with the volatility on the 5-day, we're on the tether pairing, that gave us a 70% move on one volatility read. What would it mean if this starts firing off to the upside with 4 volatility reads of 0%, and maybe it prints another one here. I don't know. We've never had that. And that's why it's kind of insane to talk about these, targets of $400 or $500. But then it's like, is it really that insane when we do acknowledge that the volatility is at the lowest it's ever been in the history of Sol? Meaning, Sol BTC, even from a $35 rally and it went all the way up to $258, volatility here was still nothing compared to what it is now. And we're at literally $240 Sol. This is why I had to kind of backtrack with the Discord a little bit and be like, I understand we've had an alt season going to, $12, $8, all the way to $240 is impressive. But the fact that we're getting all these volatility setups right where I think alt season could be starting, you're just starting to see it kind of shift and gear up, similar to what we had with Bitcoin, where everyone kind of disregarded this range. No one was really paying attention. But us at, the Academy was talking about, once we range break this, that's going to be important. Volatility here is giving us the setup. And then we just see, once we really started moving, we didn't stop. I'm expecting Sol to do the same thing. It'll all be dependent on the Sol BTC pair, but it's not looking bad at all. And we just know that because of where this 2-month could actually close. This 2-month closing back above that 220 level will be a really good sign. We then see here that 50% at 276. So maybe in a utopian world, we do actually close this 2-month above there. It's not too far away. Then that's when, things should start getting really degenerate for Sol. Really degenerate. Like, that's a $1,600 target. That's absurd. I thought maybe that $800 target was crazy. The 2 months said, hold my beer, bro. Let me double that real quick. Do I think that's going to happen? No. And these will keep moving down. That's why I still think we should be gauging very conservatively at least that $500 to $450 level. That to me would make a lot of sense. Even just like I said, kind of rejecting before 500 would probably trap a lot of people getting horny about $500 Sol. But I mean, when we start cycling from, at least not going from a monthly and 2 months, when we start going from like a weekly to a 5-day to a 2-day, you're like, at this point, it's like, you would just want consolidation then, because the 95% is at 485. And then here, that 95% is at 367. Breaking up, going to 485 would mean we are basically pressing the 100% on the daily. And so that's kind of like why I do believe we could easily go up to $400 or $500. I don't know if Sol's going to go to $800 to $1,600. It technically has the setup here, but we're just dealing with a lot of unknown stuff. And I mean, technically, this would be giving us that setup, but that's just a little too degenerate for me to talk about. But I do feel comfortable saying that we potentially could be seeing the $400 or $500 probably within next year. I'm curious real fast. Let me just see if I remember this. Take a fib extension. So if it's bullish, you take it from the low to the high. Let's just take it from this high. Let's see here. Interesting.
Ha!
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that literally perfectly, and this could shift it a little bit because I'm changing it, but I mean, that's kind of lining up. I don't use fibs to trade, but I was just curious to see, because you do get those stupid, 618 numbers. So I'm just like, what is it? And that's interesting. That's giving us that 883. And that would be confirmed once we do break back above the 236. But for me, remember, it's all about that monthly median. This monthly median, in real simplistic terms, getting back above the monthly median, holding it and closing above will be what sparks this breakout. And then ideally, you just already be aware of that because of what Sol BTC is doing. And so, we don't want to get chopped out. We don't want to be crazy here, but I mean, it is looking pretty likely that Sol is trying to break out here, as long as it holds strong. So that's all I have on Sol. We just wanted to keep holding. It's looking great. Sol BTC's monthly is still looking bullish to me. It's still above the 9. No need to get overly bearish. We're just at the point where we're going to get a decision here soon. I promise you. And if we don't and we keep ranging, then this is not true, and that's okay. But just the way the Bollinger Bands are looking as well, I can promise you we're going to get volatility here soon. Theoretically, that is just a probabilistic case. It's literally pinching on the 5-day too. Last time we had a 5-day Bollinger Band expansion was when? It was right here. So here's the bottom, here's the top. We broke above, and then that basically moved us up from breaking up. Without, I'll take it from before we ever fell below. That was a 94% move. So, you know, we are getting another setup. And like I said before, it's nice when these Bollinger Bands start going to our key zones. So that way we know once we do get like a 5-day close back above 2.6, you know, oh, well, we must be breaking the 5-day Bollinger Band. I know the BBWP is giving us an insane setup, which is never done before. I also know Alex talked about this being in like a multi-month range, but then this here, this red channel has been, you know, forming since 2023. And then that's where you want to really gauge Sol tether pair. So overall, that's what I have on Sol. It's looking good. It's looking like 350 to like 400 seems likely. It just all will be dependent on Sol BTC. So don't get too overly horny on that. As long as we're, you know, still rejecting and ranging, you're really not going to get those degenerate gains. But I promise you, once we do break out or break down, it's going to be either or. And for now, I'm going to be on the camp that it is bullish. And this is why like those pivots are kind of nice that Farn has, because we at least could know for sure if it's bullish or bearish. But with how I look at it, still holding the monthly 9, it still should go up as long as that holds. We should still see that 2.6 number kind of get reclaimed. And then from there, I do think Sol can go. Sol BTC can move 50% pretty easily, if not 35% back to that. You know, I think it was the 3.0 number. So like watch 2.6 on Sol BTC. Reclaiming that, that'll be your sign. We're breaking out. Monthly on tether pairing reclaims the median. Great. We're like balls deep. Should be balls deep in Sol at that point then.
Yeah, I think it also goes with the narrative, or along with the narrative right now, that maybe Solana already did everything it had to do and it's basically done moving. But that consolidation, like you're saying right here, basically, that's Bitcoin for all year. And then what happened to Bitcoin after that? It just fucking went from 70 grand to $100,000.
Exactly.
So,
and I do think if Sol breaks this channel, we'll really have to question then if Sol tether pairing is gonna, you know, at least gonna not like, you know, actually put in a top very soon then. I mean, I would be looking at that as major weakness. Maybe some other altcoin is taking liquidity like XRP then out of Sol, which Sol's been ranging all year, but it's been moving nice on its tether pair. And that's the funny part. And that's kind of the point I tried to mention is like Sol BTC has been literally ranging for months. Sol's tether pair has been good. What will Sol's tether pair look like when we get a range break from Sol BTC? Especially when the volatility setups are like, we've never had those on the 2-week, weekly, 5-day. It's like the monthlies at the lowest point too. Really could mean we're going to go parabolic. And I hope it does break out, because if it breaks down, that really would be a bad sign for Sol, in my opinion.
I think so, because normally in alt season, you get like the blow off top at the end with the meme coin rally, and everything meme coin goes completely nuts and all that shit. And the biggest network with the most meme coins, it's Solana. So this would all make sense. Just like, all right, it's now XRP. Solana already did what he was supposed to do. It already did this. Look at Ethereum. It's at $4,000. And while everyone is looking elsewhere, Solana's just fucking prints a massive dildo, green dildo towards the upside, along with their meme coins. And just fucking everyone is very rich.
Because I don't really hear a lot of people talking about even a $400 or $500 Sol, let alone an $800 Sol.
None. Yeah. That would be a nice surprise.
Yeah, it would actually.
So for you now, sir, Tesla, por favor.
Cool.
Thank you. Vamos a analizar Solana en contra de Bitcoin. Y cómo pues, por si están en ¿cómo se llama? Están en casa y quieren hacer esto, y mucha gente me ha preguntado, y lo veo después porque es en los comentarios, ¿cómo puedo encontrar este gráfico? Le vas a picar acá y pones, ¿no? Simplemente Sol de Solana y pones BTC, la siguiente moneda, y te va a poner ahí el par, nada más le picas. Es básicamente así de sencillo. Y ahora, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo en Solana Bitcoin? Hemos visto que acá han sido nuestros altos históricos. Voy a poner una línea meme por acá, verde. Esos altos históricos en el par, estamos muy lejos de ellos, lo que nos dice que probablemente Solamis tiene mucho más camino para correr. ¿Y qué estamos viendo ahora? Estamos viendo la consolidación de todas las consolidaciones de las consolidaciones. Literalmente este rango comenzó acá en diciembre del 2023, Y ahorita es diciembre del 2024, para la gente que no siga los calendarios astrales aztecas y no le eche la culpa a la luna por echarse para atrás y todos sus problemas, ¿no? Cuando Marte está en retroceso es que todo me pasa todo esto, que es una excelente manera de echar la culpa a otras cosas. Aquí lo tienes, un rango de un año. Ahora, ¿por qué es importante esto? Porque cuando rangueamos la última vez, desde marzo hasta noviembre, hasta octubre, en Bitcoin, vean lo que pasó. Y ahorita el par de Solana con Bitcoin está justamente ahí. Probablemente, y ahora esto puede también voltearse y se va a ir para la baja y olvidémonos de Solana, se acabó todo. Pero esto va a ir para arriba más probablemente a buscar, a retestear esta zona. Lo interesante es que Solana ha hecho un nuevo alto histórico y que su market cap también ha hecho un alto histórico, mientras que está Solana contra Bitcoin justamente rangueando en donde lo estamos viendo. ¿Qué es lo que queremos ver si somos muy alcistas en Solana? Porque los objetivos son absolutamente ridículos. Básicamente en este rango les diría, anotemos la zona del .00260, que es justamente esta. Y también tienes esta línea que va para acá. Esto básicamente fue un SFP. Y ahora, ¿qué es lo que estamos buscando? Probablemente esto continúe consolidando por acá, y luego tengas tu ruptura. Cuando tengas la ruptura, la manera ideal de poder entrar a este tipo de breakouts es cuando vienes a retestear esta línea meme o esta línea meme. Y nosotros creemos que esta línea meme va a ser la más fácil de poder entrar en el retesteo. La razón por qué es porque si esto rompe y ya se te fue para acá, no creemos que vaya a ser esto y después para arriba. Lo que nos da más chance, o también podrías dividir tu entrada tal vez en dos. Lo que pensamos es que esto vaya a hacer esto, no te deje tocar la línea, vaya acá, y el retesteo de esto es lo que lo lleve a buscar esos nuevos máximos. Nosotros buscaríamos la oportunidad acá y si se llega a ver una segunda por acá, tremendo, pero es una manera sencilla de ver esto. ¿Por qué decimos que esto es impresionante? Les voy a poner todos los promedios para que lo vean. Estamos justamente peleándonos con el 9 y el 21 por acá, pero lo importante es la volatilidad. La volatilidad está en la zona más baja que ha estado Solana contra Bitcoin en toda su historia. En toda la historia. Voy a poner una línea en el 15%, que obvio va a ser justo acá. Y esta línea, una vez que la volatilidad pueda expandir, pasar al 15%, esto ya es un setup, ¿no? Y cuando eso pase, tenemos que ver si el precio va para abajo o va para arriba. ¿Por qué? Porque si el precio va para abajo en lo que la volatilidad expande, esto va a ser, bueno, no a cero, pero muy barato. Y lo que estamos buscando es que lo haga a la alza. Ahora, lo que estamos viendo son setups de volatilidad que nunca hemos visto en esta tabla. Nunca. Pueden ver que nunca habíamos tenido la volatilidad tan baja como en esta zona donde estamos y ahora comienza a expandir la volatilidad, está bajo el promedio todavía, el promedio está en 4.92, la volatilidad en 4.37, pero una vez que este setup se dé, aquí manténganlo muy en mente, este podría ser un setup de jamás a la alza. ¿Ok? Recuerden que los setups de jamás son a la alza. Aquí se podría estar dando algo muy, muy, muy especial. ¿Qué es lo que buscamos? Empezar a cerrar arriba del .00260, ¿ok? Es lo que esperamos para entrar en Solamis. Ahora vamos a Solana, el activo en sí mismo. Aquí tenemos unos objetivos absolutamente ridículos. Lo que estamos viendo es una consolidación de precio en este momento. Vamos a empezar con gráficos temporalidad mensual porque Solana no tiene muchos datos. Literalmente salió en agosto del 2020, costaba $2.80 y están viendo lo que está pasando. Pero en el gráfico mensual también pueden ver que la volatilidad está en el nivel más bajo que ha estado en toda su historia, en 22.87%. Eso dice que va a haber un cero brutal de volatilidad, lo que nos va a dar un movimiento súper fuerte. De nuevo, no es claro si es a la alza o a la baja, pero yo creo que lo que nosotros vemos es que las probabilidades van de acuerdo, apoyando más a la alza que a la baja. Además de que estamos por encima del promedio de la 9, lo que nos dice que estamos en un mercado alcista y la tendencia continúa. Y por primera vez en la historia tenemos un cierre arriba de los 209 en la mensual. Esta vela mensual cerró literalmente en 238. 238 es este cierre y ahora estamos consolidando justamente en esta zona. Voy a acercarme un poco más. Vamos a ver la de 2 semanas. Quiero ver si encuentro un setup Amazon. Ok, en la de 2 semanas pueden ver que acá el precio subió, la volatilidad subió y ahora va para arriba. ¿Y qué fue lo que pasó? Esto. Y eso nada más fue, ese velazo verde, ese dildo verde, fue nada más esto. Y ahorita está parada en 31% la volatilidad. Esto quiere decir que cuando esto de continuación se va a ver absolutamente brutal ese setup. Pueden ver que es lo mismo en el de la semanal, donde la volatilidad literalmente se está yendo de lado. Y esto nos está dando esta consolidación de precio. Esta consolidación es alcista. Ahora, algo rápido para toda la gente que está apenas empezando. ¿Qué es esto? Esto es una bandera alcista. Lo que pasa es, tienes el mástil de la bandera y luego tienes la bandera acá. Normalmente cuando acaba de correr el precio en estas, da continuación a donde estaba, lo que le da más probabilidades también de continuar a la alza, pero al mismo tiempo lo podemos ver en la semanal. Estamos muy por encima de nuestro promedio del 9, el 21, y seguimos rangueando por acá, buscando otra vez ese máximo histórico en los 263, 264 para los Solamis. Nos vamos a acercar, vamos a ir a la diaria, vamos a ver si existe algo acá de volatilidad o no. Podemos ver que estamos justamente retomando el promedio del 21, que eso es bastante bueno, sobre todo en temporalidad más corta. Eso nos está diciendo que tal vez este movimiento comience. Vamos a ver la volatilidad. Volatilidad en la diaria está en uno de los niveles más bajos, también que ha estado en la gráfica, aunque sí ha llegado a 0. Y esto está preparándolo. Así que aquí puede que vaya a haber algo delicioso pasar pronto. Vamos a ver la de 12 horas rápido. No, ahí ya le estoy buscando demasiadas patas al gato. 2 días también, la volatilidad está haciendo un reset. Lo que nos dice que esto probablemente vayamos a ver a Solamis moverse rápido y potentemente pronto. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando si somos alcistas? Simplemente barrer los 264.65. Eso daría continuación a la misma estructura que tenemos. Si somos alcistas también no queremos perder el huicazo de esta vela No, en realidad sería esta, porque esta tiene esto. Ajá, justamente acá. No querrías perder los 205 en cierres. Esta va a ser una zona bastante importante. Pon esta línea meme en los 202. Eso sería, si eres bajista, quieres ver que el 202 se rompa a la baja. Si eres alcista, quieres ver que se rompa el alto histórico. Y ahorita lo que te queda es simplemente ver cuántos cierres arriba del 9 vas a tener, que está justamente pasando. Y vamos a ver a dónde nos lleva esto. Así que manténgalo en la diaria. Lo primero va a ser poder pasar esta zona de los 247 a la alza. De ahí ir a buscar esta zona, pero cualquier cierre, porque solamente has tenido un cierre en 256, cualquier cierre por encima de ese número va a ser bastante potentemente bueno para el precio de Solamis. Lo que yo pondría es esto acá, para que lo podamos ver, y esta línea, lo que quiero ver es cierre arriba de 255, eso me haría a mí hacer el front run de este alto, pero ahora eso es jugarle a Satán con una resortera y pegarle en los huevos. Así que atentos a ellos. Esos son los Solamis. Vamos a ir a Tesla, damas y caballeros, como de que no. A ver. Can we even hear you, Farhan?
Wow.
How's the audio?
We can. We can.
I'm sitting in the airport lounge currently, sipping on Dos Equis.
Good for you. Good for you. I like that you're dressed up like you're going to school.
Am I? This is the shirt that Alex picked up for me.
I got that for you? Oh, wow.
This is hey, listen, I'm just providing you feedback of what I'm seeing. You also look like a teacher that works in the Middle East.
Maybe I might be potentially teaching a class in Cancun University.
Well, I look like I'm teaching everyone at NYU about transgender studies. So, you know, we got to find a nice balance, which is Alex right in the middle.
We're all transitioning.
All righty. Alex is doing Tesla right now. If you want to drop a chart, let's see what we can do here. Let me get the next price that we're going to be analyzing after Tesla and Face.
All right, sounds good. I'm going to load up my trading view.
Let us do this, sirs. All righty, we got Tesla.
Nice. Okay, so we were talking about, I believe last stream, the likelihood of actually going up and testing that 375 to 373 level. we did that. And so now we're here. We opened actually above it. And so let's see how the daily is looking now. You're going to want to hold this. Let me make this solid. My opinion, you're just simply going to want to hold this. It makes sense. Anytime we like break out above this $372 level, we usually then get a nice easy move to 400. But anytime we fail to hold it, it generally leads to big moves down. And we just can see that. Lost it here. Nice move down. Lost it here. Boom. Dumped it even a little here. Lost it here. And then right here, lastly. So we're at a very crucial point on Tesla. Why I think that this is going to hold is because look at the daily volatility above the moving average. Nice reset. Perfectly what we'd want. And that's kind of what this consolidation did. Just reset volatility. Gave us a nice trigger. Didn't fully hit the 21. Still was riding the 9. And then, once we reclaimed the 9, that was kind of the sign of, yeah, we definitely could go up. Breaking this wick high here led to the expansion move up. And so now today we're just kind of consolidating and chilling. On the lower time frames, I bet that's what we see. We're just kind of consolidating right now. We see, though, that $372 level was solid resistance, even on the 2-hour. So we just want this to hold. As long as it's holding above $372, for me, Tesla has an easy target then back up to that $413, if not to $420 for the culture. From there, you should be expecting some deeper pullback. And deeper pullback, meaning like we maybe go there and then test back to the $372 level. And why I say that is because when you have a level like this, where it's an all-time high, where we have only really tested it one time where that led to the bear market, you're going to have a lot of people wanting to sell around here. And so theoretically, I mean, it makes sense to find some kind of resistance there. Let's see if the HBDR can see anything else that I can. So we see the weekly is at the 95%. So it's going to be a little difficult. Like we really want to see where this, because the weekly is closing today. And so if we get a weekly closure back above that $372, it'd be a really good sign. And then ideally, then what you'd want is this 95% to actually move up. And that way it makes us less likely to just hit it and reject and come down. Falling below that then pops us back into this range that we've been in, for a while. So that is kind of where we're at on Tesla. We are at resistance, though, on the weekly, and I'm surprised to see that. The 2-week here, it's not bad. We see that 90% at that $400 level. Kind of ties in a little bit to what I'm saying. Let's see the 5-day here. The 5-day is not looking bad. And let's see if that 95% can actually hold as support. It's coming in right around that $372, and it just ties into what I'm saying. Like, if we end up losing this $372, I do think it's going to end up making us go back down to 300, which in my opinion would be a pretty big move down for Tesla. Let's say it loses it, comes all the way down. Yeah, we're talking about a 21% move down. Maybe not as deep to 300. Maybe it just goes to that 5-day 9. But still, regardless, it's over 15%. And it's very simple to me. I mean, you just want it to hold support, and it's just doing so now. The 3-day here is at the 80%. But again, if the weekly closes above $372, then it could potentially lead into us breaking out above this 80% and actually going to that 90%. And where does that sit? Right around $418. Perfect confluence of the top of this channel. And also it's good confluence to the idea that we probably do end up getting a pullback around here. I mean, we're now testing the all-time highs. Maybe we wick a little below it, form a new macro high. It'd be funny too if Tesla like locally topped at 420. It'd just be very funny to see. But regardless, I mean, if we hold 372, I do believe we're going to go up to $400 to $415. And then from there, I would expect some kind of pullback, if not consolidation. Maybe treks up, hits the 90%, forms a new all-time high, and then comes down, retests around here to go up. And that should mean that we're going around that monthly EMA 9 if it wants to load whenever. Oh, I guess it's all the way down here. Never mind. What was it, the weekly then? Or was it the 2-day 9? No, I don't know then. There's no 9 up above. There's no, but it would just make sense. Just a simple SR flip. What is the all-time high for Tesla? I'm curious. It's hard to see with this chart.
It's like 420.
Is it 420 or was it 414?
It's close.
Yeah, it's close.
414.
Yeah, exactly. And so You know, for me, I definitely could see, as long as we hold above 372, us going back up. I mean, the way the 5-day chart looks, it's the 3-day. Let's go to the 5-day here. The way the 5-day looks, I mean, we just want that 95% to hold, essentially. So as long as, you know, Tesla specifically is closing above 372, I do think we're going to go back up and at least try to test the all-time high. What's interesting is this 90% is slightly above the all-time high, slightly above right here. And so that'd be interesting, actually. Watch Tesla barely put in a macro high and then slightly start to roll over around here. That'd be kind of interesting to see. But until then, I'm just going to stay on the camp that this is going to be a new range, depending on, you know, if today's day, 2-day and daily actually hold above it. Now, if we end up not closing above this, losing it, then it definitely opens the chance of us actually coming back down to like 355, if not all the way down to 342. And that's just simply because of the relationship around that $372, especially on like a daily. I'm trying to go back here. You can just see, like I said in the beginning, just once we lose that, it's just generally not something you want to hold along then. Like, okay, we reclaimed it, we broke above, we fell below, we closed below. Now I'm probably going to close my long. Great, we rallied up, people longed it, we closed below again, and then we just bigly broke down, broke out here, fell down, held it, awesome, rallied up a little bit, harsh rejection, closed below, retested it, rejected, bear market. Here, quick SFP down. The bearish retest got front ran by just like $5, $3, and then big move down. That's what I'm saying. Like, it seems simple, but let's just hold that 372 to 371 level. That'll be a great place to just kind of consolidate. Then let's start expanding this daily back. You know, after hitting extremes, let's reset, get this volatility to expand, and then that'll guide our bias to actually going back up. I do think, though, once we make a new all-time high, if not even just testing the all-time high, that 415 to 420 level, which is ironic and really funny, actually, would act as major resistance. And that's just simply because of where we're at on the daily, the 2-day. You know, this is the 90%, the daily's at the 95%. And then on top of it, we go to the 3-day. The 90% right here, but you can see it's just slightly above the all-time high. So that's why I'm like more in the camp that maybe we do break the all-time high, but then from there we just do end up getting a deeper pullback. But then the 5-day here is like looking okay. It's not the worst, and even that 99% at $452. So, you know, it's looking like as long as this $372 holds over time, we are going to move up to $400. I don't know if it's going to be 420 or 470 or 450. But at least the $400 zone, which from here, even just going to 400, would still be a 7% move, which, you know, is definitely a tradable move. See how the weekly looks now.
Did you ever see The Matrix?
Yeah.
Do you remember, did you see them all or just one?
Just one.
Oh,
Just
so you never
one.
saw.
That's illegal.
Disgusting. I know. Disgusting. There's a scene where Neo is in the actual real world, not in the Matrix, and the robots are coming to get him, right? And he turns around and he goes, I can feel them, right? And then he just turns around and stops the fucking robots, and everybody's like, what the fuck? Like, how is that possible? In this occasion, looking at this chart and everything that you're doing, I can feel it. I can basically feel, just like Bitcoin did, Tesla going all the way up, breaking that all-time high, and then going down and starting to consolidate like a piece of shit for 6 months right next to it, for it to then do another mega move. Yeah. Because it's too easy right now. It's too easy.
Yeah, it is too easy. And I mean, like, as a bull, you're really going to want the monthly to just hold 372, assuming we close above it. We haven't. And like, that's why today, like the dailies, the 2 days, the 5 days bleed into the weeklies bleed into the monthlies, and then that ideally bleeds into the quarterlies. And wouldn't surprise me to see this, you know, makes a new all-time high, comes down, consolidates for a while, and then from there leads to a bigger breakout. What's interesting though about that point is then I just get reminded, well, what is this, the weekly volatility? No, I guess nothing on the higher time frames is really giving us anything on volatility other than the daily, which, you know, could tell me, yeah, we easily could pop up, easily go back up, hit that 420, make a new all-time high. But then from there, I mean, we're hitting the 90, 95% on the daily, the 2-day, the 3-day. Generally would want to see some kind of pullback, if not consolidation. And then, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe we just like bust on through, come back, and then just like I said, consolidate here. And then from there, that's where these ranges start moving up, and then we can actually test higher. Tesla, though, I mean, you keep mentioning it looks like Bitcoin, and it kind of does. Like if we go and view this on a monthly, and we just look at Bitcoin. So like, let me see if I can do this fast. Kind of looks like right around here. Like we understand that, we see that, and it's like, wasn't until we broke the all-time high where we went absolutely parabolic. Now going back to Tesla here, if we go and view this, it just kind of looks similar. Like once we break this all-time high, I do think we'll go up a little higher, find some resistance, but then that really could be like a big spark for bulls essentially. Because Tesla hasn't really been around. Like, yes, it's been around since 2010, but I mean, really the fun parts have been happening since COVID. So, I mean, we've just been going up, down, formed a higher low. The monthly is just in the midst of forming a higher high. And that is why I believe all those daily targets are giving us resistance at that higher high. Meaning the monthly does make a higher high. And if the all-time high is 414, 415, even just hitting this 95% would form an all-time high, meaning the monthly just didn't make a higher high, which then generally if we're at the all the way up here on the monthly, and let's say we get a closing basis on that, you can just see here we haven't really closed monthlies above that, so it makes sense to find some kind of maybe resistance, rejection, monthly opens, monthly retests, monthly holds, and then that's what brings us up. Possibly, very well possibly could be, then we actually do hit that 80%. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Tesla's looking good. I do think it will depend on today's close. Be mindful of that $372, $371 level. And holding that, then you would just want it to just keep holding. If any closing basis happens below, then it's going to start looking like it's going to come down and at least test the daily 9, if not all the way down to the median, closer to that 21 here. And that's kind of the area we're in. So today's going to be a really important daily close for Tesla, because I do believe that's also going to be a 2-day. And just when you get those higher time frame, like a 2-day, 3-day, 5-day, just solidifies it. And so that's good. That's, it's better than a daily is a 2-day. And so that will be a good sign. 3 hours still, we are above, but it's anything could happen at this point. So the fact that we haven't full on rejected it is a good sign. We're holding it now in the hourly. You can just see that we're just kind of basing on it now. The 9 has on the hourly has basically reached up to where the support line is, while still holding above the 1 hour median. And so once we do get a closure back above this hourly high here, that's probably what's going to spark our breakout closer to that 400 and maybe $420 level on the hourly. So yeah, that's all I see on Tesla. I can maybe check the 4 hour for a little less degenerate time frame, and the 4 hour looks good. It's literally exactly what I'm saying too. The 4 hour, it's like once we lose that 371, we're now under the 50%, which probably means we're going to go back to the median right around that 358, if not all the way back to the 21, closer to 350. And we now see that 4 hour 50% is right there, and that is kind of where you'd want to hold. The only issue is that would mean that now the 4 hour is below the 9 and the median, and we just want that to keep holding. And so it makes a lot of sense. You want this 372 to hold, especially on this 4 hour, and then that would take us probably all the way up to that 95%, which is really close to the meme line, which is basically in tune to what we have seen on Tesla. Anytime it is above 372, it does like to just get those big moves up quickly to 400. Here, it reclaimed it, quick move up to 400. Here, nice gap up to 400. And then even here, quickly reclaimed to 380 and then just dumped right through. And then that's where we broke down. So again, just keep watching this zone. This is very important. And I wouldn't be surprised if we end up going to 400 probably within the next week. And then at that point, we should see at least some consolidation around here. It should just hold. We just don't want this to play out again. breakout, hit it, comes down, doesn't hold, and just falls through. Wouldn't be a good sign. But for now, it's looking good. Bulls are in control, and Tesla would be interesting if it does hit 400 within the next week or two. 415 to like maybe even 420 for the culture, and watch it actually locally top at 420. CT would just have a heyday if that happens.
Have you factored in the fact that Jim Cramer said it's going to $500?
I know.
I didn't
Jim
even
Cramer
know that.
did. Yeah, Jim Cramer did say yesterday that it was going to go to 500, which is like, oh,
So we're probably going to top at 420, then not go to 500. Reject
exactly
55%, and that's it. That's what I gather from that.
most likely. I'll say this though: did you guys see the run that Nvidia had on the market? You've all seen it, right? Like how fucking crazy it went. And also the other SMCI and all those other companies fucking exploded towards the upside, right? The US government is subsidizing EVs here in the US. I'm just saying, like massive amount of money that they're putting in there. I know Tesla's not a part of it yet, but I think it's going to be like an all-in type of thing so that we can take, just like we took the chipsets away from Europe and they didn't see it coming, apparently, by doing the Chip Act and all that stuff. And then we basically paid everyone billions of dollars to come produce chips here. We're most likely going to do the same thing with cars. We're doing it already. We already gave $6 billion to Rivian, $6 billion to GM, $6 billion. Like, it's happening. So just something to keep in mind when looking at this shit. Sir, we're doing Enphase next, Mr. Farhan. Let me just stop being cool. Stop being cool. I'm right here just fucking sitting in my
5 p.m. at the airport.
Well, enjoy the time there. I like getting fucked up at an airport. It's always fun. Oh, Bitcoin at $101,000, by the way, on spot. Attention to that 103 area for that delicious rejection and a nice short possibility. Maybe.
Yeah. We'll soon. 103.
If it breaks like a 4-hour close over our current highs, I think it's going to 113.
To 113? Yeah, that's what we have too. Yeah, we were talking before you got here.
I have like max like 110. So that's interesting.
I'm getting 113 from the quarterly median.
Quarterly median. I didn't even look at the quarterly.
Yeah. All righty. I'm going to start with this one, boys.
Perfect.
Vale, estamos viendo Tesla, estamos viendo el gráfico mensual, lo voy a poner en el trimestral porque como siempre es buenísimo poder apreciar algo en la vista más arriba, ¿no? Para poder entender las cosas. Y yo creo que esto simplifica bastante la fotografía. Esto es Tesla cuando hizo el nuke que se fue abajo de los $100. ¿Quién no puede recordar eso en enero del 2023? Y de ahí hemos visto todo lo que ha pasado. Ahora, importante para Tesla. Nunca hemos tenido un cierre encima de esta línea de los 358.67. En realidad, este cierre está muy cerca de ahí, pero lo hizo abajo. Así que, ojo, esta vela trimestral que cierra en 25 días y 4 horas podría ser la primera vela que cierre en este rango. ¿Y eso qué es? Muy alcista. Obviamente ponemos nuestros promedios. Pueden ver el promedio del 9 y el 21 bastante por encima y el 55 también. Tesla lleva muchísima fuerza. Está cotizando en 374 y el máximo histórico son 414.55. Volatilidad no está dando ningún setup de nada, aunque no está en la parte más baja que ha llegado, pero sí está rebotando en esto. Esto es algo que va a durar años en que lo podamos ver en el precio, así que atentos. Vamos rápido a la mensual. En la mensual podemos ver que este movimiento se está extendiendo y está cansándose, por lo que esto todavía daría más validación a lo que yo pienso que va a pasar con Tesla, pero igual estoy mal. Vamos a ver qué pasa. Volatilidad en 82%, expandiendo agresivamente desde acá. Y eso es literalmente esta vela y hasta acá arriba. Así que podemos llegar a sobrecomprado y estar ahí por un rato. También no se olviden, a Tesla no le molesta estar en el 100% de volatilidad. Eso es la mensual, promedio del 9 por encima del 21, el 55, todo se ve muy bien por acá. Y viéndolo en el gráfico mensual, creo que es importante también notar, hemos tenido un cierre en esta zona. En el mensual sí lo hemos tenido entre estos dos precios, lo tuvimos justamente acá y este cierre también en los 381. De ahí no hemos tenido ningún otro cierre por esta zona. Así que desde el 2021 noviembre no habíamos visto esta zona. Vamos a ver si esta vela que cierra en 25 días y 4 horas va a poder hacer el favor que todo el mundo está esperando. Vamos a ver qué se da. En la de 2 semanas, podemos ver que es un poco de la misma historia, volatilidad expandiendo de acá, lo que nos está diciendo que está cansándose el movimiento en 83%. Y continúa, pero esto es literalmente parte de esto. Y aquí probablemente vayamos a encontrar resistencia. ¿Por qué? Porque aquí es donde has tenido estos cierres y estos rechazos. El cuerpo de estas velas que está acá nos hace pensar que esa vaya a ser una zona interesante para encontrar resistencia en Tesla. No hay ningún setup en la semanal. En la semanal tienes el setup que es justamente lo que estás viendo acá. Y continúa expandiendo, está en el 76.98%. Eso quiere decir que todavía tiene camino, pero no tanto. Por lo que, si nos acercamos un poco a Tesla y lo ponemos en la diaria, por ejemplo, podemos darnos cuenta que el promedio está en 3.55, el del 9, que siempre es una excelente oportunidad de entrada, luego el 21 y el 55, que llegaría a los 300 pronto. Esto es en la diaria. En la diaria tenemos también la volatilidad expandiendo en este momento, pero de un nivel bastante interesante, donde probablemente nos esté dando un movimiento de corrección. Lo que nosotros pensamos que puede pasar con Tesla, viendo este gráfico, se ve muy alcista, se ve bastante bien, pero muy probablemente, simplemente por lo que estamos viendo, tendremos que esperar acá, romper el 381, cerrar por acá. Tal vez vayamos a visitar estos altos históricos, romperlos, muy a la Bitcoin, ¿no? Que Bitcoin llegó a 73 después del 69 y después, ¿qué hizo? 6 meses de esto. Y después da continuación. Eso es lo que pensamos podría ser un caso bastante sencillo de ver para Tesla. Y acá lo único que tienes que ver es estos puntos. No quieres perder el 359.96 en ningún cierre y definitivamente quieres cerrar arriba del 381 pronto en el precio de Tesla en velas diarias, un par de confirmaciones. Nos interesa arriba del 381 porque eso nos llevaría casi automáticamente al 414 y esto pues pinta bastante bien. Nada más, no hay tanta fuerza en la volatilidad empujando estos movimientos a corto plazo. Es por eso que creemos que va a consolidar por un rato una vez que llegue a extremos en todo lo que estamos viendo en volatilidad y eso de ahí nos deje hacer la consolidación estilo Bitcoin y vámonos de nuevo a la siguiente zona. Así que ahí tienen Tesla. Y también... ¿qué es lo que les iba a decir? Una cosa que vale la pena decirles a todos, sé que también querían que analicemos Rivian. En Rivian detuvimos nuestro short porque esto nos sacó el velazo de para acá arriba. Ahora, algo muy importante que ver, y además también tienes un cruce plateado a la alza en Rivian, rapidísimo para todos ustedes. Algo importante de entender es que Estados Unidos está justamente haciendo lo que hizo con los chips, cuando los chips empezaron a subir como locos de precio y que le robamos a Europa todos la manufactura de los chips. Estamos haciendo lo mismo con lo de los coches eléctricos y ya le dimos a Rivian $6,000 millones, a Ford, GM, a todos ellos $6,000 millones, menos a Tesla. Solamente quiero decir eso porque creo que lo que va a venir y la oportunidad grande va a estar en este sector, en lo que sigue ahora sí que de la historia. All right, we're going to end phase. What's end phase? Energy. There you go. ENPH. One second.
I quickly ran to get myself a new cerveza.
I saw. Good for you, sir.
The airport is the only place where people won't judge you for having a couple of beef to serve. You guys see my screen?
Yeah.
We can hear you, but you have to like speak a little louder because we can hear more of the. Yeah, perfect.
Oh, you can hear me better?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Right, so we're gonna start with the quarterly on one phase, where we're still getting that breakdown. We went down to test this wick low off of this meme line. We broke that. We came all the way down to the 78.6%. And as of right now, we're still below this meme line. So if we close below this meme line, I mean the meme line and the wick low, we got 25 days left to go. If we close below it, it's going to be a change of structure, it's going to be an actual breakdown. And we're probably going to go significantly, probably somewhere around this consolidation area. which lines up perfectly with the 97.5% and the 100%. That's sitting below $20 right now. Sitting somewhere around $18 to $17.50. Let's do a little measurement. The 75% drop from where we are right now. Right now, the momentum is heavily within bearish control, and volatility is pointed up to support it. We're giving you the setup for that drop that would come all the way down to 97.5%. Last time we had this powerful of a setup to the downside was right over here. Wherever momentum was pointed down, volatility was pointed up. And we dropped from here about 95 and 95.
Oh, is this a shitcoin?
Seems like it. And it seems like the shittiest of shitcoins. Not even XRP drops 96%.
No. Wow.
Only shitcoins that drop 96% are Haktua coin.
Oh boy.
I can't believe I considered buying that shit.
Did you really?
I was thinking about it, but I didn't have any crypto available to swap.
Oh, thank fucking God.
But then I found out that she has 96% of the supply. Right now,
Not
the
her, but yeah.
same shit. The monthly has silver cross to the downside right now, and the silver cross lines up perfectly with the median, which tells you this is going to be a very significant area where even if we do get a bounce, this is probably going to be significant resistance. We probably won't even test it with how strong this downtrend is right now, because we've already closed this candle below all of these lows. The monthly has already, when we're looking at the quarterly, so to close below this has already happened on the monthly. We've closed below these big lows, so there's significant probabilities of coming back down and testing somewhere between this 97.5% and this 100%. I'm not comfortable saying the 100% because it's such an extreme level, and I don't really see it going to the 100% to the downside, except for here, which is the same setup that we had before on the quarterly. So maybe it doesn't. I do see it going to the 100% on the upside, but this is the area where you would look for a first bounce. Probably a dead cat bounce probably fails, but you very likely do get a bounce in this $34, $35 region. Maybe it goes all the way back up. I don't think it's going to happen, but possibly it can go back up to test this meme line. Don't think it's going to happen. More likely it's going to happen is probably bounces to $35, goes somewhere around like $49, $50, puts in the next lower high there, and ends up nuking again, giving you this. I'm scared to say this in public, but the Nagasaki setup.
You can skip the Hamas setup and the Nagasaki setup.
Oh,
Don't worry about it while you're in public.
That's funny.
We're like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Yeah. Who is he talking to? And like I said, the way that you're looking right now, very traditional. You might not want to bring those words up.
Listen, students, class is in session. Monthly momentum is within the bearish control of volatility pointed up to support it. The last time that really happened was off of this dump right here. And that was, get ready for a very big number. 78% to the downside.
Whoa.
Let's just for a little fun, calculate 70% to the downside from here. Right there at $20. If you do 78%, right around that $15 to $16 number that we got from the quarterly.
Wow.
2 week. 2 week is getting that dead cat bounce that we were looking for on the monthly, where we closed below this big lows, the meme line and everything. We tried to bounce back, tested the meme line. Right now we're still rejecting it. So as long as we're rejecting this meme line, probabilities are that we're still going to continue downwards. Probably going to go towards that $35 number, which is just above our 100% on the HBDR. Our momentum is starting to flip up on the 2 week, still within bearish control. So it lines up with us going back to retest this meme line and rejecting it, which we are right now. And you know it's a corrective bounce because the volatility is starting to shift down while the momentum is shifting up. Weekly is doing the same thing. We're retesting this meme line and it's getting a rejection, putting in another lower high. To confirm this as a lower high, we have to close below this candle open. We're at $68.25. Close below that, lower high is confirmed, local top is confirmed, and then we're going to $35. Same thing on the weekly, where momentum is pointed up, volatility pointed down. Same thing on the 5 day. Momentum pointed up, volatility pointed down, rejecting the meme line. And right now, with this setup on the 5-day HPDR, we have probabilities of coming back down to test this 38.2%, which would make a local top on this candle right here, and we could follow through down to probably somewhere around 45 to 35. 2-day right now has closed over the 38.2%, which is slightly more bullish, but the fact that we're rejecting this main line, it just looks very high probability of coming back down to retest this at the top 30% at 65.50, and that would break all of these wick lows right here, destroy the structure that we have, a slight bounce, put us back into a downtrend, and we're going significantly lower from there. Especially since momentum is starting to shift back down on the 2-day as well. Daily reclaimed this top 38.2%. 38.2%, we got a little bit of a bounce. Deviated this mean line, and then it immediately lost it. So you could have seen right here, once we deviated this mean line, that we were probably going to come back down to 38.2%. So if you were long at this point, this would have been your signal to get out. Now we've not only have we lost 38.2%, we've lost the median as well. Like these probabilities are coming back down to this 38.2%. Since volatility is so low, we're likely not going to stop at this 38.2%. Probably we're going to come back down to somewhere around the 95% to the 97% because we're coming from such low levels in volatility. That puts us somewhere between $52 and $49. And if you shift to the monthly and the quarterly, and move that down to that number, brings us significantly lower, somewhere around that $20 area. The 4-hour has not broken back into bearish control, with volatility shifting up to support it, and we've lost 38.2%, retested it, and we're rejecting it. Now, if we, what's confirmation for us to break down in the 4-hour is if we lose this 21 EMA. Lose that, first stop is filling this gap right here, around like $66. Probably we're not going to stop there because the volatility is going to be shifted up to support the move to the downside. Probably coming back down to somewhere around that $50 area first, all the way down, like, I don't even see it on the HPDR. And then probably a little bit of a bounce at $50 because it's a round psychological number. From there, probably it's worth the 40s, maybe a little bit of a bounce in the 40s, but I think that bounce is going to be weaker. And then to the 35 area. 35 should give us somewhat of a decent bounce. Maybe like 15 to 20%. I also think that bounce is going to fail, but it is going to be a tradable bounce. Check the side.
Ding.
All right, so the RSI right here, you see price made higher highs, RSI made lower highs. Bearish divergence on the RSI.
Oh boy.
The quarterly. Like the
And
first.
by the way,
Mhm.
volatility is expanding while the price is going down too, right? To just also on top of it.
Yep, it's expanding from like 20%, and now we're only at 35%. So this quarterly setup with volatility and the bearish divergence is giving us easily those targets of somewhere around like is that like $40 to $17, $15. Monthly right now has hidden bearish divergence on this lower high right here. We've already basically hit the easy target with the bearish control zone. The next target is going to be the critical zone. And keep in mind, this number is going to move up, but right now it's at the $6.37. 2 weeks, multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. Volatility expanded for many periods of 0%. Gives you a setup of a certain city in Japan. We're at 48%. 48% in our volatility. The moving average is still not caught up. At 28%. We can get a significant move down from here before this even is done playing out at all. Right now, it doesn't tell you what number the critical zone is because it's so low. But eventually, after the next couple of opens, it'll tell you. Weekly. 5-day also has multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. 2-day is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence off of this lower high right here. To confirm it, you'd have to close below $71.85. Close below that, you're going to confirm another drive of hidden bearish divergence. Gives you a target of the critical zone. Right now, that number is at $15.47. Very similar numbers that we got from the quarter. daily has already confirmed multiple guys hitting bearish target. The first couple of targets you're going to get from that is going to be bearish control zone and the critical zone. Bearish control zone sits at $47.88, which is the first area we probably get a bounce in the 40s. And then after that, probably not going to go here because this number is going to rise. But right now it's at $2.34 for the critical zone. I'm not too sure. Taking the quarterly again, we're beginning to head for the expansion from like 20%. Momentum is pointed down as long as we're below $157. Price can do a 2x, and momentum is still going to be pointed down. And right now, we're entering into the critical zone. Last time we were in the critical zone, way back in 2017, 2016, when price went down how much percent? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, about 94, 95% to the downside after that.
Just a small amount.
It's a small amount. Losing 94, 95% of your money, not too. I thought crypto was a scam.
Well, Enphase is way better at that.
Yeah, it's a much nicer scam. The most beautiful scam in the world. I've seen a lot of scams. These are the most beautiful. Same thing on the monthly. We're getting volatility expansion from about 14, 15% to 10% actually. We're projecting getting out of bearish control. And momentum has pointed down as long as we're at $83.92. And then afterwards, we're also going to enter into the critical zone. Last time we freshly entered the critical zone was off of this dump right here. This was about 58% to the downside. And also now we have fresh silver cross to the downside. Because before we didn't have only 58%. 2 week, giving us that Japan sale, where momentum is breaking into the critical zone, and we're pointed down, and momentum is long as we're below $80.56. Weekly is expanding from 0% volatility. We're at 88%. And so continue to move down before this is stopped at. Momentum is starting to pick up. It's going to be pointed up as long as we're above $67.17. This area, this area is going to be very significant. This is the critical zone. This area, this momentum pivot is going to go up. It'd be very interesting to see if it goes above where price is. If it does, that's going to tell you that the local top is in, so we're going to dump from there. And if you would apply just a little bit of like basic TA, you can see that we're in a downtrend. We have a silver cross. What's probably going to happen once we go up, shift up a little bit. Once we hit the critical zone, this area is probably going to reject. And this is going to be where our momentum pivot shoots up a lot. So you can kind of forecast that the momentum pivot is going to move up based off of the trend. And once that moves up, then it's going to tell you bears are back in control, and it's going to dump a lot. 5 days in, the momentum is pointed up, with volatility is starting to contract. Still above the moving average, but on the next open, it's probably going to be below it. Then starting to get this bounce is likely to be corrective, especially because the trend is still to the downside, and we have a silver cross to the downside. 2 days already contracting on volatility, while momentum is pointed up above $61.78. Then we get this bounce is almost certainly corrective, especially because the trend is to the downside and we have a silver cross, and we're rejecting exactly where you would need to on the silver cross. It's possible the local top could already be in. To confirm the local top being in, you'd have to close below about $68.71. Daily right now is also contracting for many periods of 100%. Now the daily is about to flip down, and it's going to reject the critical zone. We're going to be pointed down as long as we're $73.26. 4 hours basically reset on both. It's at 10% after being at first 100%, then like 97%. Now we're at 10%, while momentum is shifting heavily to the downside. And we're even getting kicked out of the bullish proposal. And momentum can be pointed down as long as we're $74.60. Right now on the monthly and the quarterly, real bad, really bad. Quarterly is about to lose its last big low. Monthly has already lost it. Getting new targets is way lower. If you go up to quarterly, it's somewhere around $20 to $15. The medium term time frames are giving you ideas a little bit of a bounce because momentum is starting to back up and the volatility is coming down. So then if you go all the way down to like the 4 hour, the momentum is starting to shift back down. Volatility is reset. You make significant probabilities the local top is probably already in. The quarterly is going to monthly are going to take over, and this thing is probably going to go down from here.
All righty. Well, let's look at it. Eat dick. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you, sir. What a tremendously bullish chart we're looking at right now. The most bullish I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of bullish charts. Not like the bullshit that you showed me. Palantir, Alex.
You should buy this on leverage, and that's financial advice.
All righty. Let me bring this up. Let's do it. Aquí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Enphase. Wow. A ver, ¿qué es lo primero que notamos en Enphase cuando lo vemos el gráfico trimestral? Podemos ver que Enphase tuvo un alto histórico, denme un segundo, en $339 y esto lo logró en octubre del 2022 y ahora está cotizando en $71. Ok, con eso dicho y hecho, vamos rápido al estrecho. El promedio del 9 y el 21 están a punto de cruzarse e invertir. Eso demuestra aún más debilidad para el precio de Enphase. Y además, la peor noticia de toda es que volatilidad comenzó a expandir aquí. ¿Ok? ¿Y qué pasó? Vela roja y rojo. Y la volatilidad nunca había expandido de tan bajo, nunca. Lo hizo del 25%, oficialmente del 27%, y está en 35%. Y le gusta estar en extremos. Esto quiere decir que el movimiento a la baja es duro, 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 duro. Vamos rápidamente a la mensual. En la mensual podemos ver un poco de lo mismo. No, en la mensual, o sea, sí. Puedes ver la expansión de volatilidad justamente acá. Vamos a poner una de estas. Voy a borrar esta. Vamos a ver qué pasó. Uy, roja, vela roja. Y pueden ver la continuación de la expansión y a dónde los va a llevar el tomate, damas y caballeros. Además de eso, ¿qué más tenemos? Un cruce plateado. Lo podemos ver acá, donde el amarillo baja abajo del naranja. Y ¿qué nos dice eso? Que cualquier retoque al 9, al azul, va a ser oportunidad de hacerle short y lo ha sido en todas. Aquí lo intentó retomar, hizo un fake out y acá vamos a darle continuación a la baja y además con la volatilidad apoyando ese movimiento a la baja. En lo que se refiere a la semanal, podemos ver lo mismo. El cruce plateado ocurrió aquí atrás en marzo del 2023. Ha tenido continuación esta caída. Un nivel muy importante son los 120 que han sido rechazados. Y de ahí dar continuación a la baja al nuevo nivel que es entre los 49 y 71. A esta acción le gusta ranguear entre ciertos precios por mucho tiempo. Ahora, de acá en la semanal podemos ver que la volatilidad había expandido acá y ahora se está cansando a la derecha. ¿Qué nos quiere decir esto? Que muy probablemente esto sea un movimiento correctivo. Y este movimiento correctivo o acabó o está a punto de acabar antes de dar continuación a la baja y con fuerza. No sabemos todavía si podemos decir que ya se acabó y no va a tocar el promedio de la 9 en los 77, pero lo que nosotros creemos es que eso es lo que va a pasar. Ahora, si nos acercamos más y lo ponemos en la diaria, importante notar cómo volatilidad estuvo en extremos cuando llegó hasta acá, que fue en la bajada, y ahora está reseteando el setup. ¿Qué nos quiere decir esto? Que si nos acercamos y podemos ver lo que está pasando justamente acá, nos está rechazando el promedio del 21 en la diaria y estamos oscilando entre el 9 y el 21. Lo fácil para ser alcista en Enphase es poder romper los 75.49. Si puedes llevarte eso, bien, vas a poder llegar probablemente a los 82 y de ahí tener la continuación de todos los tiempos, las temporalidades que están viendo, pero esto parece que ya se cocinó y va a dar continuación a esto. Los objetivos de los movimientos en Enphase, de acuerdo al HPDR y los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad de Farhan, es que esto puede bajar hasta los $17 sin problema alguno. Y eso todavía sería una caída de donde estamos aquí, acá, y no es exacto, 75%. Así que procedan con mucho cuidado acá con Enphase, a menos de que le estén haciendo un corto, y si son cortos, ya saben que la oportunidad más grande va a existir en el 55 e invalidarlo acá con los 90-50. Pero estamos viendo que Enphase mínimo va a los 35 y muy probablemente a los $17. Sin más ni más, vamos a darle a Palantir, damas y caballeros, ¿cómo es que no?
Well, it's the chart that always goes up. That's insane. 1,
Oh
2, 3,
my
4, 5,
God.
6, 7, 8. That's 8 3-month candles. 8. So 24 months of just up. That's crazy. So that's just to put a little some perspective here. We're at extreme volatilities on the quarterly. You're not really dealing with a lot. So we just busted through the 100% like it was butter. And let's see what we're dealing with. Let's go to the monthly. Yeah, that's insane. So HVDR is just not even going to help on higher time frames. Obviously, we see that monthly 9, very simple. It's just been holding us this whole time, all year. Essentially, we've never lost it. Any dump into that has just simply been an opportunity. We've only had 2, 1 and 2. All the rest have just been front running the monthly 9. Last month candle was insane. That was 61%, $25 increase. It's absolutely an absurd kind of like how strong this chart is and just how obscenely it is, just keeps going up. We see the monthly is at volatility, but very, very far from even the moving average now. So it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to top or we're going to dump, but would I be longing at $76 Palantir? Probably not. Let's see here, the weekly. So very much like I was showing on the monthly, the weekly 9's just been holding steadily. We're obviously above the median, and with this here, we want to see where this weekly closes, because it wouldn't surprise me to obviously close above the 90%. We are healthily above. We then open up maybe into next week, testing that 90%, and then bouncing from that and going to the 95%. This will move, but currently it's at $86. I'd be watching for that to be at least some kind of reaction zone. It be maybe we get a deeper pullback. If not, somewhat find resistance and just consolidate there. We see here the weekly too is still healthily above the moving average on volatility, and we are just approaching steadily that like 100% zone. So we've never actually reached extreme volatility here on the volatility read on the weekly for Palantir. But one thing to note is last time we rejected back in, when was this, like June, or not rejected, but just at least started to cool down volatility. Yeah, that was around June. It's kind of around this consolidation. Even it going up, it shed the volatility, came down. Yeah. So, I mean, we've never had an extreme read, and it looks like we could be approaching that on this weekly. We won't know. And all we know is we're around the zone where last time we were here on volatility, we started to at least contract and reset. Curious how the 2-week looks now. Yeah, so the 2-week is at extremes. We see here we had a pullback from when it was at 2-week extreme volatility, and that was like a 2-week, like basically a month. We were just kind of ranging and pulling back here. And then, we started going up again. It's kind of insane. These pullbacks are so minimal. It's absolutely absurd. We see here very much like the weekly, the 2-week, I believe we can easily go up. We see the weekly 95% at $86, while the 2-week here, 99% zone is at $78. And so, that kind of could put it into a range like $86 to $78. Regardless, though, we are at extreme on volatility, and we are at literally the 99% zone. So, even so, we still did get some pullbacks. Now, it didn't represent that on the quarterly, of course, because each quarterly closed green, but we still do get pullbacks, even on the most bullish charts. And here's definitely the zone where you shouldn't be looking for longs. You don't want to blindly short. You just probably should just be sitting on your hands and waiting to see the reaction around that 2-week EMA 9 if it ever gets retested. And that's currently right around $53, mixed in with the 80% at $54. Let's see here. Yeah, what an insane chart. $88. Okay. The 5 days looking good, and similar to what we saw in the weekly here, how that $86 seems likely as long as that 90% holds. Since we just had that 5-day close, we see it is basing off the 90% at $72. And the next target would be the high 80s. And so we keep seeing that on more of the higher time frames. It seems like, maybe 79s to 80s could definitely be where we get our pullback. We're almost 279s, and this candle in the 5 days pretty strong. We do see volatility is not really doing much here. It's just like I was saying, at the kind of point where we would start at least looking for either a reaction at the moving average and maybe a bounce up to the 100%. If not, falling below the moving average, signaling that, okay, maybe we do get some consolidation, if not a pullback. But until then, I mean, this is looking quite good, and it still looks like it wants to move up a little bit more. The question is just how much more, right? We see this is at 86. We see the 5 days at 88. So it's like from there, how much more? Worst, best case scenario, maybe 16%. That's pretty high. Damn. Yeah. It's like always shocking to me how I always think, 76. It goes maybe 86. What is that? Like 5%? No, that shit's like 16%. That's crazy. 9% up from the 90%. And so what we're seeing now is a bunch of important closings are going to take place today. First, the daily could reclaim the 80%, which is right now at $75.58. That would then be our target to the 80s. We also are getting a 2-day close. And so we see we're pretty healthily above that 50%. Makes sense to just, open the candle, close like this, come down, retest. And then from there, we push up. And then maybe that's where we get our deeper pullback, potentially. Right? With higher highs, you just want a higher low. And as long as we don't, at least on the 2-day break, $60, even on a wick basis, then, that to me, anywhere around this could just be putting in a higher low, and that probably forms around the median and the 9, honestly. And that's currently the median's at $67, and this will keep going up. This to me would make a lot of sense, especially since we have that 2-day closing. Maybe on Monday we open up on a little downside. This $73.50 acts as support, uses that as a spring, and then we actually push up and go to that 80s. See here, I mean, even there, reclaiming this 80%, that gives us the target of the 81s to 88. So we just keep seeing 80s come about.
Yeah.
And this is how I analyze things that are in price discovery mode. Is I just try to go through all the time frames. I try to understand the trend. And I have to understand kind of where we're at in context. And if we're at the extremes on all the higher time frames, even the quarterly, and the daily, the 2-day, and the 3-day look like it could still go up. The question then I just have to find out is, well, where could be a nice rejection zone? And for me, it seems like that $88 to $83. We have that 2-day 80%. 95% at $88. So literally less than a 5% chance of moving. And then 3-day, even up here, is the 90% zone at 87, close to that $88. So for me, it seems like $88 is going to be the spot that Palantir is going to make its way to, depending on today's close, of course. And then in doing that, I do think that we can get a deeper pullback. And I'm simply gauging the 2-day and the 5-day. I want to just see simply where that 9 is. And we're seeing the 5-day 9's at 60, and the 2-day 9 and the median is right around 66. And so that can help us at least formulate a range. Just like resistance, we have that range of maybe 83 to 88. Well, then also support could be around 65 to 60. And that would make sense. And that would just simply retest the 9, similar to here, where, we came down, we slow grinded, dumped into the 9, and then sprung from that. Here we came down, held the 9, we kept moving, came down, started a spring from that as well. Lost the 9, held the 21. As soon as you reclaimed the 9 here, this probably was a good long, as you can see. So there's no reason to overcomplicate it, even when these charts are getting degenerate. You're just simply going to gauge the 2-day now. It's just closing today. And I would watch to see where this closes. If you do have the HBDR, you want to just see this 50% get reclaimed. Opens on a pullback into next week. Maybe we go up to that 84. And then from there, I would want to see some pullback there. It keeps with the overall trend. This trend is very strong. And like I said, as long as we don't break this low, then anywhere around here, it could form a higher low on the daily, the 2-day. And even potentially the weekly, where's this weekly 9 going to move on to next week? And this could easily move up closer to where we're talking about, that $60. So we have multiple time frames saying that, that $83 to $86 seems likely. Even just on this weekly here, we see it's at the 95%. But then at that point, you should be more cautious of a pullback. Where that pullback could come, I'm gauging it on the 5-day, the weekly, and the 2-day. Currently where the 9 stands, and right around there is mixed in with the HBDR and also the moving average. We see the 80% right around 61, while the weekly 9 too, that's pretty strong, is grinding up and moving towards that $60. So maybe into next week or on next close, this will move up more to 61 or $60.50. We see as well, same exact thing on the 5-day. The 2-day as well shows us that right around that $60, we have the median and also the 2-day 9. We see the 50% and the bottom of the blue zone here is at basically $60. So that's just, again, good confluence for me to see that a pullback around $60 could work. And where are we getting that $63 zone? Well, if the daily 9 gets lost, then generally we go either to the median or the 21. And then for me, that would make sense because that just plays into the scenario we talked about. And so when you have the 9, getting lost, and we'll look at the median at 66, but then I don't see why we wouldn't just wick to the 21 real fast. Keep in mind, we haven't really tested the 21. The 9's literally been supporting us. You blindly long this 9, you would make money, just simply put. Will it be like that all the time? Well, no, and that's why it would be smart to gauge for a deeper pullback around the 80s and then see if we get some kind of reaction around the 60s, maybe a psychological $60 flat. From there, though, we're talking about, even let's just say we go to that 88. At this point, if we go to, let's just say the daily median at 66, that's a 25% pullback. Even to the daily 9, that's a 21%. So we're literally talking about insane numbers for a stock. When you have something like this, it just be, I think, irrational for me to say, oh yeah, well, I think you guys can long this here and let's target that 100 to 101. Just simply because of all the time frames, I just don't think that's too wise. Yes, we easily could break up and keep going up, and that's the scenario I actually am talking about. But I think it's wiser just to be calm, patient, and just wait for that pullback. Because each time we've had a pullback on the weekly, it's always just been an opportunity. And it won't always be like this, but as long as it's weekly trends up and this is strong, you should be gauging for at least some kind of major flush out on this, and that is just what we get with the higher time frames. We have the monthly at extremes, we have the 2-month at extremes, and then most importantly we have the quarterly at extremes. So a pullback wouldn't be the most insane, and the fact that this is literally at an 82% 2-month candle, I don't think a 30% move right around here, maybe onto the next open. I don't know when the timing will be, but generally I just would want to see that $60 get tapped. We could even maybe see this range move up and it just taps the top of this range on the 2-month, maybe. But even there, here it's at $57, $58. So it's really not too far in those zones we're talking about. And then here you even see that 95% is actually right at $66, $65. And that's on the monthly, right? So that's the monthly 95%. Very similar to what we see with the median and the 9 and the 21. So don't disregard this. I wouldn't be shorting this here, though, because I still think this can go up more. But then at that point, once you reach the 80s, you should be at least de-risking trades and or just preparing for a long setup lower. Even the 4-hour here, look at that, 95% range, $86. So, no matter what time frames we look at it be a daily, 2-day, 3-day, weekly, 5-day, 4-hour, it's still telling me, yeah, we definitely can move up a little bit more if so. And if we do, then you should just be watching the 86 to 88 as like the max level. And then from there, look for a deeper pullback. It makes sense, forms a higher low. I'll be gauging that around the $60, maybe to $66, $60. And then from there, if that holds, that could just be an opportunity because then the weekly 9 just got tested again. So, and like I said, just as long as you bid the weekly 9, just has worked out, simply put. So that's all I see with Palantir. Again, when you're just going up only, it's kind of harder to chart, but it doesn't mean it's time to be degenerate and, oh, we're about to break out to 100. No. Like, we definitely could go up more, and the strength is there, and bulls are buying this, and it's strong. And I do think even when I showed you going it to $86, it's still like a over 10% move. So we definitely could go up a little higher, but Is it worth it to like maybe max long that for like that 9 to 15%, maybe? Or just patiently wait for a deeper pullback, long the higher low, so the trend is your friend, have a logical stop at the last higher low, and then just wait patiently. And, as Palantir has been doing for the last 5 quarterly closes, it's just been closing green. So you just really want to look for that pullback, find the higher low, and bidding there has just literally printed. So that's
unbelievable. Like this
it is,
chart.
yeah.
It's
crazy.
fucking disgusting.
It's more up-only than even XRP.
Yeah, basically. And also it's staying up there on like XRP, fucking bullshit shit going, I did a all-time high, now I'm going to go down. Like, fuck you. Continue to go up like a man. I'm sorry.
Going up only 500% in a month.
That's not enough. That's not enough, okay?
All right. I got rent to pay.
Exactly. Sir, we'll let you get on your flight. Alex, go enjoy your weekend. You guys enjoy your weekends. I'll take care of this. Next Thursday, we have a class for everyone. So that's important, everyone to know. On Thursday, for everyone that's a member of the live streams, we're going to have a class just for you on the website. And we're going to be adding a feature called the library, where you're going to be able to dissect all of the course. It's going to be free there, and it's going to be broken apart in chapters for all of you to see each one of those and all of the other added classes and whatever we add to the course. So that membership, all of them are going to go up in price like $5 each, but that membership should be like the best one because that includes the course and it's like $10 more, and you got access to the classes and all that stuff. So keep that in mind. Any questions?
Happy early birthday, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Looking forward to being 40 in an hour. Fuck me, right? All right. Well, enjoy, boys. Have a good one.
See you boys later. Thank you.
Thank you. Vale, vamos a cerrar esto antes de que cumpla 40 años mañana. Vean esto es Palantir. Una absoluta bestialidad de tabla. Algo importante para todo el mundo que nos está viendo acá es lo siguiente. Cuando tienes un precio que estás viendo así, estamos viendo una temporalidad trimestral, lo que quiere decir que cada una de estas velas son 3 meses. Para cerrar esta vela faltan 25 días y 3 horas. Pero pueden ver que estamos hasta la parte de arriba de esta vela. Desde el fondo, cuando empezaron las velitas verdes, Palantir está arriba 1058%. 1058%. ¡Qué locura! Ok, y ahora, es muy difícil entrar a algo cuando está tan alcista y cuando no tienes básicamente nada de confluencia a dónde puede llegar el precio, más que sacarte del culo o los niveles Fibonacci, o también usar el HPDR, porque también pueden ver cómo el HPDR de Alex, si vieron cuando abrió esto, estábamos por encima del nivel rojo, y hay veces que eso pasa cuando algo tiene un movimiento de este tipo. Vale, con eso dicho y hecho, normalmente cuando ves un tope de este estilo, cuando estás viendo una vela de este tamaño, no quieres entrar acá. Lo que quieres esperar es saber básicamente, y voy a pintarlo muy, muy brusco, solamente para ser extra claro, quieres un retroceso, comprar acá y dar continuación. Obviamente es difícil y todo el mundo le da FOMO y todo el mundo cree que el precio nunca va a bajar cuando va para arriba y también cree que nunca va a subir cuando va para abajo. Pero podemos también darnos cuenta que si volteamos a ver la tabla, estás en volatilidad extrema, a cierto punto va a tener que detenerse esto y dar un respiro. En la mensual estás igual, básicamente arriba del 9, arriba del 21. Una vez que cruzamos del 9 ha estado imparable Palantir, sobre todo una vez que cruzamos el alto histórico en los 44.99, dio una continuación absolutamente brusca y el promedio de la 9 justamente está acá, en los 44.88 en la mensual. Todavía falta para cerrar esta vela, 25 días y 3 horas, lo que le da bastante tiempo para el cierre y después ver a dónde se va a mover ese promedio. Pero también pueden ver cómo estamos en extremos. A Palantir le encanta estar en extremos y puede estar ahí 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 meses, apenas lleva 2. Así que atentos a eso. Cuando nos acercamos más y vemos la semanal, aquí ya empezamos a ver un poco más de una fotografía más limpia. Pueden ver que estamos una vez más a punto de tocar extremos y nunca hemos estado en full extremos en la volatilidad de Palantir acá. Lo más alto que ha llegado en la temporalidad semanal es al 96.95% y estamos justamente 1% abajo de eso. Así que esto nos podría decir que tal vez vaya a haber mínimo una consolidación o un retroceso. Y ahorita vamos a hablar del retroceso para la oportunidad de entrada. Pueden ver que en la diaria también estamos justamente viniendo de extremos a, bueno, casi el 100%. Bajó, hizo un reseteo acá rapidísimo el 53% y de ahí dio continuación y ahorita la volatilidad está en 82.94% y le gusta estar sobrevendida acá, le gusta llegar al 100%. ¿Ok? Es importante tomar nota de eso. Lo que nos dice que todavía tiene chance de moverse en la diaria. ¿Eso qué nos pone? Tenemos por el HPDR, pudimos sacar objetivos y esos objetivos a la alza están en la zona de entre los 80 y los $87. 80, $87. Nos queda teóricamente un movimiento de más o menos 15% en esta jugada de donde estamos. ¿Lo tomaríamos? No. Lo que nos interesa sencillamente es ver cuándo Palantir se dé la vuelta y regrese al promedio del 9 que está en 69.34. Nice. Esa sería nuestra primera zona de interés. La segunda zona de interés sería el promedio del 21, porque lo ha rescatado. Lo pueden ver acá. Voy a quitar los demás. Ok. Lo pueden ver acá bastante fácil. Me quito el cepillín. Y pueden ver cómo el 21 nos rescató acá, el 21 nos aguantó acá. Aquí no nos aguantó, pero esto fue esa caída tremenda que tuvimos, creo que fue lo de Japón. Nos aguantó el promedio de las 200, el S&P 200. Y de ahí literalmente es 21 agarrándonos con gran oportunidad o el 9. Así que primera oportunidad va a ser el promedio de la 9, segunda oportunidad va a ser tu promedio del 21, máxima oportunidad de retroceso sería en 58.83 si es que no se rompe la estructura. Si tienes cierres debajo de 50, básicamente de estos wicks a la baja, si empiezas a cerrar abajo de esto, probablemente vas a ir a cerrar este gap acá en los 44, en los 47 a 44, pero por ahora estás muy lejos de poder tener esa bendición y esa entrada. Ahorita lo que estamos viendo es simplemente el movimiento extenderse como enfermo y no tiene cara de querer parar. Y creemos que probablemente sí llegue a la zona de los 86, 87, tal vez hasta $100. Y después tenga que empezar a unirse a todos los demás timeframes donde ya todo está sobrevendido, tiene que empezar a consolidar, no estamos diciendo caer, pero consolidar mínimo, irse de lado y ahí darte la oportunidad de entrada. Con eso dicho y hecho, para todos ustedes, muchísimas gracias por vernos. También quiero decirles a todos los que son miembros del Lead Trading Academy, gracias por su apoyo. Tenemos clase el próximo jueves solamente y exclusiva para todos ustedes. Es una cosa que quiero decir, entonces apúntenlo este jueves, se viene la tercera clase, que es una cada 2 semanas para los que tienen el paquete Elite, obviamente, y también para los que tienen el paquete de los en vivos. Los precios van a cambiar, van a subir. No sé exactamente si lo vamos a sacar hoy, mañana, pasado o el lunes, el update con los nuevos precios, pero importante tenerlo en cuenta. Solamente van a subir $5. Lo que estamos buscando y lo que vamos a hacer es crear una nueva cosa que se llama la librería. Y la librería va a estar incluida para todos los que tienen el en vivo o los paquetes Elites, que el paquete Elite incluye todo. Y en la librería, que va a costar literalmente $5 más que el curso, vas a incluir el curso desglosado, no va a estar en orden, pero los videos tienen número para que lo puedan ver así, y también vamos a incluir ahí las clases enteras y también los extractos que saquemos. No vamos a simplemente extraer de la clase, lo estamos rehaciendo limpio para que también lo tengan ahí. Vamos a ir agregándole a la librería y es un servicio que va a venir absolutamente gratis para todos los que ya tienen esto. Sí, ya eres miembro de esto y entraste, etcétera, vamos a respetar el precio que tienes, no te preocupes. Gracias por el apoyo y pues a darle. Lo único que queremos es traerles un mejor servicio y no diluir, porque hay muchísima gente que está acá. Gracias al cielo, tuvimos más de 100,000 visitantes el último mes, el primer mes que abrimos. Y no, o sea, es una locura, pero estos güeyes son unos cracks, así que entiendo perfectamente. Por ahora me voy a disfrutar con Vini, lo voy a llevar rentamos una casa en la playa, nos vamos a ir a dar un rol. Vamos a llevar al Vini en su primer road trip oficial y a ver cómo nos va. A cumplir 40 años. Ni modo, güey. Ni modo, pues ya valió verga esto. Les mando un abrazote, cuídense mucho y gracias por estar acá conmigo. Una cosa que quería ver rápido es cualquier pregunta que esté por acá que no podemos ver. Un placer acompañarlos a la volatilidad de hoy. ¿Cuánto cuesta el indicador arcoíris de Alex y cómo comprarlo? Cuesta $800 y creo que lo están subiendo de precio. Vamos a ponerlo en el sitio y voy a pedirle a Eric que nos dé un descuento para ustedes. No le estoy prometiendo que lo vaya a hacer, pero se lo voy a plantear ahora que tenemos ya todo esto en la, ¿cómo se llama? Ahora que tengamos el update en el sitio. Hola. Hola, tío. Creo que tengo un problema con mi correo. Me llegan las alertas, pero no las clases previas. Solo llevo una semana aquí, igual y es eso. Las mandamos por correo, las clases. Igual y entraste cuando no la mandamos, pero ahorita viene el update de la librería y eso te lo va a arreglar mi Julio. ¿Qué plataforma recomiendan para usar con apalancamiento que sea confiable, que no vaya a tener problemas como FTX, eMarkets? Nadie sabe cuáles van a tronar o cuáles no. Nunca puedes tener todo tu dinero en el mercado, Carlos. Es importante tener eso y nosotros usamos Bluffing. En el sitio de Elite Trading Academy puedes literalmente, ¿cómo se dice? Puedes verlo acá. Dame un segundo, te comparto la tabla. Nosotros usamos Bluffing, que es para futuros. Te vas a meter en How To's o si estás viéndolo en español, muy probablemente. Nos vamos a meter en Tutos y en Tutos le vas a picar acá cómo tradear en Bluffing, leer más y acá literalmente tienes un video de cómo usar exactamente Bluffing. Claro que lo único que hice fue no compartir la pantalla, así que soy un puto crack. Aquí lo tienes. En el sitio, una vez más, de Elite Trading Academy, le picas en Tutos. Voy a echarme para atrás para que lo puedas ver. Una vez más. Le vas a picar en Tutos, te va a llevar a esta página, los tutoriales. Le vas a picar en cómo tradear en Bluffing. Y eso te va a enseñar. Hemos tenido una activación de más de 30% de nuevos traders el último mes, que esto vemos con el curso, que hay muchos de ustedes que de verdad sí están aprendiendo a tradear de cero a trader, que es una verdadera locura y lo disfruto mucho. Eso dicho y hecho, ¿qué más? Vamos a ver, estoy leyendo rápido las preguntas del chat. Estás en Estados Unidos, Bluffing funciona en Estados Unidos. De mis $1,000 he perdido como $200 en los shorts que han enviado de estas acciones, pero bueno, exacto. Tienes la idea de esto y no siempre vas a ganar. La idea, como yo lo veo y lo que me ayudó muchísimo para poder para hacerme mejor en esto, es entender, busca las entradas más extremas siempre para entrar. Hay gente que le gusta entrar con el riesgo y con, uy, güey, voy a dejar el 2%, 3%. Busca entradas extremas y aparte de esas raras, como el setup de Hamas y cosas así. Eso te va a dar un hit rate mucho más grande. Y cada que el precio sube o baja, ¿no? De acuerdo a lo que estás apostando, si estás en long y el precio sube, sube tu stop loss si empieza a subir el precio y llévatelo arriba de donde entraste para poder también cubrir los fees y siempre ganar. Porque si te eliminan 9 de 10 de esa forma con tu stop loss subido, va a haber una que sí suba más y esa va a ser una gran ganancia y te estás blindando de todas las pérdidas, mi Tere. Me acabo de unir al curso, saber si se puede usar Robinhood. Puedes usar Robinhood para lo que gustes, mi querido Gerardo, nada más no lo usamos acá y por supuesto que se puede. Tienes cripto y también tienes acciones en Robinhood. Hi, Tio, I'm from Louisiana and I am having trouble adding money to the Bluffing account. It's not allowing me to add money. Did you already try looking at the Bluffing, which is basically what I just showed? Basically, this is the how-to. It's in English, it's in Spanish, and this is just a video of how to use it and how to send money in the easiest way possible. So I'd highly recommend you checking it out. Nice BTC Pump, por cierto. Sí, y Gerardo, muchísimas gracias. Pues vale, con eso acabamos todas estas preguntas. Estamos listos para irnos de vegetales. Voy a pasarla bien. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos. Gracias por estar acá con nosotros. Les mando un abrazo. Pórtense bien. Y Las preguntas de bluffing de cómo depositar, el problema es la aplicación. Pero a lo que voy es, no quieres usar ninguna otra forma más que mandar USDT, que es lo que recomendamos nosotros en cómo depositar, porque todos los exchanges es igual. Todas las tarjetas de crédito y los bancos no quieren trabajar con nada que tenga que ver con cripto porque lo ven como si alguien te hubiera robado la cartera y estuviera haciendo eso. Es importante entender eso. Entonces, solamente ve ese video y si tienes preguntas de ese video y no te deja hacerlo como lo dijimos, dinos, por favor, y ahí nos arreglamos con ellos también. Les mando un abrazote. Cuídense mucho. Mil gracias. Pórtense bien.